Chapter 2097. More than 2 months passed in the sovereign immortal aperture. The brand new cooking luck pot finally appeared in front of Feng Yuan. It was shining with golden light. It was a huge pot. If one looked carefully, there would be platinum light flashing inside and outside the pot. It had an intense aura of riches. The sides of the pot were thick. It was as thick as a child's fist. On the outside of the pot, there were 8 carved dragons. Each of them was very lifelike. The 8 dragon tails gathered at the bottom of the pot. They coiled around each other and extended downwards, forming 8 claws. The 8 dragon tails were facing east, south, west, north, northeast, southeast, northwest, and southwest. Each dragon's claw was attached to the outside of the pot. The dragon's body was moving upwards. The dragon's head was at the edge of the pot, looking inside. The dragon's eyes were shut as if they were sleeping. Cooking luck pot was already a rank 8 immortal goo house. Compared to the previous cooking luck pot, not only was it bigger, the 8 dragons were clear and exquisite, unlike the previous rank 7 where one was blurry and rough. Right now, Feng Yuan had over 9,000 unrestrained heavenly marks. The difficulty of designing compound killer moves had fallen sharply. Thus, even if Feng Yuan's luck path attainment level was not high, he could modify cooking luck pot and make it stronger. But after Feng Yuan thought about it, he gave up on this idea. If cooking luck pot was made into something like 4-element square regret blood refinement pool, its power would be greatly reduced when used outside. But cooking luck pot had to be used outside. When Feng Yuan fought with Qin Ding Ling earlier, Qin Ding Ling attacked Feng Yuan's luck. At the crucial moment, cooking luck pot appeared above Feng Yuan's head and blocked Qin Ding Ling's rank 8 luck path killer move. At Feng Yuan's level, because the enemies he faced were too strong and had too many methods, his defense had to be comprehensive. Feng Yuan not only had to protect his body and soul, he also had to protect his luck. Experts placed great importance on luck. It was an important part of their strength. Even demon immortal Qi Ju, who had revived, had such thoughts. Back then, above Qi Si, when he fought with Qi Si ancestor and Qin Ding Ling, in order to protect his luck, he wisely retreated. And the so-called fate was the effect of Qi path and luck path. Feng Yuan refined the cooking fortune pot in order to protect his own destiny. Cooking luck pot structure and origin determined that it was weak in offense and focused on defending the Goo Immortal's luck. As for luck path offensive methods, most of them were in the true inheritances of all being luck and heaven and earth luck. The luck path immortal Goo used to construct cooking luck pot were all rank 8, they were enough to defend against luck. Of course, cooking luck pot still had immortal Goo that were not rank 8. For example, food path immortal Goo cook was still rank 7. It was not that Feng Yuan did not want to refine it, but he lacked the corresponding rank 8 food path immortal material. For element square regret blood refinement pool's blood asset immortal Goo situation was the same, it was still rank 7 and lacked rank 8 blood path immortal materials to advance. Rank 8 food path immortal materials and blood path immortal materials were not easy to collect in a short time. This had a lot to do with the corresponding sect. The more prosperous the path, the more immortal materials they had, the easier it was to collect them, the more immortal Goo and the more Goo Immortals there would be. In the cultivation of Goo Immortals, the more immortal Goo recipes they created, the more immortal materials they would nurture, and the more prosperous the entire path would be. Food path and blood path had never truly flourished, there were few Goo Immortals who cultivated them. Compared to food path, blood path had slightly more cultivators, but most of them were only Goo masters. Blood path Goo Immortals were few in number, they did not contribute much to the prosperity of blood path. On one hand, it was because of Celestial Court's Demon Judgment Board. On the other hand, Blood Sea Ancestor, who created blood path, only had rank 7 cultivation level. Speaking of which, luck path was not very prosperous, it was only because of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's efforts to develop it, its reputation spread far and wide. There were also not many Goo Immortals who truly cultivated luck path. Ever since Giant Sun Immortal's era ended, there were almost no luck path experts in history. Qin Ding Ling was probably the only one who could barely be counted. This was mainly because Giant Sun Immortal had hidden his 3 true inheritances very deeply, they were not widely spread. Qin Ding Ling was able to become a famous luck path expert in the world because she had obtained some foundation from Giant Sun Immortal. Afterwards, she had to change her original path and comprehend Heaven's heart before she had any achievements. Thus, Fang Yuan felt very lucky to be able to advance so many luck path immortal gu this time. Because luck path was not prosperous, it was very difficult to obtain luck path immortal materials. It was very rare for him to be able to plunder so many luck path immortal materials from the 2 heavens grotto heavens. Of course, the biggest contributor to this success was 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. If not for 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, it would not have been possible. 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool had a 50 to 60% success rate in refining rank 8 immortal gu. This success rate was enough to mass produce rank 8 immortal gu. The high success rate caused the consumption of immortal materials to fall sharply. Fang Yuan saved a lot of luck path immortal materials. If it were any ordinary gu immortal, using all of Fang Yuan's luck path immortal materials to refine a rank 8 luck path immortal gu, they would be extremely happy and overjoyed if they succeeded in refining one. If ordinary gu immortals wanted to refine rank 8 immortal gu, they would need at least 10 times the amount of immortal materials that Fang Yuan needed. Old ancestor Shui Hu was a good example. In order to gather enough money to refine rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven immortal gu, he expended all of his foundation. He squeezed the demonic path gu immortals under him to the limit, causing the entire snowy mountain-blessed land to collapse. And this was because old ancestor Shui Hu had captured Ma Hongyun. He could save a lot of luck path immortal materials. Not to mention old ancestor Shui Hu, even Giant Sun Immortal and thieving heaven demon Venerable had to cooperate with long hair ancestor. With 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, Fang Yuan's refinement path strength was definitely among the top 3 in all of history. This advantage had just been displayed, but it was already extremely terrifying. The benefits he could bring were unimaginable. At least, Fang Yuan was clear that even long hair ancestor, who had cooperated with Giant Sun Immortal, did not have such a high success rate. The new problem in front of Fang Yuan was that he was worried that if he succeeded in refining rank 8 immortal gu, there would be too many rank 8 immortal gu in the future, and there would be a problem in feeding them. The difficulty of feeding rank 8 immortal gu was not small. Back then, to feed regret gu, Fang Yuan had created a huge flower mist extreme marsh. But Fang Yuan had already prepared for this. His wisdom path attainment was silently supporting him. Previously, Fang Yuan had used time difference grotto heaven to spend a lot of resources and effort to create year essence subpools, forming time path zones that covered the entire sovereign immortal aperture. With these zones and over 9,000 unrestrained heavenly marks, it would greatly alleviate the problem of feeding rank 8 immortal gu. Fang Yuan willed as he activated rank 8 cooking luck pot to check his own luck. Cooking luck pot floated above his head. It had been floating slightly in the past, but now, it was not moving and was rotating on its own. In the past, cooking luck pot's rank was lower than Fang Yuan's cultivation level, so Fang Yuan could not check his complete luck, he could only check a portion of it inside the pot. But now, cooking luck pot could store all of Fang Yuan's luck. Fang Yuan finally saw the full appearance of his luck. Right now, his luck was like a pure silver pillar of light. Even though it was small, it was tall and straight, as if it was going to pierce through the heavens. At the bottom of this dense pillar of pure silver light, there was a cloud of yellow gas, like dust flying in the air, vaguely protecting it. And above the silver pillar, there were 3 clouds. One was black as ink, one was golden, and one was shining with starlight. Such a scene made Fang Yuan fall into deep thought. After a long while, he sorted out his thoughts and observed his luck again. But this time, he did not pay attention to himself, he paid attention to the luck of the clones outside cooking luck pot. Among the clones' luck, the one with the greatest aura and vastness was naturally the Qi Si clone. Qi Si ancestors' luck was like a vast ocean. Milky white Qi currents moved, forming endless waves. The Qi Si clone's luck scene is the same as his name, it is the image of Qi Si. Fang Yuan knew the reason. The luck scene was closely related to the individual's condition and foundation. Qi Si ancestors' Qi Si luck did not just come from his title, it was also because he guarded Qi Si and controlled the Qi Si formation. And most importantly, a few days ago, Fang Yuan had completely transferred the killer move Unlimited Qi Si to the Qi Si clone. Because the Qi Si clone was trying to create a combat system, it wanted Unlimited Qi Si as the core. The Qi Si clone has over 2 million Qi Path Dao marks, it also has many Qi Path Immortal Gu, it has the complete Primordial Origins Qi Path True Inheritance, it is also the leader of the Righteous Qi Alliance, it has a high status and authority. With all these factors, it has such a vast white Qi Si luck. But even though this white Qi Si is huge, the Qi currents inside are chaotic and chaotic, it will expose the hidden danger of the Qi Si clone. Fang Yuan thought about it carefully, he felt that this danger came from two aspects. First, the Qi Si clone was trying to create a combat system, his thoughts were chaotic. If he succeeded, he might be able to adjust the Qi Si. But if he failed, he might still be in chaos. Second, the Qi Si clone's identity. The relationship between the main body and the Qi Si clone was not exposed yet, but there was a danger of it being exposed at any time. Demon Immortal Qi Ju, who knew the inside information, was already suppressed by Divine Emperor City. And once this secret was exposed, it would be a huge blow to the Qi Si clone, thus, the Qi Si luck felt like it was about to collapse. The Qi Si clone is my strongest clone, it has rank 8 cultivation level and pseudo-venerable battle strength. That is why it has such a vast milky white Qi Si luck. But from the looks of it, the Qi Si clone has a flaw, it has limited room for improvement. Fang Yuan compared his pure silver pillar of luck with the milky white Qi Si luck, he could clearly see that the pure silver pillar of luck was rising, but the Qi Si luck's foundation was not stable, it could only stabilize the situation. Chapter 2098. Other than the Qi Si clone, it was Wu Shuai's luck. The scale of his providence had been greatly weakened. Because Dragon Palace was destroyed and could not be rebuilt in a short period of time, the 4 dragon generals had all died, even Di Zongsheng was suppressed inside the Celestial Court. Right now, Wu Shuai's luck was still in the form of a flying dragon. This was closely related to Wu Shuai's Dragonman identity. If one looked closely, they would find that Wu Shuai's flying dragon luck was made of ants. Countless ants gathered into one, forming the ant-dragon luck. Wu Shuai is managing the Variant Human Alliance for me, other than researching his own enslavement path methods, he is trying to raise his battle strength by another level. That is why there is an ant-dragon phenomenon. Fang Yuan looked at the Time Path clone's luck. The Time Path clone's luck was still in the form of a small river of time. But compared to before, the river of time was much wider, waves were surging on the surface. Zhan Budu's fish eagle luck did not change much either. But Li Xiaobai's luck had a huge change. Originally, his luck was like a blossoming flower, there was a thin layer of nectar in the flower's stamen. This showed that Li Xiaobai's cultivation had made progress. But now, his luck's appearance had changed, it had turned into a white wall. There were already 3 poems on the white wall, they were of different lengths. Looking at them carefully, it was clear that Li Xiaobai had created 3 exquisite poems. Every word of the poem was pitch black, it was even clearer on the white wall. Around the white wall, there were also countless black ink characters that were about to fly up the white wall. This is the poem Wall Luck. Fang Yuan had a realization. Ever since Li Xiaobai received the book House Inheritance, he went on an unstoppable path, becoming famous in the world. Not only did he change his vital gu, he even roamed the world and collected poems, he even created his own creation. The poems that came over formed 3 killer moves. These 3 information path killer moves made him the publicly recognized #1 Gu master in profound literature Grotto Heaven. He became a Gu immortal seed favored by countless people. Some even said that he was a rare genius in the Grotto Heaven in 100 years. Li Xiaobai was so outstanding, he naturally attracted old immortal Hua Yu's attention. All the signs showed that old immortal Hua Yu had decided to nurture Li Xiaobai with all his might. The Qi Si clone and Fang Yuan's main body were aware of Li Xiaobai's situation, but they did not interfere and only watched from the sidelines. Back then, Fang Yuan created Li Xiaobai because he wanted to obtain the information path inheritance in profound literature Grotto Heaven to help him make up for his lack of information path. However, because profound literature Grotto Heaven was an information path Grotto Heaven, it was strictly supervised. Fang Yuan could not support it greatly, Li Xiaobai could only manage it with difficulty. In the end, Fang Yuan had already gone through the Fate War, the Pursuit Battle, and after killing Spectral Soul and getting rid of the Heaven Path Dao marks, Li Xiaobai's situation finally showed signs of improvement. And profound literature paradise was also in the Righteous Alliance, so the majority of the content of their information path true teachings could be obtained through the internal exchanges of the Righteous Alliance. The world had always been like this. Sometimes plans couldn't keep up with changes, and sometimes changes couldn't keep up with plans. This way, the chess piece Li Xiaobai had a new arrangement. Therefore, Fang Yuan would let him be and let him develop naturally. Finally, it was the Pure Dream clone's luck. The Pure Dream clone was still at rank 5 level. If he wanted to ascend as a Pure Dream reality seeker physique, he would attract dream path calamities and tribulations. Even the current Fang Yuan did not have the confidence to deal with it. But the Pure Dream clone's luck also changed. His luck was originally a lump of pink fog, it was faint and weak, constantly changing. But now, this lump of pink fog had condensed into a sand table. The sand table was still pink, it was very small, but yellow sand continued to fall in, turning into pink sand and strengthening the sand table. Sand table luck, what omen is this? At once, even Fang Yuan felt puzzled. After activating wisdom path methods, bright light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He had some guesses that needed to be verified. Fang Yuan counted, unknowingly, he had already created 8 clones. Creating these clones was one of the results of Fang Yuan's study of Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul relied on his clones to create Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance. These clones of Fang Yuan were of great help to him. Among the 8 clones, the only one that was sacrificed was Fang Di Chang. Wait a minute, this is... Fang Yuan suddenly discovered a piece of luck. This luck was very vague, it was almost transparent, it gave Fang Yuan a very weak feeling. Fang Yuan almost missed it, but after inspecting it carefully, he showed a joyous expression. This is Fang Di Chang's clone? He is actually still alive. During the Fate War, Fang Yuan was schemed against by Genesis Lotus. Not only did he lose Divine Bean Palace, he even lost Fang Di Chang's clone. After so long, Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City had already merged into Divine Emperor City. It was publicly recognized as the #1 immortal Gu house in the world. Fang Yuan also thought that Fang Di Chang's clone was finished. To think that he actually discovered something in this luck inspection. Why did I not discover it before? I understand. Cooking luck pot is rank 8, my luck inspection method is dozens of times more powerful than before. There is also Fang Di Chang's clone, it has clearly developed recently. After the two merged, the connection between the main body and the clone's luck strengthened by a lot. I was able to distinguish it. Even though Divine Emperor City had painting worlds, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, who left behind Contented Lifestyle Killer Move, had been around long before Giant Sun Immortal. Because of this, Divine Emperor City was relatively weak in terms of luck path. Discovering that Fang Di Chang's clone was still alive and vaguely growing stronger was a pleasant surprise. But Fang Yuan did not change his plan. He did not want to attack Divine Emperor City in the short term. Divine Emperor City was not a Gu immortal, their methods were fixed and hard to modify, they were not scary. Meanwhile, Feng Yuan was a pseudo-venerable, he could finally rest and cultivate alone in peace. For Element Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool was built, a large number of grotto heavens were waiting to be devoured, Feng Yuan's strength would continue to advance rapidly. Why would he take the risk and fight Divine Emperor City to the death at this time? After inspecting his and his clone's luck, Feng Yuan understood even more things. Cooking luck pot could greatly increase the luck of Feng Yuan's main body and clone, but Feng Yuan did not do so. Firstly, his main body and clone were in good condition, after going through the previous predicament and tribulation, their luck had risen on its own, it was a blessing in disguise. So there was no need. Secondly, it not only expended immortal essence, but also Feng Yuan's main body's luck. After all, he was spitting out the luck of the pot to his clone. Next, I should refine Woodpath Immortal Gu. Feng Yuan immersed himself in Gu refinement once again. As for why he chose Woodpath, the reason was simple. Feng Yuan had collected a lot of Woodpath immortal materials, they could support the refinement. Shao He Jian and Green Forest Great Sage of the Variant Human Alliance were both Mini-Man rank 8 Gu immortals, their grotto heavens were Woodpath grotto heavens, they had offered sufficient Woodpath immortal materials. I should first raise Immortal Gu Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus to rank 8. Divine Emperor City, Painting World. In the newly added Roaring Beast Painting World, a camp was being constructed. The location of the camp had been chosen after careful consideration, not only was it located on a dangerous mountain, it was also beside a river. Zhao Shuyi stood on a rock, commanding 100 craftsmen to work at full force to construct the camp. Although craftsman Gu has weak battle strength, it has a lot of uses. Fairy Bai Xia, who was standing beside Zhao Shuyi, expressed her feelings as she looked at the bustling construction site. Zhao Shuyi immediately raised her head, saying proudly, "Our Fairy Bai Xia has great insight. Craftsman Gu's prospects are much higher than Thief Gu, Soldier Gu, and Arrestor Gu. Other than modifying immortal materials and constructing Gu houses, they can also refine Gu." Fairy Bai Xia nodded, "That's right, if not for your craftsmen, how could we have built 10 camps and ventured deeper into the Roaring Beast painting world? But, how can you control so many craftsmen alone? The amount of mental energy involved was far too great. You also used Organization Gu." Organization Gu was a type of human path Gu worm, it could allow human Gu to form an organization. Fang Dichang's sect token Gu was of this type. Zhao Shuyi laughed heartily, not concealing anything, "That's right, I used the guild token Gu to construct a guild. I brought the guild leader Gu with me. I chose more than 10 high-rank craftsmen Gu and gave them worker Gu. I also gave 1 vice guild leader Gu, so I still have 3 on me. No need to rush, when my guild continues to expand, there will be a place for me to use them." While the two were talking, an emergency bugle was suddenly heard. Fairy Bai Xia's expression changed slightly, "Another beast group is attacking." Zhao Shuyi said indifferently, "Shao Qi Xing and the rest are here, there is no need to worry." Sure enough, at the next moment, Shao Qi Xing's voice resounded in the whole camp, "Everyone, attack." Bam 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 bam, after a series of muffled sounds, large amounts of white smoke were blown away by the wind, and the spacious camp was filled with troops. The soldier Gu with the largest number, the squad leader Gu, the sergeant Gu, the higher-level centurion Gu, and even the 1,000-man commander Gu were all used. Shao Qi Xing's army had increased in size during this period of time. Divine Emperor City was truly the paradise of human path cultivation. The army charged towards the beast tide, the two sides were like 2 huge waves, colliding with each other. After a moment of stalemate, uneven jagged edges appeared in the originally neat battle lines, large numbers of beasts and soldiers fell in the most intense areas of the battle. Next, large numbers of soldiers and beasts filled in the gaps. Roar! Several powerful beasts appeared. Their physiques were clearly much larger than the others, they rampaged on the battlefield like fortresses. Xiao Qixing commanded from the center, his expression turning solemn. The deeper we go, the stronger the beast group. Friends, please make your move. No problem. Chen Dejiang, Gu Ting, and the rest started to move. This battle lasted for an hour, the beast tide retreated, but Xiao Qixing and the rest also suffered many casualties. Half a day later, the camp was completely built, the supply team that was mixed with merchants, peddlers, commoners, and even beggars entered the camp. Chapter 2099. Gang Leader. Gang Leader. Fang Dichang walked into a dark corner of the camp as 2 or 3 beggars came forward to pay their respects. Fang Dichang naturally had the appearance of a beggar, his clothes were tattered and he was filthy and smelly. The 10 children of human path formed an army and went deep into the newly appeared growling beast painting world. They were the vanguard. Every once in a while, they would construct a stable camp and a large number of logisticians would enter, providing ample supplies to the army of the 10 children of human path. Fang Dichang followed them secretly and mobilized beggar gang to find an opportunity. What's the current situation? Fang Dichang asked. Our gang members have been following the vanguard army. Gang leader, the situation is good. We collected a lot of beast corpses and valuable furs. We are going to be rich. But because of this, we had a conflict with some caravans and escort agencies. Fang Dichang frowned. What are the casualties of our gang? The beggar gang he created developed very quickly. Not only were the members his own human path goo worms, they also took in many beggars from Divine Emperor City. Hearing the number of casualties, Fang Dichang's frown deepened. Although beggar gang is easy to develop and beggar goo is the cheapest human path goo worm, their battle strength is too low. They are at a disadvantage against caravans and escorts. Only by being united and having the advantage in numbers can we not suffer losses. Fang Dichang sighed inwardly. Beggar gang looked huge but its strength was not much. In the future, when dealing with the 10 children of human path, beggar gang was not reliable. Fang Dichang entered the 10th camp, but at this moment, the 10 children of human path had already moved further ahead and were constructing the 12th camp. Now, we can only place our hopes on the beast tide. The deeper we go into the growling beast painting world, the stronger the wild beasts. Fang Dichang's only hope was that the 10 children of human path would be defeated by the beast tide. Not only would they be defeated, they would be defeated and suffer heavy injuries. Only then would Fang Dichang have a chance. There is no other way, my strength is low now, the only thing I can rely on is beggar gang. The 10 children of human path are goo masters and have primeval essence. So their human path goo worms can only last for a short period of time. But I am using Shenshang's immortal essence, it is equivalent to having unlimited primeval essence, thus I can maintain these beggar goo. As Fang Dichang thought of this, his vision suddenly darkened and a feeling of weakness rose from the deepest part of his body. Fang Dichang quickly took out human will goo and placed it in front of his nose, inhaling deeply. Immediately, a wave of human will was absorbed into his body, fusing with his original will. Fang Dichang's current body was formed from beggar goo, he had no soul and only a will. Willpower had always been difficult to sustain, especially when he was thinking. It would quickly consume his willpower. Thankfully, Divine Emperor City's painting world had already developed human will goo. The human will produced by human will goo could transform into any human will. With this help, Fang Dichang's will was able to exist and remain active. At this moment, in the deepest part of the howling beast murals, a vivid and lifelike will floated in the air. He wore a white robe and a green handkerchief. He had a gentle temperament and a smile on his face. It was Genesis Lotus Will. And beneath his feet, Maoli Chiu was sprawled on the ground, its entire body curled up, bound by an invisible force, unable to move. Not just that, there was even a powerful force extracting Maoli Chiu's Dao marks. Bullshit Genesis Lotus, if you have the guts, let me out and let's have a good fight." Mao Li Qiu roared. Genesis Lotus Will shook his head. "Mao Li Qiu, are you still unwilling to admit defeat? You are in a desperate situation. Unless Giant Sun Immortal revives and comes back to save you, you will die for sure. And you know very well that this is simply hopeless. Only by surrendering will you have a chance of survival. Otherwise, the longer this drags on, the weaker your strength will become. Until you die." Genesis Lotus Will persuaded Mao Li Qiu to surrender. His tone was calm and his expression was gentle. Mao Li Qiu roared in anger, "Then come, Grandpa Mao doesn't want it anymore, I will give you all my Dao marks." Genesis Lotus Will was stunned. At the next moment, Mao Li Qiu not only let go of its defense, it even stimulated its body and cooperated with the external suction force, throwing away its own Dao marks. Within the dazzling profound light, countless Dao marks spread out in all directions, entering the roaring beast painting world. Some Dao marks landed on the ground and turned into giant beasts of all shapes and sizes. Some Dao marks flew in the sky and gathered into balls, turning into ferocious birds that covered the sky. The painting world was extremely mysterious. It could draw out external Dao marks and use them as paintings to form all kinds of birds and beasts. But now, with Mao Li Qiu's full cooperation, the number of beasts it created increased sharply. It soon surpassed the safety limit. Not good. Genesis Lotus Will's expression changed slightly. It did not expect Mao Li Qiu to be so impulsive. It was suppressed in the painting world. Even though it could not attack, it still had the strength to defend. If it defended with all its strength, it could last for a long time. Thus, Genesis Lotus Will came to persuade it to surrender. To Mao Li Qiu, the most rational way was to hold on, allowing the painting world to wear down its strength bit by bit, to buy as much time as possible. Like what Demon Immortal Qi Ju did, it was suppressed by Divine Emperor City. It could not escape by itself. But it could leave hope for the future. Who could say for sure what the future would be like? But Mao Li Qiu was not rational. It exceeded Genesis Lotus Will's plan. An unprecedented ferocious beast tide rapidly formed. It charged over 100 li and pounced at the army of the 10 children of Human Path. The 10 children of Human Path only took a glance before their expressions changed. "Retreat, this beast tide is too ferocious. Even if we use all our strength, we are definitely not their match. Retreat, the urgent matter now is to preserve our strength and wait for a revival." The 10 children of Human Path were all elites. They hurriedly retreated. But retreating was not easy. The beast tide surged forward like a tsunami. Many birds and beasts were extremely fast. They entangled the army that was opening a path. The 10 children of Human Path fought fiercely. They finally made a bloody path. They successfully retreated to the 11th camp. Half of the army was gone. They suffered heavy losses. But the beast tide continued to surge forward as if it was endless. The camp was built successfully and had thick defenses, but soon, it was on the verge of collapse under the ferocious attacks of the beast tide. Heavens, it seems we have completely enraged these beasts. This beast tide is so ferocious. Even if all the beasts from before are added together, they cannot compare to 10% of this beast tide. Retreat again. The 10 children of Human Path retreated to the 10th camp. Fang Dichang had already retreated in advance. Fang Dichang had already informed him that the beast tide was too powerful. The 10th camp would definitely not be able to withstand it. Although he wanted to find a chance to take revenge, he did not want to risk his life. In fact, with just beggar sex strength, even if they risked their lives, they might not be able to take revenge. The 10th camp also could not withstand it. It was quickly overwhelmed by the beast tide. The 10 children of Human Path could only retreat again and again. The beast tide also paid a price, but the scale was too huge. This price was completely bearable. In the end, everyone was chased out by the terrifying beast tide. The camps that the 10 children of Human Path had painstakingly built were all destroyed. Not a single one of the 10 children of Human Path survived. the other characters in the painting worlds were even more heavily injured. The people who retreated were in a sorry state, they were filled with fear and shock. The city gates were closed, the guards on the city walls had solemn expressions, the beast tide had already reached the city. The ferocious beasts did not stop, they attacked the city fiercely. The offensive and defensive battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, the city actually could not hold on any longer. Many times, giant beasts climbed the city walls and killed their way into the city, causing large numbers of casualties. At the crucial moment, a large number of Divine Being soldiers appeared and participated in the defense, repelling the beast tide. The Divine Being soldiers are already under our control. That's right. This was Divine Being Palace's killer move to begin with. After we succeeded in slaughtering the Immortal, the Divine Being soldiers became our helpers. The 10 children of Human Path were pleasantly surprised, but also extremely regretful. Their losses were too severe this time, almost all of their previous accumulations were wasted. The only fortunate thing was that they did not suffer any casualties, they were still alive. Fang Dichang was no longer in this city, he had retreated to the rear. Beggar sect's losses were not small either. The defeat that Fang Dichang hoped for had happened, but the extent of it was far beyond his expectations. The 10 children of Human Path helped each other and were united, he could not find a chance to attack them. After the beast tide disappeared, large numbers of wild beasts returned to the roaring beast painting world. They scattered everywhere, making the roaring beast painting world far more difficult to explore than before. The painting world was also like a giant beast licking its wounds. The claw that stretched into the roaring beast painting world earlier was almost shattered. I did not expect the roaring beast painting world to be so dangerous, this means that the other painting world should also be of a similar level. Shen Shang found Fang Dichang. The two exchanged information. Fang Dichang told Shen Shang about the information that Beggar's sect had gathered, like the extent of the 10 children of Human Path's losses, as well as Yi Fan and Hong Yi's performance in this battle. Shen Shang told Fang Dichang a huge discovery. Shen Shang was the person who explored the deepest, he saw the transformation of the beast tide with his own eyes. Using Dao marks to paint, painting path methods are truly profound. But in this case, Fang Dichang analyzed, it seems that a powerful enemy of the celestial court is being suppressed in the depths of the roaring beast painting world. The battle between the beast tide and humans is essentially a method to weaken the enemy and increase the suppression. Shen Shang agreed with Fang Dichang's analysis. He said to Fang Dichang, I wonder who is being suppressed inside? It is at least a rank 8 Gu Immortal. The enemy of an enemy is a friend, we might be able to cooperate. This time, the losses of the army were too severe, almost less than 10% survived. It is impossible to form an exploration army in a short period of time. Should we use this chance to go to the depths of the painting world? Fang Dichang shook his head, those wild beasts do not recognize anyone. Shen Shang nodded, in this painting world, there is not much difference between immortals and mortals. It seems that we can only wait for the exploration army to be formed again. Only then can we use this chance to go deeper. Just as the battle between humans and beasts in the painting world stopped, Fang Yuan secretly came to Mushroom Man Paradise. Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was successfully refined to rank 8, Fang Yuan also grasped a large number of compound killer moves. The Qi Si clone had repeatedly invited the Celestial Court to form an alliance army to suppress Fang Yuan's variant human alliance. But even though the Celestial Court agreed, they did not take any action. Such an attitude made Fang Yuan even more convinced of the current grim situation. The entrance of Mushroom Man Paradise opened, Lu Wei-yin personally led Fang Yuan into the depths of the Blessed Land. Chapter 2100. Gulp, gulp. The tea was boiling, wisps of yellowish-brown steam rose from it. In a small wooden house at the top of the mountain, there were 2 experts who could influence the world sitting opposite a tea table. One was the number 1 demon in the world, Gyue Fang Yuan. The other was Southern Border's Paradise Earth inheritor Lu Wei-yin. His overall battle strength might not be at pseudo-venerable level, but his defensive methods were comparable to pseudo-venerables. The windows were wide open, the fresh mountain air entered his lungs, mixed with the fragrance of the tea. Fang Yuan gazed into the distance. Outside the window was a scene of green mountains and clear waters. It was like a paradise. White cranes flew, spirit apes cried, desolate plants and desolate beasts could be seen, they were all docile. There were treehouses and villages at the foot and waist of the mountains, smoke rose from chimneys, chickens crowed and dogs barked. It was a peaceful atmosphere. And in the air, there were many small mountains floating. These mountains were made from floating soil, they could float in the air naturally, each of them had their own unique characteristics and different environments. Some were intertwined with vines that hung down like hair. Some were drizzling, reflecting rainbow-colored red light. There were also waterfalls that flowed down continuously until they merged into a wide river on the ground. And the mountain that Fang Yuan was on the ground. It was the highest peak of the Mushroom Man Paradise. The moment Fang Yuan sat down, he asked Lu Wei-yin, "Is Spectral Soul still alive?" Lu Wei-yin only smiled and did not answer. He buried his head in making tea. The tea was ready. This was extreme peaceful mind tea. It was made from rank 8 immortal materials. The fragrance of the tea was fresh, it seemed to be mixed with the smell of soil after rain. The tea, this residence, and this Mushroom Man Paradise complemented each other perfectly. They were not ethereal, they were not high and mighty immortals, they were filled with the joy of a farmer, they were filled with ordinary vitality. "Please." Lu Wei-yin placed the cup in front of Fang Yuan with both hands. The tea in the cup was boiling hot earlier, but after a few breaths of time, the heat completely dissipated, it became cold tea. Fang Yuan took a small sip, but Lu Wei-yin directly raised his bowl-like teacup, raising his head and drinking a big mouthful. Fang Yuan's eyes shined, he immediately understood and copied Lu Wei-yin's drinking method. Gulp. His Adam's apple moved as Fang Yuan swallowed a mouthful of tea. This shout made Fang Yuan feel very different. The tea was not cold. Instead, it had a warm coolness that instantly permeated Fang Yuan's internal organs. The hot and dry air in his heart was swept away. The tea was clear and refreshing, with a hint of sweetness. Fang Yuan gulped down the tea in his bowl. Good tea. He put down the teacup with a surprised look on his face. Just by drinking a cup of tea, his body had gained over 1,000 Earth Path Dao marks. When Gu immortals undergo a heavenly tribulation, they would only gain 750 Dao marks on average. On average, the Earth Calamity would earn 250 Dao marks. This bowl of Taikong Heart Calming Tea actually gained so many Dao marks. It was like a Gu immortal risking their lives to undergo a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Lu Wei-yin said slowly, "This Mushroom Man blessed land was saved by Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, it was modified into a paradise, there were no calamities or tribulations since then. Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable even left behind a virtue true inheritance here, this Mushroom Man Paradise was thus renamed Virtue Paradise. Before Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable became a Venerable, he cultivated here. When he became a Venerable One and transformed the moral paradise, he stayed there for a period of time. Taikong Heart Calming Tea was created during this period of time by Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Even though food path was passed down, Spectral Soul kept it to himself, it was only passed down in a single lineage. Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable spent his entire life trying to make up for Spectral Soul's death and restore order to the people of the world. Thus, he had a deep understanding of food path. He left behind many food path research results in Virtue True Inheritance. In his opinion, food path had huge potential, but there were too few people cultivating it. If it was truly developed, it would definitely benefit the world. For example, this Taikong Heart Calming Tea is a food path killer move formed from the consumption of rank 8 Earth Path immortal materials. Thus, it can increase the number of Earth Path Dao marks in Gu Immortals. The talent of a Venerable is truly unfathomable. Fang Yuan praised. In order to counter Spectral Soul's food path methods, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created the killer moves Suffering Loss is Blessings and All Life is Bitter. These two methods played a crucial role in the battle to kill Spectral Soul. But Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not just do this, he even pushed food path to an even higher level. Right now, in the Gu Immortal world of the 5 regions, almost all the tea and wine were incomplete food path Gu worm recipes. This was something publicly acknowledged by Gu Immortals. Just drinking wine and drinking tea was just for the sake of having a good time, showing off one's wealth and foundation, or the results of one's refinement path methods. But Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable made up for this flaw, he perfected tea and wine into food path killer moves. As such, the esophagus finally revealed its unique splendor. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's food path methods can supplement tea and wine, turning them into killer moves. After tasting them, the Gu Cultivator can gain Dao marks. This is definitely a method that can change the structure of the Gu Immortal world. Fang Yuan understood. This method had a huge influence. In history, the main method for Gu Immortals to gain Dao marks was to undergo tribulations. With this food path method, it was the same as changing this status quo. Fang Yuan had eat strength Immortal Gu, he could do this too. But Immortal Gu were unique, Paradise Earth's food path method could be used as a reference to create more similar killer moves. Eat strength Immortal Gu could not be popularized, but killer moves could be popularized. These were two completely different concepts. Fang Yuan's gaze turned deep and eerie. Just from this extreme serene mind tea, one could see Lu Wei Yin's deep foundation. This virtue paradise had deep foundation, it did not lack rank 8 Earth Path Immortal materials. Just by using this tea, Lu Wei Yin could accumulate far more Earth Path Dao marks than ordinary people. It was no wonder he could fight against Spectral Soul so fiercely. Fang Yuan looked outside the window at this Mushroom Man paradise. His original evaluation of the foundation in his heart couldn't help but rise by several levels. With this food path method, it was extremely beneficial to Gu Immortal cultivation. There were many Gu Immortals in Virtue Paradise, these Gu Immortals' battle strength far surpassed others of the same rank. And from start to finish, Lu Wei Yin had only taken action alone, he had never ordered the Blessed Land's Gu Immortals to show themselves. This person's shrewdness and forbearance made Fang Yuan look at him in a different light. Sensing the deep meaning in Fang Yuan's gaze, Lu Wei Yin waved his hand and said humbly, "Fang Yuan, don't overestimate me and this virtue paradise. Even though we have this food path method, the price to use it is too high. Virtue Paradise is rich in Earth Path resources, other than me who cultivates Earth Path, most of the Gu Immortals here are Mushroom Men who cultivate Poison Path. There are also several human Gu Immortals who cultivate Wood Path and Water Path. This food path method is not very efficient. For example, this extreme serene mind tea expended a large number of rank 8 Earth Path Immortal materials to gain hundreds of Earth Path Dao marks. Of course, Fang Yuan has the sovereign immortal body, his Dao marks do not conflict, his gains in Earth Path Dao marks should be extraordinary. Lu Wei Yin concluded, even Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable said in his True Inheritance that this food path method is nothing compared to Giant Sun Immortal, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Red Lotus Demon Venerable, and others. The methods of Venerables could change heaven and earth, they were extremely grand. For example, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable led humanity to rise, he created the Celestial Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable created Wisdom Path and toyed with Providence, she truly established the foundation of the Celestial Court for 10,000 years. Giant Sun Immortal left behind his bloodline, he built 88-point Jianghu Tower and occupied the whole of Northern Plains as his courtyard. Red Lotus Demon Venerable plotted for 1,000,000 years, he destroyed Fate Gu. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable left behind methods to create Divine Emperor City. He deduced human path in the painting worlds and established the foundation of human path. These were all world-changing achievements that affected not just one generation, but the development of the entire world. Fang Yuan frowned slightly, hearing Lu Weiyin's words. He had some guesses. He asked directly, since Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable mentioned Genesis Lotus in his final words, did he know that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was going to create Divine Emperor City? Lu Weiyin nodded. When Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable traveled the world and saved lives, he learned of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's methods. Back then, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable left behind Divine Being Palace to restrain Spectral Soul and plot against him before he became venerable. Qing Chao's core is hatred gu, it is nurtured by Divine Being Palace. Qing Chou and Divine Being Palace have a close relationship. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's original plan was to merge Qing Chou, Divine Being Palace, and Emperor City during the Fate War to form Divine Emperor City and protect the Celestial Court. However, an accident happened before that. Fang Yuan cooperated with Fang clan to chase Qing Chou away and snatched Divine Being Palace. After that, even though Divine Being Palace merged with Emperor City, it lacked Qing Chou. Without Qing Chou, Divine Emperor City did not have enough battle strength. Genesis LotusWill, who was inside, probably wanted to protect his human path research. He did not participate in the battle in Celestial Court. Fang Yuan had a complex expression, so that's it. Genesis Lotus plan was originally perfect. During the Fate War, Qing Chou could sense the location of Spectral Soul's remnant soul. It had rank 9 hatred gu and pseudo-venerable battle strength. Not only could it help Duke Long protect the Celestial Court, it could also exterminate Spectral Soul's remnant soul. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan unknowingly destroyed this plan. Qing Chou was originally nurturing hatred gu in Divine Being Palace to strengthen itself. But after it was chased away, this process was interrupted. Later, during the Fate War, Qing Chou lacked battle strength and was separated from Divine Being Palace. When the Fate War ended, Genesis LotusWill contacted Qin Dingling, Red Heart Traveler and 9 Spiritual Fairy worked together to capture Qing Chou and bring it back to Celestial Court. Thus, the truth was, it was not Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable who schemed against Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan who destroyed Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's plan first. This caused Genesis LotusWill to have no choice but to act suddenly during the battle to mend the plan. Then, why was Fang Yuan willing to accept the alliance agreement and cooperate with Fang clan to chase Qing Chou away? The key was Great Thief Immortal Gu. After obtaining Great Thief Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan used Ghostly Concealment as the core, Great Thief Immortal Gu 7 and others as supplementary to create Great Thief Ghost Hand, forcefully stealing Qing Chou's rank 8 Soul Beast token. Without Soul Beast token, Qing Chou's strength fell greatly. Fang clan won in the end. And where did Great Thief Immortal Gu come from? Chapter 2101. So Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable did not just use heaven form, he also used this method. I just did not notice it. Fang Yuan muttered. Suddenly, he had a thought, asking, is Qing Chou not dead yet? Fang Yuan's pursued battle ended and Divine Emperor City flew over to join the battle. Was it really just to suppress Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Longevity Heaven? Fang Yuan was thinking about the few pieces of Qing Chou's corpse. What was Divine Emperor City's main objective? This was something worth discussing. Lu Weiyin's expression turned solemn as he sighed. I only figured this out after I returned here to recuperate for a long time. What was the main reason for Divine Emperor City joining the battle? At that time, rank 9 Hatred Gu had no aura, it seemed to have been completely destroyed. However, Qing Chou is a life form formed from a killer move. I cannot be sure if it is dead or alive. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method is truly unimaginable, it is truly a sight to behold. To be able to turn a killer move into a legendary immemorial beast, this method was too profound. Even Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin could only stare at it, they could not understand it. Lu Weiyin continued, I cannot deduce Qing Chou's situation. But I know Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's situation very well. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. I'd like to hear the details. Lu Wei-yin finally returned to the main topic after keeping them in suspense for so long. He answered, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's current situation can be said to be dead, but also alive. Because his true body has always been hidden in the door of life and death. Fang Yuan nodded, sighing, as I expected. Spectral Soul's self-detonation had already made Fang Yuan feel something amiss. After he refined all the Heaven Path Dao marks, Fang Yuan reflected on it, he had even more doubts. The great Spectral Soul died just like that? After all, Spectral Soul was the most heaven-defying existence among the Venerables. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Zombie Alliance was still around, Shadow Sect was in hiding, and Spectral Soul secretly controlled Celestial Court. Duke Long still hadn't appeared. It was obvious that he had been killed by Spectre. He had even plotted to kill Feng Jioga and seize the opportunity to invade Lengia Blessed Land. He had manipulated the situation and was the biggest mastermind behind the 5 regions' chaotic war. As long as Great Dream Immortal Venerable was not born, he, Spectral Soul, would be the biggest winner. Therefore, Fang Yuan invaded Hu Immortal Blessed Land and killed Feng Kim Hong with Song Zhong's help. Who is Feng Kim Hong? When Feng Kim Hong was young, Dream Wing's Immortal Gu took the initiative to join him. It was the seed of Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Who was Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan was an otherworldly demon. As long as fate was not destroyed, only his hands could change the situation. Who was Song Zhong? On the surface, Song Zhong was Song Zixing's son, but in reality, he was his blood fetus. As for Song Zixing, he was called Blood Dragon, a member of the Shadow Sect, a clone of Ghost. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, there were many inside stories. At that time, Fate Gu was not destroyed, Demon Immortal Qi Ju could not revive, the other Venerables could only stare at Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul rampaged and eventually, Providence had no choice but to choose Fang Yuan to return to the past to change everything. In the Battle of Tian Mountain, on the surface, Fang Yuan succeeded in stopping Spectral Soul. But was that really the case? When Spectral Soul learned that Fang Yuan had revived, he immediately understood that it was Providence's doing. If he followed his original plan, even if he could control the Celestial Court and manipulate the 5 regions' chaotic war, he would still be obstructed by Providence. If Fang Yuan was not enough, a second or third otherworldly demon would revive, Spectral Soul would never be able to stand at the peak of the universe. Thus, he changed his mind. At that moment, he started to cooperate with Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Eventually, he gave Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu to Fang Yuan and created a complete otherworldly demon. After the Fate War, Fate Gu was destroyed by Fang Yuan. Spectral Soul wanted to take back the Sovereign Immortal Body. His plan was perfect. He did not lack Soul Path attainment level, he had the Sovereign Immortal Body, he could annex Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven and others, he could rise up again in an instant. This way, he would be ahead of all the Venerables, he would have the initiative. The advantage of being first was unimaginable. Once Spectral Soul succeeded, he would be the sole ruler, the entire universe would be trampled under his feet. But he did not succeed. Red Lotus Demon Venerable schemed against him, while the Heaven Path Dao marks restricted Fang Yuan, they also protected Fang Yuan. Spectral Soul did not obtain the Sovereign Immortal Body, there was a huge difference in his development. During the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven attacked at the same time. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's inheritor Lu Wei-yin also joined the battle, they finally killed Spectral Soul. Looking back at Spectral Soul's plan, Fang Yuan thought, if he was Spectral Soul, what would he do? Thus, he soon found a huge flaw in Spectral Soul's plan, it was too risky. In the Battle of the Dream Realm, Duke Long defeated Zishan Mikoto and destroyed the Blessed Land, capturing Spectral Soul alive and taking away the door of life and death. Spectral Soul's life and death were in the hands of the Celestial Court. If Fairy Myrtle did not covet information and clues and killed Spectral Soul, wouldn't that be terrible? If it were Fang Yuan, he would not have made such an arrangement. What about Spectral Soul? Even if he had the greatest killing nature, he would not be a fool. Thus, the biggest possibility was that Spectral Soul was not Spectral Soul's true body. If Fang Yuan was in Spectral Soul's position, he would do this, use a clone to disguise as the main body and be captured by the Celestial Court. On one hand, it could lower or even dispel the enemy's guard. On the other hand, the clone was also a trap. Fairy Myrtle fell for it in the end. Thirdly, the clone's information and true inheritances were far inferior to the main body. Even if it was captured, it would not provide too much information to the enemy. Finally, even if the clone was killed, it did not matter, the main body would still be intact. Regarding Spectral Soul's suspicions, Fang Yuan had two pieces of evidence. The first piece of evidence was Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was a crucial person in the pursuit of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan and Spectral Soul used their true inheritances to try to get Demon Immortal Qi Ju to become their ally. Eventually, Demon Immortal Qi Ju was won over by Fang Yuan, causing Spectral Soul to self-detonate in the end. Fang Yuan reflected after the battle. He felt that he had won this battle too easily. It was slightly different from what he had expected. If Spectral Soul was only a split soul, that would make sense. Spectral Soul did not expect Demon Immortal Qi Ju's revival, because Fate Gu was destroyed, all of his plans for the future collapsed, everything was in chaos. Spectral Soul's plan was that his split soul would be captured by the Celestial Court. He would only select some memories and place them in his split soul. These memories would not attract the suspicion of the Celestial Court, nor would there be too many precious contents, like extremely valuable inheritances. Thus, Fang Yuan won against Spectral Soul in this aspect. The second piece of evidence was obtained by Fang Yuan recently. Through luck inspection and analyzing his own luck, he found that the top of his pure silver light pillar was shrouded in 3 layers of clouds. One of them was pitch black like ink. Who could still cause trouble to him? This black cloud should be hinting at Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was not dead, how could he let Fang Yuan off? Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance had accumulated so many years of resources, they even gathered the 10 extreme physiques with much difficulty to create sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Spectral Soul would give up? Impossible. On the other hand, Demon Immortal Qi Ju's revival told the world that it was not impossible for Venerables to revive. Spectral Soul's true body was probably planning to revive long ago. By extension, did the other Venerables not have the same thought? In the past, Fate Gu prevented them from reviving. Now that Fate Gu was destroyed, who did not want to revive? No one knew which Venerable would be the first to be completely resurrected. No one knew when they would be revived. Perhaps, at the next moment, a Venerable would revive. Thus, for Fang Yuan, the situation was grim. Once a Venerable revives, the value of his pseudo-Venerable battle strength would be greatly reduced. His status as the number 1 demon in the world would become a target. After the pursuit battle, Lu Wei-yin said goodbye to him and told him to race against time. That was what he meant. Fang Yuan did the same. After the pursuit battle, he was truly racing against time. He did not relax for even a moment. Once his strength recovered and he could deal with the hidden dangers, Fang Yuan came to Virtue Paradise. He was not here to meet Lu Wei-yin, nor to obtain Paradise Earth's true meaning, or to inherit Paradise Earth's true inheritance. He only had one goal: tell me, Lu Wei-yin, how can I become a Venerable? Fate Gu was destroyed, the future of the world was in chaos, anything could happen. Not just the Gu immortal world, the Gu master world also sensed the turbulent future. Fang Yuan was struggling, mortal Gu masters were also struggling. Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range. 4 Gu masters were traveling together, exploring deep into the mountain range. They had rank 4 cultivation level. When they worked together, they could fight against rank 5 Gu masters. In the world of Central Continent's Gu masters, they were famous demonic path experts. They were Eastern Obscenity Chen Yin Dao, Western Scum Yu Ba Guang, Southern Disturbance Shi Bao, and Northern Squandering Fan Chun Yao. They were known as the 4 great obscenities of Central Continent. Sorrowful winds are blowing again, Yu Ba Guang warned. Among the 4, he was the most proficient in investigation. Quick, take out the Gu house. Chen Yin Dao immediately spoke. Normally, he was the leader of the 4. The Gu house was guarded by Fan Chunyao. He was in charge of healing and logistics. The 4 Gu masters quickly hid in the Gu house. The sorrowful winds blew outside the Gu house, causing it to creak. From time to time, Fan Chunyao would need to replenish the Gu worms, replacing those that died from the sorrowful winds. We have wasted so much, we have wasted so much. Fan Chunyao made a fuss, feeling heartache. Along the way, just defending against the sorrowful winds has cost us so much. Are there really good things in Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range? Chen Yin Dao shook his head and smiled bitterly. I cannot guarantee that. But as long as there is a trace of hope, we have to do this. Some time ago, there was a Gu immortal battle in Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range. We might have missed out on something that can help us ascend. Once immortal ascension was mentioned, the other 3 Gu masters' breathing became rough. As long as we become immortals, who would dare to attack us 4 immortals? We will not be hunted down. Once we become immortals, won't those high and mighty female Gu masters be at our mercy? Ha ha ha. Look at you. After ascending to immortal, what's so good about mortals? We will be able to attack fairies. The Gu masters looked at each other as they snickered. What they did not know was that the celestial court had already cleaned up the battlefield. All the immemorial year beast corpses and other corpses were taken away. When the 4 arrived at the ruins of the collapsed mountain range, they searched for 7 days and 7 nights but did not find anything. Right when the 4 were furious and were about to leave, they finally found something. There is a person here. Come quickly. What's so strange about a person? There are many corpses here. It is a villager living in the mountain. No, this person is still alive. And there is a phenomenon around him. What? The other 3 Gu masters went up and saw that Wang Xiaoer's eyes were shut, but he was still breathing. Chapter 2102. This was the last day of the month. I let out a breath of turbid air and felt relieved. I had finally completed the small goal that I had mentioned earlier. This month, 1 chapter a day, stable and never absent. It was very difficult. There were many times when I almost could not persevere. There were many aspects of life, and it would always require time and energy. It was impossible for me to write a book like I did when I was still a student. I was an adult, and the adult world was filled with something called, not easy. On the other hand, the following chapters of The Legends of Renzu had taken up a lot of my time and energy. Next month, a new chapter of The Legends of Renzu would be released to everyone. The difficulty of The Legends of Renzu increased the further one went, almost doubling. This was because many of the images and concepts that had appeared in the previous chapters could not be used anymore. To be able to compose The Legends of Renzu while completing the goal of 1 chapter a day, even I feel that I was lucky. Thankfully, I persevered and completed it. The pressure was too great. For most of the month, I slept after midnight. There were many days, especially this week, where I would compose until 3 or 4 at night. The main text of 5 million words needed an ending, too many holes to fill in, too many clues to collect. But this month, I had already filled in a lot, and a few clues were being collected. Most of my energy was spent on The Legends of Renzu. Sometimes, I panicked. Because I could not find any information on The Legends of Renzu, there were many times when studying it did not yield any results. Most of the time, what broke the barrier was just an idea, or something that I learned 10 days ago, or a sentence that I accidentally read. The main text could be controlled, but the legends of Renzu could not be controlled. The uneasiness brought about by this led to immense mental pressure. Many times, I would lie on my bed and try to sleep, but I could not fall asleep no matter what, so I would get up to compose. I would think until my body and mind were exhausted, and I would throw myself on the bed to sleep. The results were clear. I was rather satisfied with the quality of this month's updates. Be it the structure of the actions or the description of the side chapters, they were all taken into consideration. Especially the standard of the broken chapters, it had increased by quite a bit. The Legends of Renzu also had a new chapter. At the beginning of the 10th month, there would be a huge show in Crazed Demon Cave. The early stages of the plot were already half done. One last appeal: I hope that all the readers will support the original version of Gu Dao Master as much as possible and try to read it. It takes me at least half an hour to think about a chapter and a few hours to write it. However, readers might spend less than 10 minutes reading, and the fees they paid were only a few cents. Many Chidian coins were even given as gifts. Chapter 2103. In this world of Gu Masters, in the past 3 million years, there were 10 Gu cultivators who stood proudly at the peak of the world, looking down on all living beings with disdain. In the long river of history, there were countless geniuses and heroes in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. If these people were like the stars in the sky, shining brightly, then these 10 Gu cultivators were like the sun, dazzling and dazzling, spreading across the sky. Their brilliance never faded, their legends continued to spread. They were the 10 Venerables. From ancient times until now, they were, 3 million years ago, remote antiquity era, primordial origin immortal venerable, star constellation immortal venerable. 1 million years ago, olden antiquity era, limitless demon venerable, reckless savage demon venerable, red lotus demon venerable. 300,000 years ago, medieval antiquity era, Genesis lotus immortal venerable, thieving heaven demon venerable, giant sun immortal. 100,000 years ago, near antiquity era, spectral soul demon venerable, paradise earth immortal venerable. These 10 people were at the peak, they swept through the world, they were invincible and unrivaled. Their methods were terrifyingly powerful. They seemed to have existed for all eternity. Their wisdom and schemes were unparalleled in history, they pierced through heaven and earth, using all living beings as chess pieces. Even if they died, they would influence future generations. Towards these people, Fang Yuan had the deepest feelings in the world. Fang Yuan was deeply aware of the gap between him and these venerables. Even though he was the #1 demon in the world now, with pseudo-venerable battle strength, he did not have the confidence to fight against venerables. Venerables swept through the world, other than them, they were all ants. The Fate War gave everyone a vivid lesson: any method left behind by a venerable could overturn the entire situation. Only venerables could resist venerables. To put it bluntly, the reason why Fang Yuan succeeded in the Fate War was because he was struggling to survive during the battle between the 10 venerables and Providence. Towards these venerables who invested in him and treated him as a chess piece, every bit of praise that Fang Yuan felt was a bit of challenge. For every bit of fear, there was a bit of feeling of being shoulder to shoulder. Since they can become venerables, why can't I, Fang Yuan, do the same? Moreover, in order to pursue eternal life, the so-called 9th rank venerable cultivation is only a stepping stone for me, Fang Yuan. His plan to become a venerable one had already been decided the moment he was reborn. Many years ago, when Fang Yuan had just been reborn, he looked up at the bright moon in the night sky, as humble as an ant. Now that he had ascended to the heavens, the venerable realm was only his next step. But how could one become a venerable? Fang Yuan did not know, was not clear, and did not understand. There was a big secret to becoming a venerable one. This secret had never been spread. The 10 venerable ones seemed to have a tacit understanding to keep this secret. The people of the world had no way of knowing, and could only forcefully analyze through some common characteristics. Among the 10 venerable ones, there were 9 men and 1 woman. This meant that the venerable ones were not restricted by gender, and both men and women could become venerable ones. Venerables were invincible, but they were not omnipotent. Giant Sun Immortal and thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had once invited Long-Hair Ancestor to refine immortal goo together. Kings did not meet kings. In every great era, only one venerable would appear. There had never been a situation where 2 venerables existed at the same time. The fights between venerables were at most like the Fate War. They would use the methods they left behind to fight each other. Every venerable had great luck. Some were born with a phenomenon, everything went smoothly for them, like Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Some were not obvious at the beginning, and would only erupt after a certain period of time. It seemed like every venerable would have a Tao protector during their growth. Every Tao guardian played a crucial role in the venerable's growth. They could be friend or foe. It was publicly recognized that every rank 9 Gu venerable's main path was Supreme Grandmaster. Venerables were still restricted by their lifespan, and in history, there were many records of venerables searching for lifespan Gu to extend their lifespan. The 10 venerables were all humans. There had never been a case of variant humans becoming venerables. However, just this alone could not deduce the true secret of venerable ascension. The greatest deduction in history was the prophecy of 3 venerables. Immortal Yi Yen predicted that in the future, there would be Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and Great Dream Immortal Venerable. This deduction did not involve the true contents of the secret of venerable ascension. And after Fang Yuan destroyed Fate Gu, this deduction was no longer valid. Then, what was the secret of venerable ascension? Fang Yuan desperately wanted to know this secret. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's success was right in front of him. There was a huge possibility of venerables reviving. Thus, the best way for Fang Yuan to deal with this future was to become venerable himself. Fang Yuan was deeply aware of one thing: no matter how he annexed Grotto Heavens, or fought for immortal materials and Tao marks, he could not become venerable. Thus, his biggest goal in coming to Lu Wei Yin was only the secret of venerable ascension. Other things like Paradise Earth's true inheritance and Paradise Earth's true meaning were secondary to the current Fang Yuan. Opposite the tea table, Lu Wei Yin drank a mouthful of cold tea as he smiled. He was not surprised by Fang Yuan's question. He raised his head and placed the tea bowl down, raising 3 fingers as he said, "To become a venerable, you need to fulfill 4 conditions. First, the Gu Immortal's immortal aperture origin core must produce white lychee immortal essence. Second, the Gu Immortal's main cultivation path must have at least 300,000 Tao marks. Third, the Gu Immortal's main cultivation path must be at least Supreme Grandmaster. Fourth, after fulfilling the first 3 conditions, the Gu Immortal needs to break through the Heavenly Tao's blockade to cause the immortal aperture origin core to undergo a qualitative change and produce rank 9 yellow apricot immortal essence. Out of Fang Yuan's expectations, Lu Wei Yin actually told him the secret of venerable ascension. Fang Yuan had thought that Lu Wei Yin would use this as part of the transaction and demand something from Fang Yuan. Or more accurately, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable definitely had a motive for choosing Fang Yuan as his inheritor. Fang Yuan did not know what Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was after. But he had already decided that as long as he could obtain the secret of venerable ascension, he was willing to compromise to some extent and cooperate with Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. However, Lu Wei Yin did not keep this secret to himself because of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's motive. He admitted it directly. This was like a transaction between 2 parties. They were supposed to exchange the goods at the same time, but one party handed the goods to the other party in advance. Lu Wei Yin's action did not make Fang Yuan relax. Instead, he became vigilant. Lu Wei Yin was very shrewd. Fang Yuan had once fought with him and lost to him. He did not manage to take back the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. During the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, Lu Wei Yin and Fang Yuan worked together to kill Spectral Soul, Fang Yuan saw his patient nature. How could such a person be so unwise? Fang Yuan pondered over the 4 conditions of venerable ascension. The first 2 conditions are rank 8 Gu immortal who has passed 3 myriad tribulations together. My Qi path, time path, refinement path, and transformation path have already reached this standard. The third condition is that my main cultivation path must be Supreme Grandmaster. I have not reached this, but refinement path, time path, and enslavement path are already quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. There is not much difference. The fourth condition is to break through the heavenly Tao blockade? Fang Yuan frowned slightly, continuing to ask, what does the heavenly Tao blockade refer to? Lu Wei-yin still explained to Fang Yuan, the heavenly Tao emphasizes balance, it takes away surpluses and replenishes deficiencies. All beings are balanced and restrict each other. A tree that stands out in the forest will be blown away by the wind, a pile of trees on the shore will cause turbulence. But human path is the opposite. Take away the deficiencies and replenish the excess, devouring the weak, learning and growing, learning from each other's strengths to make up for one's weaknesses. The heavenly Tao naturally does not want Gu immortals to become stronger and stronger, so it sends calamities and tribulations. Calamities and tribulations are one of the heavenly Tao's blockages. And to become a venerable, the calamities and tribulations sent by the heavenly Tao will far surpass the myriad tribulations. Other than that, there is Lifespan Gu. Lifespan Gu is a heaven path Gu, it cannot be refined. Even if the 10 venerables are invincible in the world, they are still heavily restricted. During the venerable era, Lifespan Gu will become increasingly rare. The third blockade is Fate Gu. But this has already been destroyed by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan thought, the heavenly Tao blockade has 3 methods, Fate Gu is destroyed, Lifespan Gu is not a problem for now, the calamities and tribulations blockade is the biggest obstacle I have to face. Is there a way to deal with the heavenly Tao blockade? How did the venerables of the past do it? Fang Yuan asked. Lu Wei-yin said, it is not that there are no shortcuts, luck path is one of them. The venerables of the past have extremely thick luck, their luck mainly comes from 2 aspects. The first is the favor of providence, the second is the favor of human path. 3 million years ago, variant humans were too powerful and disrupted the balance, the heavenly Tao wanted to get rid of them, thus, providence favored primordial origin and made him an immortal venerable. The best example of the favor of human path is Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He is the son of human path, he has extremely thick luck, the moment he was born, a calamity and tribulation of heaven and earth appeared. The 3 elders of the celestial court had no choice but to take action to block the calamity and tribulation for Red Lotus. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, let me think, are human path methods also a way to break the heavenly Tao blockade? Earlier, Fang Yuan had used human path methods to disrupt the heavenly Tao's evolution and gain time to make a move. He was very experienced in this aspect. Lu Wei-yin nodded, that's right. Human path methods are also a good way to break the heavenly Tao blockade. Precisely so, the venerables of the past have a common point, they obtained their insights from the legends of Renzu and created top-tier human path killer moves. After chatting for a while, facing Fang Yuan's questions, Lu Wei-yin said everything he knew without holding anything back. After Fang Yuan understood the criteria for becoming a venerable, he fell into deep thought. He thought about it carefully and found that there were only 2 things that restricted him from becoming a venerable, one was attainment level, the other was breaking the heavenly Tao blockade. The latter could be followed, Fang Yuan had cooking luck pot in terms of luck path and human path methods, he only needed to improve and develop them. The truly troublesome thing was attainment level. Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster seemed to be very close to true Supreme Grandmaster, but it was actually very difficult to reach. If the environment allowed it and he had enough time, Fang Yuan could cultivate and comprehend it. He believed that in his lifetime, he would reach Supreme Grandmaster in a certain path. But now, the shadow of the Venerable's rebirth had already shrouded his future. Is there a way for me to break through this? Dream realms? Clearly not. Fang Yuan had already discovered that the dream realms in his hands came from spectral soul demon venerable, but he could only raise them to great grandmaster level. True meaning? Don't tell me, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's true meaning can allow me to reach Earth Path Supreme Grandmaster? As if sensing Fang Yuan's thoughts, Lu Wei-yin shook his head. Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's legacy can only allow you to become an Earth Path Great Grandmaster. However, Paradise Earth's true inheritance already has a way to resolve this. Fang Yuan looked at the smiling Lu Wei-yin as an eerie light flashed in his eyes. Oh, I would like to hear the details. Lu Wei-yin said, Fang Yuan is familiar with the legends of Renzu. You must know about Primordial Domain, one of the secluded domains of heaven and earth. Actually, as long as one reaches Primordial Domain, anyone can become a Supreme Grandmaster of any path. Primordial Domain? Fang Yuan was moved. You know where it is. Chapter 2104. Primordial Domain, is still at the lowest level of Crazed Demon Cave? At once, Fang Yuan's mind was filled with countless thoughts. There were indeed records of Primordial Domain in the legends of Renzu, but the description was vague and ambiguous. It depended on how the reader interpreted it. Even if Primordial Domain has such power, is it hidden at the lowest level of Crazed Demon Cave? Fang Yuan could not believe Lu Wei-yin's words. But there was such a possibility. Fang Yuan had been to Crazed Demon Cave before. He deduced from the traces that Paradise Earth had not only been there, he even created a Dao field there. Fang Yuan could not enter the lowest level, but Paradise Earth was an immortal venerable, his abilities could not be estimated. If all of this is true, then it's true. Then Paradise Earth's objective is Crazed Demon Cave? Fang Yuan's mind was in turmoil, but his expression did not change. Lu Wei-yin observed his expression and sighed internally. This Guyue Fang Yuan is truly the #1 demon in the world, no wonder he is the target of Providence and the Venerables. To convince him, just this is not enough. Lu Wei-yin had to continue. Crazed Demon Cave is indeed at the lowest level. Primordial Domain is very special, it is both the beginning and the end, it contains the supreme profundities of heaven and earth. Limitless Demon Venerable used it and rank 9 derivation Immortal Gu as the core to deduce the world and create new heaven path Dao marks. In a way, the importance of Crazed Demon Cave is even more important than Celestial Court. Lu Wei-yin spoke slowly, revealing even more secrets. 1,000,000 years ago in the olden antiquity era, the first Demon Venerable of humanity, Limitless Demon Venerable, attacked Celestial Court and threatened to destroy Celestial Court, forcing star constellations will to gamble on the chessboard. The chessboard was connected to Crazed Demon Cave. During the battle between the two venerables, sparks of thought collided and created new heaven path results. These results were sent into Crazed Demon Cave through the chessboard, helping limitless deduction. Star Constellation's shadow pretended not to know, but in fact, she was already prepared and beat him at his own game. Generations of venerables like Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, and Giant Sun Immortal had all visited Imperfection Regret Pavilion. They knew about the battle between two venerables and the importance of Crazed Demon Cave. In the Fate War, the figures of the two venerables who were playing chess dissipated in the Imperfection Regret Pavilion, but this was only the end of the gamble between the two venerables. The final battlefield that would decide the outcome of the battle was still the Crazed Demon Cave. The venerable ones of the past were aware of this, so they all got involved. For example, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable created Green Lotus Dao Field in the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable created Savage Wilderness Great World, while Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable also created Yellow Earth Great World. In this way, the situation became even more complicated. Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. This has been one of my doubts for a long time. Why did a portion of the venerables spend so much effort to build a Dao Right Hall in the 8th layer of the Crazed Demon Cave to protect a large world? Could it be that they also want to make a move against the Origin Realm? Venerated ones have already become venerated ones, so the origin realm isn't a necessity for them. Wait, that might not be the case. A flash of lightning seemed to flash in Fang Yuan's mind. It tore through the layers of fog and allowed him to see a small part of the truth. Lu Wei-yin laughed loudly. Fang Yuan is truly a person who roams the world unhindered. No matter how many venerables there are, they cannot be schemed against. You have already guessed a part of the reason. That's right. Lu Wei-yin continued, Fate Gu is destroyed, venerables can revive. However, the stronger the Gu immortal, the more troublesome it is to revive, and the greater the price they have to pay. If they are careless, even if they revive, they won't have the same strength as before. For example, Demon Immortal Qi Ju, because of the interference of Fang Yuan and Wu Yong, his strength fell, he is not at his peak. The same goes for venerables. After they revive, even though they no longer have to pass the venerable barrier, they can return to rank 9 cultivation level. However, there is also intense competition between venerables. Venerables leave behind revival methods, but they are limited after all. Thus, all venerables want to ensure that they can revive successfully. It would be best if they could regain their peak battle strength at the moment of revival. Fang Yuan nodded continuously. He could completely understand the venerable's thoughts. When Fate Gu was around, it could not be revived. But almost all venerables left behind methods. Once Fate Gu was destroyed, these methods could be used to revive the venerables. However, venerables had different viewpoints, they were in different camps, they schemed against each other. Who did not want to become the strongest person in the world? Who would want to see other venerables besides themselves? Venerables were wary of each other, they sabotaged each other, even though they were dead, they were still fighting in the dark. Because of the long duration of these confrontations, normally speaking, the later the venerables, the more advantageous they were. For example, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. But this was not absolute. For example, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was born before Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, but his arrangements of Divine Emperor City and Qing Cho were enough to trap Spectral Soul. Or for example, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable entered Red Lotus Stone Island and took Regret Gu. It was very easy. But overall, the trend was still the same. The later the venerables, the more advantageous they were in this confrontation. Because the whole of the Gu cultivation world was constantly improving. In the remote antiquity era, during primordial origin immortal venerables time, there were only 4 or 5 Gu cultivation paths. Qi path was the strongest. But now? There were all kinds of paths, there were at least 20 main paths. Take Divine Emperor City for example. Divine Emperor City was created by Genesis Lotus, it was at the peak of Wood Path and Painting Path back then, it could even deduce Human Path. But in the aspect of Luck Path, it was weaker. Because Giant Sun Immortal was someone who came after Genesis Lotus. In fact, strictly speaking, it was uncertain if Divine Emperor City was still the peak of Wood Path. 300,000 years had passed since Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's era. During this long period of time, Wood Path continued to develop, countless geniuses appeared, they had their own achievements and pushed Wood Path to a huge level. Only Painting Path was still at its peak. Why? Painting Path was hidden by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, it had never been leaked. Thus, Painting Path was still at the peak of the world. This was also why a portion of venerables kept their own true inheritances and did not spread them widely. For example, Giant Sun Immortal's Luck Path true inheritance. Lu Wei-yin continued to reveal shocking news. Fang Yuan, do you know that before the Fate War, Duke Long secretly moved the Door of Life and Death to Craze Demon Cave? Fang Yuan's gaze flickered. Did the Celestial Court know that Spectral Soul's main body was hidden in the Door of Life and Death, so they moved it in advance to prevent Spectral Soul from taking advantage of it? No wonder Spectral Soul could not find the Door of Life and Death even after he controlled Fairy Myrtle and excavated the Celestial Court's treasury. Lu Wei-yin drank another mouthful of tea. Duke Long not only moved the door of life and death away, he even moved a portion of the Celestial Court's immortal graveyard to Crazed Demon Cave. Fang Yuan had a thought, this means that I only destroyed a portion of the Celestial Court's immortal graveyard, there is still a portion left in Crazed Demon Cave. Is this the Celestial Court's backup plan? This is the style of a righteous path superforce that seeks stability. After all, the Celestial Court's immortal goo are limited, the awakened goo immortals cannot have their peak battle strength when they were alive, star constellations will also needs a portion of the hibernating goo immortals. I was about to talk about star constellations will. Lu Wei Yin's gaze was like a torch as he stared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, do you know that star constellations will has not shown herself for a long time to instruct the Celestial Court on what to do? Fang Yuan's expression finally changed, because he could hear the hidden meaning in his words. Fang Yuan also stared at Lu Wei Yin. You mean, star constellation has already revived using this will? Lu Wei Yin nodded. Even though I am not completely sure, there is a high chance that this is the case. If star constellation Immortal Venerable revives, she will definitely hide in the 8th layer and scheme for the 9th layer's primordial domain. Once she enters primordial domain, she will regain her Wisdom Path Supreme Grandmaster attainment level, she will be able to use the heaven and earth's primeval energy and become a true Tao Lord. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. He had originally estimated that the Venerables had not revived. But from Lu Wei Yin's conversation, he knew that a Venerable had probably revived already. And this Venerable was extremely terrifying. She was the only Wisdom Path Venerable among the Venerables, and also the only female. This woman was so strong that even after death, she could scheme against the 3 demon Venerables of the future. Even though the truth was very different from what Celestial Court had publicized, the truth was that Celestial Court relied on star constellation schemes and arrangements to protect Celestial Court from the attacks of the 3 demon Venerables. This achievement could not be erased. Every time Fang Yuan thought about it, he felt deeply terrified. As for why Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was no longer a Wisdom Path Supreme Grandmaster, Fang Yuan was well aware of this. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable died, it was 3 million years ago, during the remote antiquity era. It had been too long. Wisdom Path had developed to this day, it had already made tremendous progress and advancement. Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster meant that the Gu Immortals' understanding of the path had reached the limit of heaven and earth, they had touched that ceiling, they had almost comprehended all of the profundities of the path. But there were still some corners that they had yet to reach. And Supreme Grandmaster attainment level meant that not only did they comprehend all of the profundities of the path, they could also innovate. At this level, every time a Gu Immortal advanced, it would be an unprecedented feat, it would raise the upper limit of the entire path, it would even be an advancement of heaven and earth. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's former Wisdom Path Supreme Grandmaster attainment level was no longer the same today. Even though her will and providence were intertwined together, and she constantly studied Celestial Court's Wisdom Path research results, it was the same. Not to mention the fact that star constellations' will and clones could not be equated, Celestial Court's Wisdom Path research results were only a portion of the entire Wisdom Path. Only when Star Constellation Immortal Venerable entered Primordial Domain would her Wisdom Path attainment level reach Supreme Grandmaster and become a Tao Lord. What is a Tao Lord? Fang Yuan heard of a new concept from Lu Wei Yin. Chapter 2105. So this is the secret of the Venerable's invincibility. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. This trip to the Mushroom Man Paradise was really not in vain. Fang Yuan learned a large number of Venerable secrets, at the same time, he had some guesses about Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's goal. At this point, all of Fang Yuan's luck inspection guesses were indirectly verified. His luck was like a pure silver pillar of light, even though it was small, it was tall and slender, shooting straight into the sky as if it was going to pierce through the heavens. At the bottom of this pure silver pillar of light, there was a lump of yellow qi that seemed to be protecting it like dust. And above the silver pillar, there were 3 clouds, one was black as ink, one was golden, and one was shining with starlight. These 3 clouds all showed signs of obstructing Fang Yuan's soaring luck. The black cloud should be corresponding to spectral soul demon Venerable. After all, the current shadow sect only had a few members, their threat had fallen sharply. The starlight cloud should be corresponding to star constellation Immortal Venerable, who had most likely revived. It was ethereal and mysterious, filled with the aura of wisdom. There was also the golden cloud, needless to say, it should be Giant Sun Immortal. During the Fate War, there was an attack from Giant Sun that shook heaven and earth from northern plains all the way to Heavenly Court. It was incomparably domineering. In the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, even though they lost a legendary immemorial beast, Longevity Heaven's strength did not fall greatly, their foundation was still intact. The Huang Jin family was in existence like the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They dominated northern plains and controlled the entire northern plains in the hands of the Giant Sun Immortal bloodline. And Crazed Demon Cave was in northern plains, it definitely could not avoid the forces of Giant Sun Immortal and Longevity Heaven. Maybe, Giant Sun Immortal chose northern plains to create Longevity Heaven not because he is a northern plainsman, but because he wanted to make arrangements around Crazed Demon Cave. Fang Yuan's thoughts ran wild as he thought deeper. If it were him, he would probably do the same. If Fate Gu was not destroyed, everything would be over. But if Fate Gu was destroyed, the Venerables would have a chance to revive. By then, whoever occupied northern plains and encircled Crazed Demon Cave would have the advantage. Fang Yuan looked at Lu Wei-yin again. Since Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created Yellow Earth Great World, did he help me become venerable so that I can help him revive? Lu Wei-yin nodded with a smile, indeed. Back then, Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable blessed the world, but his main true inheritances were only left in the 5 regions. Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance is here. Eastern Seas Paradise Earth True Inheritance is the Blue Dragon Whale. Central Continent's Paradise Earth True Inheritance is the Reincarnation Battlefield. Northern Plains Paradise Earth True Inheritance is in Yellow Earth Great World. As for Western Deserts Paradise Earth True Inheritance, it seems to have been taken away. Venerable revival methods were left behind, but they are limited. As long as they can be destroyed in advance, these Venerables will not revive. But if these Venerables are revived, the difficulty of defeating them will be on a completely different level. Now that Fate Gu is destroyed, the lower reaches of the River of Time are in chaos, the world is in an unprecedented situation. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Not to mention the past Venerables, just Great Dream Immortal Venerable alone, will she not appear? Pseudo-Venerables are only pseudo-Venerables after all. At this point, I believe that Fang Yuan no longer doubts our sincerity. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable not only used the present to tempt Fang Yuan, he even used the advantage of joining hands in the future and the beautiful future to tempt Fang Yuan. Of course, other than bait, there was also threat. Lu Wei-yin had already told Fang Yuan, the Venerables are going to revive in Crazed Demon Cave, are you going to stop them? If you don't, you will lose this best opportunity, you will definitely suffer in the future. Fang Yuan, look at what you have done. Longevity Heaven, Celestial Court, Shadow Sect, and others have all been greatly offended by you, the Venerables will definitely deal with you after they revive. Even if you have no enmity with them, you are a pseudo-Venerable, you are the closest to Venerable level. Do you think those Venerables who revive will allow more people to participate in the competition of the world chessboard? Paradise Earth was a good person, he only knew how to show mercy. However, Paradise Earth's magnanimity and schemes were definitely worthy of his venerable title. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was using threats and promises to tempt Fang Yuan. What would Fang Yuan choose? What else could he choose? Thus, at the next moment, Fang Yuan nodded with a solemn expression, all right, I will agree to this. Let's sign the alliance agreement. Lu Wei-yin waved his hand, I absolutely trust Fang Yuan, why would I need an alliance agreement? This was pure bullshit. The true reason was that Fang Yuan had methods like myriad beings assimilation transformation. Almost all the alliance agreements in the world could not restrict him. Lu Wei-yin could only show his magnanimity. Fang Yuan was rational. If he was not rational and cautious, he would not have reached this stage. And because he was rational and cautious, he understood the benefits of cooperating with Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and the disadvantages of not cooperating. This was more effective than any alliance agreement in the world. Lu Wei-yin stood up slowly. Since both sides have formed an alliance, then Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance will belong to you, Fang Yuan. Please follow me. Fang Yuan moved and followed Lu Wei-yin out of the house, arriving at the peak of the mountain. Outside the house, the sky was high and the clouds were vast, the fields at the foot of the mountain were green, the wind was gentle, the pines were rustling. Lu Wei-yin pointed at the foot of the mountain. Fang Yuan, firstly, this Mushroom Man paradise is your asset, you can annex it as you wish. Of course, you can also let it be used as a nail in Southern Borders Gu Immortal World. Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. This was a huge gift. Mushroom Man Paradise had been developed for at least 100,000 years, it had abundant resources, comparable to some of the top grotto heavens of the two heavens. Not mentioning the super resources inside, just the countless mushroom men living inside were definitely unique in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. This was the best Mushroom Man resource in the world, there was no other. Next, Lu Wei-yin handed over more than 10 immortal Gu to Fang Yuan, most of them were Earth Path. Among them, 1 Information Path Immortal Gu recorded the contents of Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance. Fang Yuan scanned it with his divine sense. He found that this true inheritance had 3 parts. The main part was the Earth Path True Inheritance. It had the core killer move, Paradise Earth. After using this killer move, the immortal aperture would be free from calamities and tribulations. The second part was related to Human Path. Fang Yuan had seen the contents before. It was the Virtue True Inheritance that Lu Wei-yin obtained from Fang Yuan's dream when Fang Yuan received it. This True Inheritance's requirements were quite special. It required the inheritor to maintain justice in their heart, to be a person with morals. Moreover, the higher one's morals were, the easier it would be to cultivate. The core immortal Gu of the True Inheritance was Accumulate Virtue Gu. As long as Fang Yuan accumulated virtue and did good deeds, he would be able to refine it on his own. The more virtue he accumulated, the higher the rank of the Accumulate Virtue Gu he refined. Accumulate Virtue Gu had many uses. The biggest one was to improve Fang Yuan's cultivation aptitude, turning him into a Righteous Path Virtuous Physique. Righteous Path Virtuous Physique was only inferior to the 10 Extreme Physiques, it did not have the flaws of the 10 Extreme Physiques, it was extraordinary, it represented a bright future and potential. Fang Yuan only took a few glances and was inwardly shocked by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's talent. Earlier, he had only seen a small part of it in his dream, he could not see all of its profundities. The Human Path portion of Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance opened a new window for Fang Yuan. He was able to see a different scenery of Human Path. It was a branch that was developed from a person's character. If a Gu cultivator chose this content to cultivate, it would definitely regulate the Gu cultivator's behavior in the future. If such a cultivation content was widely spread, it would definitely allow Righteous Path forces to prosper greatly. Other than that, the refinement method of Accumulate Virtue Gu was also marvelous. Through a person's Righteous Path actions and good deeds, it would eventually refine Accumulate Virtue Gu in a person's body. This was a Human Body Gu refinement technique, or rather, a Human Path Gu refinement technique. From this, one could see that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's refinement path attainment was absolutely shocking. The essence of this refinement path was something that Fang Yuan lacked. It was a huge inspiration to him. I am at Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster Refinement Path, I mainly use Hairy Man Gu refinement techniques. If one wanted to become a true Supreme Grandmaster, these were the things they lacked. But how many of these things are there? Where are they left? This accumulate virtue gu's human path refinement method seems to have some similarities with Qing Chao's hatred gu. Fang Yuan analyzed it. He was secretly happy. He then shifted his attention to the third portion of Paradise Earth's true inheritance. This was related to Dream Path. The core killer move was 3 lifetimes purifying the fated person. This move needed Fetus Earth Maze as the foundation to form a sympathetic dream realm. It could let everyone in the dream experience the same dream, it could let them experience 3 lifetimes, let them experience the mortal world, experience life and death, experience the vicissitudes of human path, gradually forget the evil thoughts in their hearts, and turn over a new leaf. Fang Yuan had already been hit by this move. It was done by Lu Wei-yin. Lu Wei-yin knew Fang Yuan's nature and pursuits, it was also because of this move. Thus, among the immortal gu that were given to Fang Yuan, there were 2 rank 7 Dream Path immortal gu. One of them was Dreaming gu, it was the core immortal gu of the killer move 3 lifetimes purifying the fated person. Most importantly, the other immortal gu made Fang Yuan overjoyed. Chapter 2106. Right now, the Dream Path immortal gu in Fang Yuan's palm was like a round ruby that was split into 2. This round hemispherical gu looked very cute, and its vermilion color was also very beautiful. Its head was only 10% of its body. Its huge back was smooth and round, there were black markings on it, it reminded people of a tortoise shell. This was a rank 7 Dream Path immortal gu, Dream Armor gu. It was a defensive Dream Path immortal gu. Fang Yuan had many immortal gu, but he only had 1 Dream Path immortal gu, it was the rank 8 Dream Token, the core immortal gu of Dragon Palace. Dream Token was like a dragonfly, it had a round head and a long body, it had a pair of ruby compound eyes and 4 pairs of transparent wings. If one took a closer look at the light wings, they would discover a faint layer of colorful halo. Looking at the 2, Fang Yuan found one thing, Dream Path immortal gu were all very beautiful. I wonder what Dream Wings immortal gu and Dream Travel look like. Fang Yuan could not help but imagine. He had his 500 years of memories, he knew that Dream Wings immortal gu was in Feng Kim Huang's hands, while Dream Travel immortal gu was with Lady Poison Scorpion. It was not that Fang Yuan did not have such thoughts. But all along, he could not make a move on Feng Kim Huang, while Lady Poison Scorpion did not have much confidence. In the 500 years of his previous life, Dream Travel, Fixed Immortal Travel, Wine God Travel, and Carefree Travel were publicly recognized as the 4 great movement immortal gu. Even though Fang Yuan was strong, Lady Poison Scorpion could use Dream Travel to instantly travel to any dream realm. Right now, Dream Path has not truly manifested yet, it is not time for dream realms to manifest everywhere. Dream Path immortal materials are rare, and Dream Path immortal gu are even rarer, but I have already obtained 3 of them. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied with this result. In the 500 years of his previous life, dream realms manifested on a scale that was even larger than Spectral Soul's dream realm, it could be said to be rampant in the 5 regions. This way, everyone could enter dreams to explore, it would not be like now where dream realms were monopolized by the higher-ups. A vast number of dream realms provided opportunities for gu cultivators to excavate a vast number of Dream Path gu materials. With these gu materials as the foundation, Dream Path truly entered a period of rapid development. Therefore, during this period of time, Fang Yuan's Dream Dao had just begun. The remnants of Thieving Heaven's Dream Realm, Paradise Earth's Dream Realm, and Spectral Soul's Dream Realm could be considered a fire, but it could not boil the cold water in the pot. The scale of Spectral Soul Dream Realm was still too small for the Dream Path to be completely stirred up. It required the power of the entire world. To Fang Yuan, Dreaming gu and Dream Token were less important than Dream Armor gu. Because Dream Armor gu was a defensive immortal gu. With this immortal gu, he would have the ability to resist the dream path calamities and tribulations and help the pure dream reality seeker clone to ascend to an immortal. Fang Yuan recalled the results of his inspection. The pure dream doppelganger's luck was a pink sand table. It was very small, but the surrounding yellow sand constantly fell in, turning into pink sand and strengthening the sand table. The sand table's luck indicated that the pure dream doppelganger would receive Paradise Earth's support. Now, it seemed that it was true. Fang Yuan activated Cooking Luck Pot again to inspect his luck. His silver pillar of luck did not change much. It was just that the light pillar was slightly larger, and the yellow sand at the bottom of the light pillar was mostly gone. Meanwhile, the pure dream doppelganger's luck was still the pink sand table, but there was no more yellow sand falling in. The pink sand in the sand table was piled up high. It was at the crucial moment of a breakthrough or collapse. I absorbed Paradise Earth's southern border true inheritance and obtained support. The pure dream doppelganger has the opportunity to break through. But even so, there is still a huge risk. I need to make more preparations. Fang Yuan immediately understood. After Cooking Luck Pot reached rank 8, Fang Yuan obtained many benefits from Luck Path. He was increasingly aware of the benefits of Luck Path. It was no wonder that Giant Sun Immortal could rise up back then. Crazed Demon Cave was a place he had to go, but Fang Yuan could not go immediately. Right now, his strength was rising sharply. Fang Yuan intended to raise his strength to the limit before going to Crazed Demon Cave. Even though Lu Wei-yin made it sound like the situation was urgent, Fang Yuan could inspect his luck and knew that he still had a precious period of time. Sharpening the axe will not delay the work of cutting firewood. Let me research dream path methods first and help the pure dream doppelganger ascend to an immortal. Fang Yuan thought about himself. His dream path attainment could be said to be the #1 person in the current world. The knowledge of dream realm exploration brought about by rebirth was still the most advanced research result, but this advantage was rapidly diminishing. However, after rebirth, Fang Yuan also made huge gains in dream path. He originally had the killer move Unravel Dream in his memories. From Shadow Sect, he obtained Lead Soul into Dream, Change Soul within Dream, and Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. From Dragon Palace, he obtained Dreamy Light Smoke, Dream Revelation, and Dream Within a Dream. And now, he obtained the Dream Path Killer Move 3 Lifetime Dream Salvation from Southern Border's Paradise Earth True Inheritance. Fang Yuan had far more Dream Path Killer moves than Dream Path Immortal Goo. The core Immortal Goo of many Dream Path Killer moves were of other paths. He had no choice but to use a vast number of Dream Path Mortal Goo to replace the effects of Dream Path Immortal Goo. For example, Lead Soul into Dream, Change Soul within Dream, and other killer moves. What I need the most is to use Dream Armor Immortal Goo as the core to create a Dream Path defensive killer move. Secondly, I need to use Dream Path teleportation methods. If I am in danger, I will be able to gain precious time to rest. Thirdly, I need healing methods, and finally, I need to add some offensive methods. Even though Fang Yuan's Dream Path attainment level was ordinary, he was very confident in creating new Dream Path killer moves. The reason was that he had unrestrained heavenly marks. He could create a large number of compound killer moves. Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court were definitely planning for the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. They would not send troops to ally with Longhair Ancestor to attack Fang Yuan's variant human alliance. Not to mention finding trouble with Fang Yuan. As for Southern Border's Southern Alliance led by Wu Yong, they were already very fortunate that Fang Yuan did not find trouble with them. How could they come to Fang Yuan's place to court death? The external environment was unprecedentedly stable. Fang Yuan went into closed cultivation to create Dream Path killer moves. He was making progress every day. More than 10 days later, Fang Yuan suddenly stopped. He was slightly dazed. He had advanced to Dream Path Master. All of this was the result of his accumulation over a long period of time. It was smooth and natural. In the process of creating the killer move, he had unknowingly succeeded. He had reached a new level. Ever since rebirth, Fang Yuan had been pressured by the outside world. He had not spent any effort on Dream Path or invested any effort in it. Only now did he start to truly cultivate Dream Path. He started to put in effort in this aspect. Because his accumulation was very deep, once he started to exert his strength, his Dream Path attainment level would rise. Master attainment level. A Gu cultivator's use of Gu worms had already reached the level of art. They were no longer superficial. The most obvious characteristic was that he had developed his own intuition. The understanding of Gu worms and the conceptualization of the path's immortal killer moves had already turned into an instinct of the Gu cultivator. It was almost like an innate talent. It was as natural and easy as an innate sense. For example, Fang Yuan had a vague understanding of the combinations of many Dream Path Gu worms. He could only try them one by one before he knew the result. But now, before he tried, his intuition would tell him that some attempts were possible, while some attempts would fail without a doubt. It would only be a waste of time, energy, and resources. Very good. With Dream Path Master attainment level, I am like a tiger that has grown wings. My Dream Path attainment is definitely at the forefront of the current Gu immortal world. But, after some time, it will be hard to say. In the 500 years of memories of Fang Yuan's previous life, there were many Dream Path geniuses. Among them, Feng Kim Hong and Lady Poison Scorpion were the most outstanding. Raising their Dream Path attainment level was much easier for them than for others. Some people were innately suited for a certain path. Talent was something that made people speechless. Especially seeds of great dream immortal venerable like Feng Kim Hong and Lady Poison Scorpion. Fang Yuan knew his own limitations. He had expected that in the future, he would be surpassed by others in his Dream Path attainment level. But Fang Yuan would not give up on his Dream Path development. He would not make the same mistake he made in the 500 years of his previous life. Dream Path was definitely the trend of the future. A new path had a huge advantage. But now is not the time to truly cultivate Dream Path. Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of his current situation. He had to become venerable first. Only then could he resist the external dangers. Only then would he have the time and opportunity to slowly develop Dream Path. After learning about the 4 conditions of venerable ascension from Lu Wei-yin, Fang Yuan thought about it deeply. He estimated that his final path to venerable ascension would be refinement path. He would first become venerable through refinement path, then he could scheme for other paths and continue to become venerable. This was the advantage of the sovereign immortal body. The other venerables could only watch helplessly. Even though spectral soul demon venerable knew how to refine sovereign immortal fetus Gu, after failing to kill Fang Yuan, his progress was already far behind Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had far more room for growth than the other venerables. At the same time, Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House. In a Gu refinement room specially set up by Spirit Affinity House, Feng Kim Huang's Gu refinement had reached the most crucial moment. I'm about to succeed. Feng Kim Huang's eyes shined. As long as I refine this Dream Path mortal Gu, I will be able to defend myself in dream realms. This is definitely a huge breakthrough. Puff. Suddenly, the fire in front of Feng Kim Hong dissipated. The Gu refinement failed. Feng Kim Hong coughed out a mouthful of blood as she fell backwards. How could this be? Feng Kim Hong was extremely shocked. This should not have happened. She had studied this Dream Path mortal Gu recipe more than 10 times. How could there be a mistake? Even if there was a mistake, it should not have happened at this crucial moment. This is not a mistake in my Gu recipe, it is a problem with the Gu materials. Feng Kim Hong felt like her head was about to explode, but she still managed to understand this matter. When I was refining the Gu, I checked it too. Someone must have tampered with the Gu materials. It must be the work of an immortal, that is why I could not sense it. I was schemed against. Someone wants to kill me. Feng Kim Hong thought of this as a bone-chilling cold intent surged out of her heart. She struggled to sit up, but halfway through, she fell to the ground again. Her face was pale, her aura was getting weaker and weaker. her strength was leaking out of her body. I am going to die here. Feng Kim Hong gritted her teeth, tears were welling up in her eyes. Her beautiful face was pressed against the cold floor, but she had no strength to raise it. Master. Before dying, Feng Kim Hong thought of Duke Long, her mother, and her father. I really cannot accept this. Feng Kim Hong screamed in her heart. Suddenly, there were sounds of argument outside the door. Lady, you cannot go in. I, Zhao Yenyun, am the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. I can use any Gu refinement secret room. Why can't I choose the best room? Lady Fairy, the first secret room is already occupied. If you barge in rashly and disturb the person refining the Gu inside, and cause an accident. Accident? Humph. What accident can happen? Just as she said that, with a loud sound, the third door of the secret room was forcefully pushed open. Ah, what is going on? The Gu master guarding the Gu refinement secret room was pale with fright. She failed in the Gu refinement and suffered a backlash. Get out of the way, you are a mere Gu master, how can you save her from such an injury? Zhao Yenyun pushed the Gu master away, her eyes shining with eerie light. Chapter 2107. Water vapor whistled as 3 Gu immortals flew out from the clouds. Quick, quick, quick! The leading Gu immortal was Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder. Including first Supreme Elder, Spirit Affinity House's 3 immortals had anxious and uneasy expressions. As it turned out, Zhao Yenyun had forcefully sent away the rank 5 Gu master guarding the Gu refinement secret room. This rank 5 Gu master was sent outside and felt uneasy. He quickly contacted Spirit Affinity House's higher-ups. After receiving the news, First Supreme Elder and the rest could not sit still, they immediately got up and rushed over. Nothing could happen to Feng Kim Hong. Previously, because of Feng Jioga's betrayal in the Fate War, Fairy Bai Qing and Feng Kim Hong lost their power. However, the Heavenly Court still dealt with it coldly and did not really punish the mother and daughter. According to the rules of the righteous path, they could not be punished. Because Fairy Bai Qing and Feng Kim Hong did not betray the sect, and Feng Kim Hong was Duke Long's disciple. During the pursuit of Feng Yuan, Qin Ding Ling gave an urgent order. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder personally controlled the Immortal Gu House and carried Feng Kim Hong. She personally saw her collect all of the dream realms that Feng Yuan left behind. Feng Kim Huang's contribution was not small. Before first Supreme Elder left, she received Qin Ding Ling's secret transmission. She told her, take good care of Feng Kim Hong. Even if Fate Gu was destroyed, Dream Path was still the future trend. Spirit Affinity House's higher-ups immediately understood Celestial Court's intentions. Feng Kim Hong was still favored by Celestial Court and was secretly being nurtured. The dream realms that Feng Kim Hong collected were all brought back by her. Celestial Court did not ask for a single one back. The 3 immortals directly flew into the first Gu refinement secret room. Fairy Lian Yun, you have to calm down, The 3 immortals were surprised. They did not see Feng Kim Hong die. Instead, the scene in front of them was a confrontation between Feng Kim Hong and Zhao Lianyun. There were traces of blood around Feng Kim Hong's mouth, but the 3 immortals immediately found that Feng Kim Hong was healthy and unharmed. What's going on? Did Zhao Lianyun really save Feng Kim Hong? This is too strange. Zhao Lianyun had always been in the anti-Feng faction. Feng Kim Hong's Gu refinement failure this time, her arrival was very strange. She was clearly going to cause trouble. But why is it like this? The 3 immortals were confused. From the looks of it, Feng Kim Hong's aura had the upper hand, while Zhao Lianyun's expression was somewhat unsightly. Feng Kim Hong, very good. Zhao Lianyun took a deep look at Feng Kim Hong, leaving behind these words with deep meaning. She turned around and left. She brushed past the 3 immortals without even greeting them. it was very different from her usual demeanor. It was clear that she was in a bad mood. Feng Kim Hong used the back of her hand to wipe the blood around her mouth. She greeted the three supreme elders with a smile. The three immortals realized this and sighed internally. It seems like this is Feng Jin Huang's clever plan. She must have found something and used it to lure the snake out of its hole, causing Zhao Lianyun and the others to be exposed. Ever since the Fate War, Feng Kim Huang's improvement has been very obvious. Predicaments can indeed sharpen one's character. But what should we do about the conflict between these two sides? The three immortals were extremely vexed. One side was the anti-Feng faction. Su Hao and Li Juning were the core of this faction. They single-handedly supported Zhao Lianyun to become the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. With Zhao Lianyun's addition, this faction was already the #1 force in Spirit Affinity House. The other side was Fairy Bai Qing and Feng Kim Hong. This pair of mother and daughter were not easy to get along with. They had deep foundations. Feng Kim Hong looked like she was in dire straits, but she was still valued by the celestial court. Don't forget, her father was Feng Jioge. Even though Feng Jioge betrayed the righteous path, as long as he was alive, Spirit Affinity House could not forget his existence. The conflict between the two became Spirit Affinity House's greatest internal threat, but Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder could do nothing about it. Feng Kim Hong, if you want to refine Gu in the future, you can come to my main peak. First Supreme Elder looked at Feng Kim Hong and was silent for a while before saying with an amiable expression. But she pretended not to know about Zhao Lianyun's trouble earlier. After all, there was no evidence. The only evidence was destroyed because he participated in the Gu refinement. Moreover, even if there was evidence, First Supreme Elder would probably restrain herself and not do anything. Because if she acted out publicly, it would only cause internal trouble and cause the sect to decline rapidly. First Supreme Elder was a mature person. She knew, Spirit Affinity House was in internal conflict now. It was like a volcano that would erupt in the future. What she needed to do was to cover the mouth of the volcano with a pot lid and try her best to stall for time. During this time, she needed to dig a proper channel to let the lava flow out of the volcano, releasing the internal pressure and maintaining stability. Zhao Lianyun had an ashen expression as she flew back to her affection peak. She did not enter the hall, she stood at the peak and looked at the gloomy sky. She knew that someone would come. Sure enough, after a while, Su Hao and Li Juning arrived. This couple had ugly expressions. On the way here, they had already learned that their plan had failed. However, he still needed to know the specifics from Zhao Lianyun's mouth. Before Su Hao and Li Juning spoke, Zhao Lianyun asked, "Friends, how did Feng Kim Hong find the flaw in the Gu materials? Now that this matter has been exposed, what do you have to say?" Su Hao was silent. Li Juning said sadly, "I underestimated Feng Kim Hong. Lianyun, you know that I am known as Huan Mia. I am proficient in such methods. Especially recently, I have advanced to Shadow Path Great Grandmaster. Even if I put the Gu materials in front of First Supreme Elder, she might not be able to find anything." Zhao Lianyun had an unfriendly expression. She waved her sleeves in anger. "But this is the truth, how do you explain it?" Su Hao spoke. Maybe Duke Long had once given Feng Kim Hong some life-saving methods. Or maybe, this is the power of Dream Path. After all, we are not familiar with Dream Path. Like that great demon Feng Yuan, he had used Dream Path many times to fight against stronger opponents. Su Hao continued, "All right, this matter is our fault. Fairy Lianyun, according to our agreement, you helped us with this matter, we do not owe each other anything. But since this matter failed, let's forget it, it is our mistake, we will deal with it as if we succeeded. From now on, we do not owe each other anything." Hearing this, Li Juning had an anxious expression. She opened her mouth and wanted to speak, but Su Hao held her back. Zhao Lianyun's expression eased up, he nodded at the two immortals and left without saying a word. The two immortals saw that Zhao Lianyun had entered the palace on the peak. They had to return. Along the way, Li Juning said angrily, "If not for our help, how could Zhao Lianyun obtain thieving heaven true inheritance divine concealment? If not for our help, how could she become our sect's current generation fairy? But now, she wants to draw a line between us. She is truly an ingrate. What is even more infuriating is that husband let her off so easily. You should know that she is our best weapon against Feng Jioge. You cultivated wisdom path in vain, sigh." Su Hao chuckled, "Wife, don't worry. Even if this matter fails, we will still have great gains. Firstly, we can probe the Celestial Court's intentions from First Supreme Elder and the others. Secondly, we can bind Zhao Lianyun to our side. Thirdly, we can probe a trace of Feng Kim Huang's background." Li Juning was slightly stunned before realizing, that's right, this plan failed, but Zhao Lianyun and Feng Kim Huang also became enemies. Even if we did not find Zhao Lianyun, Feng Kim Huang would still repay her in the future. The enemy of an enemy is a friend, so she is still a member of our side. That is correct. Su Hao nodded. Li Juning smiled, "Husband, as expected of a wisdom path cultivator, I have wronged you." Su Hao smiled bitterly with a bitter expression. Feng Kim Huang is indeed Feng Jioge's daughter. Her temperament, talent, and dream path methods are beyond my expectations. Our original plan was to use Feng Kim Huang as a bait to lure Feng Jioge into a rage and attack Spirit Affinity House, thus causing a direct conflict between him and the Celestial Court. Su Hao and Li Junying's target was Feng Jioge from the start. Feng Jioge was strong, and even Su Hao and Li Juning together were not Feng Jioge's match. But was there a need to fight him head-on? Man was the spirit of all living beings. There were many ways to kill an enemy that was much stronger than oneself. As a wisdom path cultivator, Su Hao thought of a plan to use Celestial Court as a blade to eliminate Feng Jioge. This was the style of wisdom path Gu immortals. They were experts at taking advantage of the situation and using it to succeed. This plan failed because I underestimated Feng Kim Huang. After this, she will definitely hide behind her mother, Fairy Bai Qing. Our chances of making a move will be much lower. Su Hao was deeply worried. Feng Jioge had once suppressed Su Hao, causing his life to be filled with darkness. This was hatred. When Feng Jioge was in Spirit Affinity House, his entire family occupied the cultivation resources, causing Su Hao and Li Juning to cultivate slowly. This was benefit. Feng Kim Huang researched Dream Path and obtained the attention of Celestial Court. She was at the forefront of this era. This was a future threat. Spirit Affinity House and Celestial Court could not be counted on. The only one who could truly represent Su Hao was himself. If he did not fight for it, who would think for him? On the path of cultivation, we need to compete. We need to stake our lives for a chance of victory. Su Hao muttered, his gaze becoming resolute again. Several days later. Eastern Sea. On a small island in the Nameless Sea area, Fang Yuan released his Dream Path clone. "Let's begin," Fang Yuan said plainly. The Dream Path clone nodded and breathed in deeply. At the next moment, he shattered the aperture. The aperture of a perfect pure dream reality seeker physique body was different from ordinary rank 5 apertures. It was a continuous cycle of shattering and reforming. There was a thin membrane on the aperture walls, but it firmly restricted the Dream Path aperture. At this moment, Fang Yuan's Dream Path clone only needed to use primeval essence to shatter the membrane. At the next moment, the formless heavenly power of heaven and earth surged over, lifting the pure Dream Path clone into the air. Rumble. Dark clouds rumbled in the sky, thunder rumbled. The waves around the island became larger and larger, soon turning into a raging tsunami. The environment became vile. Using goo worms in this environment, be it a mortal or immortal, they would suffer backlash. If the backlash was severe, even immortal goo would be destroyed. Providence seemed to be enraged. Fang Yuan, this detestable scoundrel, he actually wanted to become a Dream Path Gu Immortal in advance. This was not Providence's original plan. It went against the arrangements of fate. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Fang Yuan looked at the sky, his gaze was calm and firm. So what if the heavenly Tao did not allow it? Then fight. Let's fight. Chapter 2108. Fang Yuan's pure dream clone had already shattered his aperture and ascended to an immortal. Once this process started, there was no turning back. He would either ascend to an immortal or die in defeat. Heaven Qi was clear and bright, surging down violently. Earth Qi was dense and heavy, surging upwards. Dense human Qi surged out of the pure dream clone. The perfect pure dream reality seeker physique was the 11th extreme physique, it contained dense human Qi. The three Qi converged in the air, the Qi currents twisted and intertwined, forming a huge cocoon that enveloped the pure dream clone tightly. At this juncture, the Gu Master had to control the three Qi at all times and fuse them together. The three Qi had to be balanced. If human Qi was too strong, it would self-detonate. If heaven Qi was too strong, it would melt into nothingness. If earth Qi was too strong, it would turn into a fossil and suffocate to death. This step was extremely dangerous. However, Fang Yuan was very confident in the pure dream clone. Fang Yuan had imparted many of his immortal ascension memories to the pure dream clone. This included not only Fang Yuan's own memories, but also the memories that Fang Yuan had soul-searched. For example, the northern plains Gu immortals like Heicheng that he had captured, southern border Gu immortals like Xiacha, eastern sea, central continent, and western desert Gu immortals were also harmed by Fang Yuan. In the long history of Gu cultivation, in terms of immortal ascension experience, the pure dream clone's accumulation was probably rare. The difficulty of the pure dream clone's immortal ascension was not in adjusting the three Qi, but in passing the tribulation. In the sky, heaven and earth Qi rumbled like a sea. The sky was filled with pink clouds that covered several thousand li of the surroundings. It was grand and grand, emitting dense dream path aura. Fang Yuan's main body was on guard. This immortal ascension had definitely infuriated Providence. The immortal ascension tribulation was definitely not ordinary. Bam bam bam, at the next moment, muffled thunder could be heard. From the sea of pink clouds that covered the sky, 10 huge balls of light shot down. These balls of light were all pink in color, each was as large as a hill, their surface was smooth and glossy, without any flaws. The balls of light were not fast, they gave off a feeling of being light as a feather. The 10 pink balls of light shot down, aiming at the pure dream clone in the sky. Fang Yuan immediately moved to intercept him. Countless thoughts had already accumulated in his mind. At once, the thoughts collided and all sorts of killer moves were unleashed smoothly, turning into a chaotic yet orderly wave of attacks that intercepted the 10 pink light balls. The next scene made Fang Yuan slightly stunned. A pink ball of light shattered and turned into countless bubbles, scattering in the sky. A pink ball of light devoured everything it came into contact with and quickly expanded several times. A pink ball of light exploded, revealing a wild beast nightmare demon colt. It neighed and rapidly approached the pure dream clone. A pink ball of light directly transformed into a ball of dream and shrouded the area. A pink ball of light turned into a dream path immortal Gu, vanishing without a trace. Each of the 10 pink light balls behaved differently. They were all messy. If it were an ordinary Gu immortal, they would be flustered already. But Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment was deep, he immediately made the most appropriate response. He first released the desolate level year beasts in his immortal aperture to stall the nightmare demonic colt. Next, he waved his sleeves as thick smoke flew out, capturing all the dream butterflies that were less than 100 steps away from the pure dream clone. Next, he used pure dream reality seeker transformation against the dream realm. But this ball of dream realm that landed on the pure dream clone's head changed its shape, resisting Fang Yuan's pure dream reality seeker transformation method. It seems that this dream realm contains providence. Fang Yuan was not flustered. Even though he had not passed the dream path immortal ascension tribulation, he had already made many deductions before this. This dream realm was one of the situations that he deduced. A large number of wisdom path and dream path goo worms in the sovereign immortal aperture were quickly activated, forming the killer move Heaven's Will Dissipation. This killer move had already been modified by Fang Yuan. Even though it could get rid of providence in the dream realm, the efficiency was too low. After modification, because of the addition of dream path immortal goo, the speed became extremely fast. But the new Heaven's Will Dissipation killer move could not be used against this ball of dream realm. What's going on? Fang Yuan frowned. At the next moment, thoughts collided in his mind, like a flash of lightning. This dream realm is fake. Thus, the pure dream reality seeker transformation killer move earlier was ineffective. Now that I am using Heaven's Will Dissipation, it is the same. But this way. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with eerie light. He showed a rare hesitation. Which of the scenes in front of me is real and which is fake? The seemingly chaotic scenes of the calamities and tribulations were actually real and fake. But with Fang Yuan's strength, he could not tell which was real and which was fake. One moved to dominate the world, one could see the power of dream path, even Fang Yuan's main body was unknowingly hit. That's right. The pure dream clone's immortal ascension cannot be this powerful. There are desolate beasts, dream path immortal goo, and so on. Why did I not notice this earlier? Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. Dream path calamities and tribulations were truly strange. Not only could they not distinguish between real and fake, they even affected Fang Yuan's thoughts and consciousness. Dream armor immortal goo had already been given to the pure dream clone. Fang Yuan quickly activated a compound killer move. With dreaming immortal goo as the core, a layer of profound light appeared on his body. It could defend against some of the power of dream path. Fang Yuan felt his mind become clear. He got rid of the vague interference in his thoughts. But the scenes of the calamities and tribulations did not change much. At once, Fang Yuan could only stop. A mere rank 6 level calamity and tribulation forced pseudo-venerable Fang Yuan to stop attacking. Because Fang Yuan soon realized that since he could not deduce the truth of the scenes in front of him, did this include the pure dream clone? Even though Fang Yuan felt that the pure dream clone's chi cocoon had never changed its position, it might have already concealed its true appearance. If Fang Yuan attacked, it was very likely that he was trying to kill the pure dream clone. Chapter 2109. Kill him. We cannot let him take away the immortal goo. That immortal goo belongs to me, Jianghu sect, don't even think about leaving. The pursuers were already very close. There were 2 tunnels in front of Feng Kim Hong. Only one of them could allow him to escape, while the other led to Jianghu sect's Blessed Land headquarters. Feng Kim Hong did not hesitate, she chose the left tunnel and charged in. With a swoosh, light shone in front of her. Feng Kim Hong was slightly dazed. She found that her soul had returned to the outside world. And the dream realm from earlier had completely vanished. I've made it through this dream. As expected, that wild soul path immortal goo was the key. After her soul returned to her body, Feng Kim Hong had an excited expression. This time, my soul path attainment level rose. With dream path master attainment level, it will be of great help when exploring dream realms. Ever since that dangerous goo refinement secret room, Feng Kim Hong had benefited from the disaster. She became a dream path master. In the final scene of the dream realm earlier, it was the first time that Feng Kim Hong had tried it. She did not know the correct path to escape. But at the crucial moment, her intuition as a dream path master told her, she quickly chose the correct path. It is a pity that the intuition from Dream Path Master attainment cannot be controlled by me, it often appears and disappears. If I can become a Dream Path Grandmaster, this intuition will increase by several times. I will be able to comprehend other paths and use Dream Path goo worms to form killer moves. I will be able to imitate the specialty of other paths. Feng Kim Hong sighed inwardly. Becoming a Dream Path Master was already inconceivable to her. She had succeeded because of the danger of death. Feng Kim Hong could clearly sense that all of her Dream Path understanding, knowledge, and accumulation had been used up. She had barely become a Dream Path Master. If she wanted to raise her attainment level, she would need to accumulate again. It would take a long time. Feng Kim Hong tidied up and stood up, pushing open the Cultivation secret room's door. After passing through the corridor, she came to the hall. Fairy Bai Qing had already prepared the meal. All sorts of delicacies filled the table. Seeing Feng Kim Hong coming over, Fairy Bai Qing smiled. Huang Er, have you finished today's cultivation? Judging from your expression, it seems that everything went smoothly. That's right, Mother. The Dream Path Master realm is indeed extraordinary. It is a great help to me in exploring the Dream Realm. Feng Kim Hong sat at the dining table and talked about the last scene of the dream. If not for my intuition, I'm afraid my soul would have been seriously injured. Fairy Bai Qing's smile faded. Mother has already investigated, that matter is clear. The ones plotting against you should be Su Hao and Li Juning. Li Juning had secretly become a Shadow Path Great Grandmaster, but kept it a secret to make it easier for her to deal with goo materials. But in the end, Zhao Lianyun didn't harm you. Instead, he saved you. This otherworldly demon really made Mother look at him in a new light. No wonder she could obtain the position of fairy. She was not just a lucky person who obtained Love Goo's acknowledgement. Feng Kim Hong had a complex expression on her face. She recalled the scene in the secret room. Even now, her heart was still throbbing. Back then, she had no way to retaliate. She could only allow herself to be trampled on. Her life and death were in the hands of Zhao Lianyun. Even though Feng Kim Hong survived after the incident, this experience had deeply touched her heart. Fairy Bai Qing continued, Huang Er, I have already inspected your body. There are no hidden injuries. Did Zhao Lianyun really only save you and didn't ask for anything else? Feng Kim Hong shook her head. Even though she didn't ask for anything, I have already guessed her plan. After all, the goal that she wanted to achieve was the most obvious. Mother, let's not talk about this, let's eat. After we finish eating, I still need to explore the Dream Realm. Fairy Bai Qing nodded. It's good that you know what to do. But it is not good for you to cultivate day and night. Cultivation also needs to be balanced. Mother. Feng Kim Hong interrupted Fairy Bai Qing. I know about balanced, but I also know that I need to become stronger. Only when I become stronger can I protect you, Mother, and not be protected by you all the time. Only when I become stronger can I fulfill Master's final wish and become a Dream Path Goo Immortal. Only when I become stronger can I make Zhao Lianyun and Fang Yuan unable to casually bully and plot against me. Only when I become stronger can I face Father proudly and compete with him, telling him my true thoughts. Fairy Bai Qing's gaze was dazed. Feng Kim Huang's eyes seemed to be shining. The two rays of light shone into Fairy Bai Qing's heart. Fairy Bai Qing suppressed the worry in her heart and smiled. Huang Er, since you have made up your mind, go ahead and do it. Mother will definitely support you. If you have any requests, Mother will help you with all my strength. Feng Kim Hong immediately left his seat and went to Fairy Bai Qing, grabbing his mother's hands. I knew it, Mother loves Huang Er the most in the world. Mother, do you have a way to get Guts Goo? What I need the most now is Guts Goo. Fairy Bai Qing smiled bitterly. Oh Huang Er, your request is making things difficult for Mother. It is not like you don't know, Guts Goo can only be produced on Dang Hun Mountain. And Dang Hun Mountain has long been controlled by that demon, Guyue Fang Yuan. He has not sold Guts Goo for a long time. The remaining Guts Goo in the market were all sold by him in the past. Right now, these guts goo are becoming fewer and fewer, their market price is also rising. Feng Kim Hong sighed, "Oh mother, you know that there are many methods to heal my soul, but they all have side effects and their effects are far inferior to guts goo. I must become a dream path immortal in the future. At that time, if there are too many Dao marks on my soul, it will greatly restrict my future potential." Fairy Bai Qing patted Feng Kim Huang's hands. "I can only do my best." "Sigh, if your father was here." Feng Kim Huang's expression changed, he said unhappily, "Mother, don't mention him in front of me." All right, I won't mention him, mother won't mention him." At the same time, affection peak. "To think that the sect sent you to be a lobbyist." Affection Peak's lord, Zhao Lianyun, smiled as he looked at the person who came. Bu Zhenzi smiled bitterly, "Fairy, please don't blame me. I have a mission to complete, I can only brace myself and come as an uninvited guest." Zhao Lianyun's smile widened, "You are too polite. Back then in Northern Plains, during the Battle of Snowy Mountain, if not for you protecting me, I would have lost my life long ago. Please come in, let me brew a pot of good tea for you." Bu Zhenzi was a rank 7 Gu cultivator, he cultivated Phantom Path. Back then, he was ordered by the sect to protect Zhao Lianyun, he performed well in the Battle of Reverse Flow River, he was heavily nurtured after returning to the sect. Spirit Affinity House's higher-ups also considered this, they sent Bu Zhenzi to persuade Zhao Lianyun to stop. When Bu Zhenzi arrived, it was evening. After this tea party ended, the moon was already high in the sky. "Fairy, please wait, there is no need to send me off. I will take my leave now." Bu Zhenzi cupped his fists, he had a joyful expression, the conversation this time was very smooth, Zhao Lianyun was much more understanding and easy to talk to than he had expected. Zhao Lianyun nodded, "Take care." Bu Zhenzi said sincerely, "I have already learned about Fairy's situation and difficulties. I will go back and tell Grand Supreme Grand Elder now." "Fairy, don't worry." Zhao Lianyun smiled, "Then I will have to trouble you." Zhao Lianyun watched as Bu Zhenzi left, even when his figure disappeared into the clouds, she still stood at the peak of Affection Peak. Night winds blew, the fog around the peak was still thick, almost completely covering the moon in the night sky. This was Spirit Affinity House's headquarters, the moon in the night sky was only an immortal formation. Zhao Lianyun wore a white dress, the sash of her robe fluttered in the wind, her black hair was tied up like silk. Her skin was fair, her eyebrows were furrowed, her eyes were looking at the night sky. She was now the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, she had a high status, even a rank 7 expert like Bu Zhenzi had to be polite to her. She had divine concealment, one of thieving heaven's true inheritances, she had love gu, she could call the wind and summon the rain. As an otherworldly demon, it was not easy to achieve this. However, Zhao Lianyun was not happy at all. "Now that I have become an immortal, you are not by my side." Sigh, immortals are inferior to mortals. The huge 5 regions and 2 heavens were like a foreign land to her, she could not find a place to rest her heart. Fate had once favored her, letting her get to know Ma Hongyun, giving her a place to rest her heart. However, fate showed a cruel side, she was separated from Ma Hongyun, she was sold publicly, she was bought by Feng Jioga, she participated in the Battle of Reverse Flow River, but she could only watch as Ma Hongyun was killed by Feng Yuan. She was used by Su Hao and Li Juning as a chess piece. She knelt on the ground and begged, she tried all ways to obtain the position of fairy. She was given difficulties at Secret Inheritance Peak, the Gu Immortals of Spirit Affinity House had a cold attitude towards her at that time. When she heard that Fangzheng had passed the tribulation, she came to visit Fangzheng and brought him a gift. She helped Fangzheng practice his killer move, Blood Turns Cold. With Su Hao and Li Junying's help, she became the Affection Peak Lord. She knew this Gu immortal couple's scheme, she had no choice but to agree to deal with Feng Kim Hong. Not only did Feng Kim Hong not die, she even saved him. This was Zhao Lianyun's scheme. Su Hao and Li Juning are using me, in turn, I can use their hatred towards Feng Jioge to manipulate them. If they want to deal with Feng Jioge, they will need to rely on me. And I can use their strength to cultivate faster. It is all thanks to my divine concealment that I can face Wisdom Path Gu immortals. Bu Zhenzi and I have a friendship, we can become allies based on mutual benefits. Feng Zheng has already become the Demon Judgment Board Lord, his previous investment is extremely profitable. And Feng Kim Hong will remember my kindness, maybe we can work together to deal with Feng Yuan. After all, Feng Yuan had snatched her Hu immortal blessed land before. Zhao Lianyun planned with all her might, a network of forces was already vaguely forming around her. And she only had one goal, that was to take back Ma Hongyun's soul from Feng Yuan's hands and rescue her lover. Feng Yuan. Zhao Lianyun muttered, the worry between her brows deepened. Feng Yuan was like the clouds that covered the sky, vast and majestic. Zhao Lianyun was insignificant compared to him. Her goal was like the moon in the night sky, shrouded and concealed by layers of clouds, she could not see it at all. She could not see the future, she could not find a way out. Zhao Lianyun gritted her teeth, her thin body was like a weak white flower that could be blown away by the wind at any moment. But her eyes were still shining brightly. I must persevere. I cannot be discouraged. If even I fail, who else can save Hongyun? In this world, he can only rely on me. And I can only rely on myself. Wang Xiao'er slowly opened his eyes, his vision was still blurry, his mind was in a mess. He sat up on his upper body. Plop plop plop. The four Gu masters knelt down, shouting, Immortal, spare us. Wang Xiao'er jumped in fright, who are you? Where am I? Wait, who am I? Wang Xiao'er hugged his head, showing a pained expression. The four demonic path Gu masters looked at each other, the same thought appeared in their minds. Don't tell me, the Immortal, lost his memories? Several days later. In the valley at night, a bonfire burned brightly. Come, let's drink. Chen Yindao placed his hand on Wang Xiao'er's shoulder, giving him the wine that he had kept for many years. Wang Xiao'er's face was already red, he reeked of alcohol. He had just received the wine bowl when Sherbao, who was at the side, was already smiling as he placed the fragrant meat skewers into Wang Xiao'er's hands. Come, eat, little brother. Sherbao's tone was so mushy that he wanted to vomit, this evil person had never been so nice to others before. Not only was Wang Xiao'er's face healthy, his clothes were also changed, they were made of high-quality materials. He drank and ate at the same time. My four brothers, you are really good people. Not only did you save me, you are also so nice to me. Don't say that. Chen Yindao patted Wang Xiao'er's shoulder. It is fate that we met. At the same time, his heart was bleeding, my wine, I have kept it for more than 10 years, I can't bear to drink it. We are both people who have fallen in love, this is nothing. Yu Ba Guang returned, he had set up investigative Gu worms in the surroundings, he had an honest and reliable smile on his face. We rely on our family at home, we rely on our friends outside. As long as we help each other, I believe this world will become a better place. Seeing that the other three had expressed their stance, Fan Chunya did not want to fall behind. They were all shocked by the scene in the cave earlier, after confirming that Wang Xiao'er was an amnesiac Gu immortal, they decided to treat him like a master. If in the future, this Gu immortal Wang Xiao'er suddenly regained his memories and found out that they were treating him so well, he would not be able to do anything. Wang Xiao'er drank and ate. After he was full, the four arranged for him to sleep on the softest and most comfortable bed. He had truly lost his memories. Even though he did not lose his ability to speak, he could not recall his past life no matter how hard he tried. During this period, the four Gu masters brought him back to the ruins, but they could not trigger his memories. At most, Wang Xiao'er recalled his name and told the 4 great obscenities. Wang Xiao'er felt that his life was blissful. But the other 4 Gu masters were living in an abyss of suffering. These 4 demonic path Gu masters, when had they ever served someone like this? They were ruthless and ruthless, they had always been unbridled, how could they endure such servility? Chapter 21:11. Slaughter Soul Crater was still in the process of forming. As it clashed with the surroundings, many loopholes would appear. When it fully forms and reaches a balance with the surroundings, the creatures inside would replenish themselves, beast kings and beast groups would take over their territories and fill the crater. By then, outsiders would not be able to enter easily. Right at this time, the roars of soul beasts could be heard. Chen Yindao found it strange, this Yuba Guang's ability to lure beasts has increased. But soon, they found something amiss. The one who lured the soul beasts here was not Yuba Guang, but a group of Central Continent Righteous Path Gu masters. These people passed through the thick fog and arrived before Chen Yindao and the rest. They were overjoyed at first, thinking that they had reinforcements, but their expression soon changed. Someone shouted, "Oh no, the 4 great obscenities." Chen Yindao observed the situation and relaxed. He snickered as a cold light shined in his eyes. It seems that my luck has arrived. After an intense battle, Central Continent's 4 great obscenities won. Not only did they kill a few soul beasts, they even captured some Righteous Path Gu masters who survived. What a coincidence, the remaining 5 are all women. Look at this one, she is so pretty. And this one, she looks good too. I like this one, look at her small mouth and big eyes. The more the 4 demonic path Gu masters looked at them, the happier they became. As captives, the female Gu masters felt even more uneasy. What are you trying to do? I'm warning you, don't have any evil thoughts, otherwise, even if I die, I will not let you succeed. Humph, I am a Gu master of Spirit Affinity House, you need to consider the consequences. Facing the threat of the female captives, the 4 great obscenities laughed wildly instead. Right, this is the tone, this is the gaze. Scream. Scream. No one will come to save you. So what if you are from Spirit Affinity House? Back then, we even schemed against Heavenly Lotus Sect's Fairy by Xia. Unfortunately, we were foiled by someone called Fangzheng. Humph, we will settle the score with him sooner or later. The 4 great obscenities slowly approached the female captives as they laughed lewdly. Brothers, what are you doing? Suddenly, Wang Xiao'er's voice came from behind. He had a confused expression. The other 9 were stunned. Chen Yindao frowned. The atmosphere just now was destroyed by Wang Xiao'er's words. Shibao walked towards Wang Xiao'er and grabbed his neck, bringing him to the female Gu masters as he chuckled, "Brother Wang Xiao'er, I will let you have a taste today. Now you know what is called the bliss of the world." The other 3 perverts looked at each other in dismay. They quickly communicated with each other through their eyes and nodded. Each and every one of them were extremely daring. They had spent many years being wanted by the righteous path, living a precarious life. Thus, they had developed a carefree and unbridled temperament. In any case, Wang Xiao'er was going to be dealt with later. Moreover, it was quite fun to drag an immortal down with him. Just do it. Thus, the 4 great obscenities surrounded Wang Xiao'er. So little brother doesn't really understand. But it doesn't matter, big brothers will teach you. Come on, this thing is fun. You can't bear to give it up after trying it once. Most of the beauty of life is here. Wang Xiao'er nodded with interest. What should I do? Shibao had a muscular body and an impatient personality. He took off his pants. Let's do this. The female Gu masters gasped in shock, some of them shut their eyes. Hee hee. Yuba Guang had a tall body, he also took off his pants. Another wave of gasps. Fan Chunya was rather plump, he pouted as he took off his pants and pointed below. Look! The female captives gasped even louder. A young girl covered her eyes as she peeked through the gaps of her fingers. It hurts my eyes. Someone was tongue-tied. There is such a position. A mature female Gu master memorized this information. All right. Zhao Lianyun waved his sleeves, follow me. These people will continue to do it until the soul beasts eat them or they die of exhaustion. The female Gu masters were shocked by Zhao Lianyun's methods, they obediently followed Zhao Lianyun and left this place. What Zhao Lianyun didn't expect was that after half an incense stick's time, Wang Xiao'er's body suddenly lit up with silver threads. These silver lights shone on the surroundings, causing the 5 people who were fighting to wake up and regain their memories. There was complete silence. So unlucky, we actually provoked a female immortal. Fan Chunyao was deeply shocked. This female immortal is too vicious, she is crueler than killing me. Yu Ba Guang's eyes were filled with tears, he grabbed his hair as he screamed internally. I actually. Chen Yin Dao no longer had the demeanor of a leader, his eyes were lifeless as he muttered, he was already thinking of suicide. Ugh! Shi Bao started to vomit. What's wrong with you guys? Amidst the silence, Wang Xiao'er's voice could be heard, he had a confused expression, why did it suddenly stop? The 4 were stunned. They turned around and looked at the naked Wang Xiao'er, they were like statues. Wang Xiao'er scratched his head, brothers, why are you looking at me like that? Oh right, those female Gu masters were taken away. I thought we were going to play with them. Shi Bao stopped vomiting, the 4 looked at each other, there was complete silence again. This. After a long while, Chen Yin Dao spoke with a trembling voice, Brother Wang Xiao'er, you are really smart. We invited those women to be the audience. Didn't you see their expressions? Thinking about it carefully, they were all looking forward to it, very excited, very concerned, and very amazed. Helping these people and bringing them a joyful experience, isn't that what we men should do? As expected of boss. The other 3 perverts raised their thumbs in their minds. Wang Xiao'er clapped his hands as he realized, so that's it, brothers, you are all good people. Chen Yin Dao laughed loudly, of course. As she spoke, she wiped away her tears, wiping them all away. Next, he emphasized to the other 3, it's fine if we do a good deed, but don't spread it. Doing good deeds without leaving our names, that is the style of our generation. The other 3 nodded frantically. Of course. If this matter spread, it would be too embarrassing, how would they survive in the future? Wang Xiao'er asked again, brothers, are we still going to do it? The air froze again. Shi Bao cursed, do it my ass. Do it my ass. Everyone is gone, there is no one to watch. Yu Ba Guang added weakly. Wang Xiao'er was scolded but he felt glad, he smiled innocently, it's great that we are not doing it. Brother Shi Bao is right, my butt is really hurting. The scene fell into silence again. Shi Bao punched the ground with his fists. Yu Ba Guang lowered his head and bit his lips with his teeth, causing them to bleed. Fan Chunyao punched his head with his fists, he looked like he wanted to knock himself out. Chen Yin Dao opened his eyes wide as he looked at Wang Xiao'er, his lips trembled. Wang Xiao'er looked at Chen Yin Dao and asked curiously, Brother Chen, do you have anything to say to me? At the next moment, Wang Xiao'er realized, oh, I understand, your butt is hurting too, right? Pooh! Chen Yin Dao spat out a mouthful of blood as he raised his head. Boss! 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 The rest of the naked men hurriedly surrounded Chen Yin Dao and woke him up. We were brought together by fate, as your elder brother, I naturally have to take care of you. Wang Xiao'er laughed heartily and nodded. It is my fortune to have met you brothers. No, this is definitely the greatest misfortune of my life. The four of them roared in their hearts. Wang Xiao'er said again, let's continue tonight. Don't remind me, you bastard. The four of them cried in their hearts. During the day, when Wang Xiao'er was not paying attention, the four of them conspired again. We cannot let this continue. This kind of life is too depressing. Do you guys think Wang Xiao'er really lost his memories or is he faking it? We need to give it a try. Tonight, we will capture a few mortal women. No matter what, we need to let Wang Xiao'er know that we are normal. If he really lost his memories, we need to bring him back. If he is faking it, we will make him unable to do so. The four great obscenities were hysterical, these days were driving them crazy. This method was risky, but even if they angered immortal Wang Xiao'er, even if they died, the risk was worth it. At night, the four great obscenities captured more than 10 mortal women. The women were all stuffed into the goo house. Wang Xiao'er was a little excited. Brothers, it has been hard on you, you managed to invite so many spectators. Little brother, today, I will teach you some things. Chen Yindao patted Wang Xiao'er's shoulder as he said with a serious expression. Alright, I will definitely learn and experience it with my heart. Wang Xiao'er clenched his fists, his gaze was filled with excitement. However, reality was cruel. At the crucial moment of the event, the four great obscenities found out, they could not take it anymore. Hurry up and toughen up. No, why is this happening? I actually have no feelings for women. Sob. Why is it that when I see men, I get more and more pleasing to the eye? The four wanted to struggle, but at the next moment, the curse activated. The female captives looked at the chaotic battle between the five in shock, some were glad while others were disappointed. There were even some who wanted to join but were sent flying with a slap. This was a huge blow to the four great obscenities. Let's commit suicide, we can't live like this anymore. Life is worse than death, life is worse than death. Who can kill me, come out now. The four were dejected and depressed, their souls were in a daze, they were listless. As if their wishes were fulfilled, not long after, righteous path Gu masters came to capture them. I've finally found you. You dared to attack my Spirit Affinity House's disciples, do you really think we can't take care of you? Qin Wan had a furious expression as she charged towards the four great obscenities. The four great obscenities were living a life worse than death. After leaving sorrowful Wind Mountain Range, they did not care about their traces being exposed, they were not as cautious as they usually were. Zhao Lianyan heard that they were still alive and became interested. He immediately issued a sect mission to kill these people and investigate the truth. Qin Wan was close to Feng Kim Hong, but she did not know that this sect mission with rich rewards was issued by Zhao Lianyan. Moreover, the female Gu master of Spirit Affinity House who was trapped in Slaughter Soul Crater had a close relationship with her, so she accepted this mission. The four great obscenities usually shouted that they did not want to live, but at the moment of life and death, they burst out with an intense will to live. After half a month, the two sides had fought close to 10 times. Qin Wan had rank 5 cultivation, she kept chasing after the 5. The four great obscenities were famous demonic path Gu masters in Central Continent, but in essence, they were only demonic cultivators raised by the 10 great ancient sections. These demonic cultivators were very useful for tempering sect disciples. This was a method for the sects to use external forces to filter out the lower echelons of the sect. The 10 great ancient sects did not care about minor characters like the four great obscenities, they were allowed to run around and hide in Central Continent. But now, it was different. Zhao Lianyan, who was a Gu immortal, issued the mission personally. The pursuit was completely different from before. The four great obscenities and Wang Xiao'er fought and escaped, they discussed with each other. We can't survive in Central Continent anymore. What do we do? We can only go to other places to make a living. Boss, you make the decision. Chen Yindao pondered. Northern Plains has a fierce nature, there are few resources, we can't go. Even though Eastern Sea is rich, the righteous path is fighting with variant human races there, it is very dangerous. Western Desert has many deserts, the environment is bad. I think we should go to southern border. Alright, let's go to southern border. Southern border. Deep underground. According to Lu Wei Yin's investigation, it is here. I found it. Fang Yuan went deep underground, his eyes suddenly shined as he found his target. He saw that on both sides of this small earth trench, there was a patch of pink grassland. Every strand of grass was pink and swayed without any wind. Looking at these grass carefully, they were long and thin, they were soft like hair. This is the Earth Dream fetus hair. Meng Qiuzhen, come out. Fang Yuan opened the door of the sovereign immortal aperture slightly, letting out the pure dream clone. Meng Qiuzhen looked at it and praised. He immediately started to use dream path methods to take care of the Earth Dream fetus hair. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained Southern Border's Paradise Earth True Inheritance, he had many Earth Path immortal goo, he had the method to search for immortal materials underground, he also had control methods like flying Earth. Mushroom Man Paradise had existed in Southern Border for a long time, dozens of generations of people in Paradise Earth had found many treasures under Southern Border. Among the treasures, Fang Yuan found some Dream Path immortal materials. This Earth Dream fetus hair was one of them. Dream Path goo materials and goo worms had already appeared in the world, for example, Fang Yuan's Dream Token, Bo Qing and Mo Yao's Spring Dream Fruit Tree, and so on. It was like during Renzu's era, there were water path goo worms and goo materials, but it was only until the medieval antiquity era that Central Continent's Shui Ni created water path and spirit affinity house. Dream Path was the same. Dream Path itself had not been officially created, but Dream Path-related goo materials and goo worms had already appeared sporadically in history. It was just that Dream Path was different from Water Path, it would have a huge explosion. By then, the 5 regions and 2 heavens would be flooded with dream realms. Because Dream Path goo materials were too easy to obtain, a vast number of goo cultivators used them, creating Dream Path rapidly. Countless Dream Path goo cultivators would also nurture Dream Path goo materials and refine Dream Path goo worms, pushing Dream Path to advance rapidly. If Great Dream Immortal Venerable truly appeared, that would be the most glorious moment of Dream Path. Thus, Fang Yuan did not find it strange that some Dream Path immortal materials were hidden. After Meng Qiuzhen successfully took the Earth Dream fetus hair, he went back into Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan went to the next location, there were many 9-tune dream flowers growing there. And Meng Qiuzhen had a lot of work to do. On one hand, he needed to organize his Dream Path killer moves, on the other hand, he needed to arrange resources and manage his immortal aperture. According to Fang Yuan's plan, after these Dream Path immortal materials were collected, Meng Qiuzhen's Dream Path methods would also be completed. By then, he would replace Fang Yuan's main body to explore dream realms. To be safe, Meng Qiuzhen first dealt with Spectral Soul's dream realm, then Paradise Earth's dream realm, to prevent Paradise Earth from causing any trouble. Even though the chances of this happening were low, Fang Yuan was a vigilant person. When intuition worked, Meng Qiuzhen would rely on it to quickly find the correct exploration method. When intuition did not work, Meng Qiuzhen would use Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo to explore the path of the Dream Realm's evolution, he would seek advantages and avoid disadvantages, quickly finding the most suitable method. Like earlier, when he used Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo to investigate in front of Sly Heart Old Man, Meng Qiuzhen directly chose the most correct path. If it was before, Fang Yuan would definitely try them one by one. If he made a wrong choice, not only would his soul be injured, more importantly, it would waste his time to heal and he would have to explore the dream realm again. Even though Meng Qiuzhen only had rank 6 cultivation level, his efficiency in exploring dream realms was many times higher than Fang Yuan's main body. Southern border. Central Continent's 4 great obscenities and Wang Shao heir were finally forced into a desperate situation by Qin Wan. Behind them was the pit. "Don't come any closer, if you come any closer, we will jump down," Wang Shao heir shouted in panic. Qin Wan smiled coldly, approaching them step by step. "Then jump, you will die if you jump down. Behind you is Southern Border's Sun-Moon Pit, it is unfathomably deep, not to mention Gu Masters, even Gu Immortals cannot explore it. If you really jump down, you will lose for sure." The 4 great obscenities were injured, they gritted their teeth. "Qin Wan, we will remember you, you lunatic. We have already escaped to Southern Border, you actually chased us all the way here, what are you after? Even though we captured Spirit Affinity House's female Gu Master, no matter what relationship you have with her, we did not touch her. Qin Wan, you accepted the sect's mission to kill us. But if we die like this, you won't be able to explain yourself, right?" Chen Yindao suddenly said with a deep gaze. Qin Wan's footsteps paused slightly. But in an instant, she understood that this was just a test from the other party. However, she had been tricked, and some of her secrets had been revealed. Qin Wan concealed her frustration, she placed her arms behind her back, looking at these defeated foes, she purposely said arrogantly, "You won't be able to explain yourself? Killing all of you is the best explanation I can give. But if you want to live, it is not impossible. Hand over all your Gu worms and surrender, I will bring you back to Central Continent, you will have a chance of survival." Chen Yindao chuckled coldly, "We are very clear of the crimes we have committed. Lady Qin Wan's words have confirmed the conjecture in my heart." Qin Wan also smiled coldly, "So what if you guessed it? Can you turn this around? Do you still have hope?" A strange expression appeared on Chen Yindao's face. "The truth is, we do have a trace of hope. Brother Wang Shao heir, we will be relying on you this time." Saying so, he pushed Wang Shao heir, who had been hiding behind him, to the front. Wang Shao heir was shocked. "Brothers, I am not a Gu master." Qin Wan was also confused, she had fought with the 4 great obscenities, she knew about Wang Shao heir's mortal background. "Humph, acting mysterious, bluffing." Qin Wan was about to attack. But at the next moment, there was a loud explosion. Huge air currents surged, creating intense air currents. Wang Shao heir, Qin Wan, and the rest who were at the edge of the pit were caught off guard, they were blown into the air by the air currents before crashing down. What is going on? Everyone was shocked. Next, the figures of the Southern Border Gu Masters followed this chi wave and flew into the air. Kong Ri Tian, don't think you can escape. The Southern Border Demonic Path Gu Immortal Kong Ri Tian was the first to land, he escaped without turning back as he cursed, "Wu Ji, you are the leader of Wu clan, you are not keeping your promise." Wu Ji chased after him, "Why would I keep my promise with a demonic path scoundrel like you, leave behind the Gu worms of Sheng Tian true inheritance." Next, Shang Xianxia, Xiao Yan, Fake Master, Tai Ruanan, Chong, and the rest also landed on the ground from the air. "Chase, don't let him escape. That is a Gu Immortal true inheritance." Everyone chased after him, creating a dust storm. Qin Wan, Wang Shao heir, and the rest were stunned. Seeing that he was about to be caught, Kong Ri Tian shouted at Qin Wan and the rest, "Those in front, whoever can help me escape, I will share the Gu Immortal true inheritance with you." Qin Wan and the rest heard this and their eyes shined. "You cannot escape, everything belongs to my Wu clan." Wu Ji was furious, she suddenly jumped into the air. She cupped her fists and raised them above her head, activating a mortal killer move. Boom! She landed on the ground and punched with both fists, the ground shook and rocks flew. An enormous force spread rapidly, everyone could not dodge in time, they quickly defended, they were in chaos. Qin Wan and the rest were also affected, their expressions changed. She had high hopes for this junior, Wu Ji, so she came to persuade her. But Wu Zhenju found that not only did she fail to persuade Wu Ji, she was instead persuaded by Wu Ji. Since you have made up your mind, I will not say anything else. Wu Zhenju sighed. Wu Ji had a sincere expression, she bowed deeply, Lady Pearl, I will remember your care for me. Just as she said that, another Gu Immortal appeared, ha ha ha. Wu Ji, I heard everything you said just now. As expected of the number 1 Gu Immortal seed of our Wu clan, you did not tarnish the reputation of our clan. Wu Zhanping, you are here for? Wu Zhenju asked, she had a guess in her heart, she was secretly happy for Wu Ji. Wu Zhanping nodded at Wu Zhenju before looking at Wu Ji, I am the supreme elder of Wu clan's technique inheritance. Wu Ji, you have enough cultivation level and contributions, I am here to guide you on the path of Gu Immortals. Wu Ji breathed in deeply, she clenched her fists unconsciously. This moment had finally arrived, she had been waiting for it for a long time. Wu Zhanping said solemnly, Wu Ji, you are an old member of Wu clan, you have been the clan leader for many years, you know many Gu Immortal secrets. Our Wu clan has many cultivation paths. We are most proficient in Wind Path, with this path, our Wu clan is at the top of southern borders Gu Immortal world, our position is unshakable. You can choose other paths, our Wu clan has almost all of them in our inventory. But I have a suggestion for you. Wu Zhanping heard Wu Ji's words and felt admiration towards this junior, he said more things. Wu Ji quickly said, please enlighten me, senior, I am listening. Wu Zhanping continued, rather than choosing a cultivation path, it is more like choosing a true inheritance. Our Wu clan has the strongest Wind Path true inheritance, first Supreme Elder Wu Yong cultivates Wind Path, he has the strongest Wind Path true inheritance in Wu clan. However, there are many Wind Path cultivators, the competition is intense. I am not suggesting you to choose one. Right now, Wu clan has 2 new true inheritances, even us Gu Immortals are jealous, but the path has already been decided, the price to pay to change it is huge. If it were a peaceful era, we might be able to do this. But now that the situation is unstable and chaotic, it is a great opportunity for juniors like you. Wu Zhenju heard this and agreed, she was also happy. This means that First Supreme Elder has really lifted the restrictions and taken out these 3 true inheritances to nurture Wu clan's descendants. That's right. Lord Wu Yong is a great strategist with great ambitions, everyone in Wu clan is in awe of him. Wu Zhanping praised from the bottom of his heart, he said to Wu Ji, there are 3 true inheritances now, they are of extremely high rank, even us Gu Immortals are jealous. I will say them out loud, choose carefully. The first true inheritance is called Corpse Emperor True Inheritance. Now was not the time for Dream Path to truly rise. Take True Dream Immortal Aperture for example, it was the number 1 place in the world that produced Dream Path Gu materials, but it could only produce rank 6 Dream Path Immortal materials, and these immortal materials were pitifully few in number. Without Dream Path Immortal materials, Fang Yuan could not advance his Dream Path Immortal Gu. In fact, even if he had rank 8 Immortal Gu Dream Token and used killer moves like Dreamy Light Smoke, he could not gain an advantage against Duke Long and Spectral Soul. In peak battles, Dream Path methods could only be used as a trump card, they could at most make the enemy wary. If Fang Yuan wanted to explore Crazed Demon Cave, he might have to face the revived star constellation Immortal Venerable, as well as spectral soul demon Venerable in the door of life and death. Against such existences, dream path methods that were still in the early stages could not be his main trump card. Actually, by combining the perfect pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and spectral souls split souls, I can create dream path goo immortals in batches. But too many dream path immortal apertures are useless. The biggest gains are still the heaven and earth resonance, the dream path immortal goo recipes and so on. Even if I make use of the immortal ascension tribulation to refine immortal goo, it will not be easy. Calamities and tribulations were controlled by providence, their power could be large or small. When the power was large, there would be more heaven and earth chi. After the goo immortal passes the tribulation, the remaining heaven and earth chi could be used to refine immortal goo. But if providence could reduce the power of calamities and tribulations, without heaven and earth chi, it would be impossible to refine dream path immortal goo. If providence did this, Fang Yuan's gains would be very low. Firstly, the cost of creating pure dream reality seeker physique bodies was very high, a lot of dream realms were needed. But providence did the opposite and changed the content of the dream path calamities and tribulations. Fang Yuan would be in even more danger. After all, providence already knew about Fang Yuan's foundation in dream path. Thus, cultivating for a period of time and using true dream immortal aperture to isolate providence, developing rapidly and refining other dream path immortal goo before undergoing tribulation was the safest method. If he continued to invest in dream path, the gains would not be high. If Fang Yuan continued to invest, on one hand, he would be suppressed by providence, on the other hand, he would be a pioneer, it would be very difficult and unrewarding. It would be better to wait for dream path to flourish and have dream realms everywhere. Fang Yuan could take advantage of it and save time and effort. Thus, Fang Yuan did not want to keep the dream realms that he had. In the hands of others, the greatest value of these dream realms was that they could be the first in this era. Be it Western Deserts Tang Clan, Central Continent's Feng Kim Hong, or Northern Plains Lady Poison Scorpion, they were all the same. But for Fang Yuan, the true value of these dream realms was to increase his attainment levels, allowing him to annex more grotto heavens. Meng Qiuzhen was indeed a dream path clone that Fang Yuan created. His efficiency in exploring dream realms far surpassed Fang Yuan's main body. Fang Yuan's attainment levels rose rapidly, he had great gains. At the same time, he continued to annex the two heavens grotto heavens. Each grotto heaven had at least 1,000,000 Dao marks and 1,000 heaven path Dao marks, as well as a vast amount of cultivation resources. These grotto heavens had a long history. If Fang Yuan annexed one, he would be taking the countless years of hard work of others and turning them into his own. Fang Yuan's strength rose again and again. Each improvement was so huge that it was absolutely unheard of. The uniqueness of the sovereign immortal body and the strength of unrestrained heavenly marks had already surpassed the common sense of the cultivation world. Obtaining either would allow one to dominate the world and leave their name in history. More terrifyingly, when the two were combined, they complemented each other. The power they could display was no longer as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. But no matter how much his foundation and strength rose, Fang Yuan was still a pseudo-venerable. He might be the #1 pseudo-venerable since ancient times, but it was useless. Without becoming venerable, there would be no qualitative change. Fang Yuan cultivated secretly, while annexing immortal apertures, he also inspected his luck. The silver-white light pillar was getting thicker, but the clouds above were also getting bigger. Be it the black cloud that represented spectral soul demon venerable or the golden cloud that represented giant sun immortal, they were all the same. The nebula that represented star constellation immortal venerable expanded by several times, far surpassing the other two clouds. The four great obscenities of Central Continent wanted Kong Ri Tian's immortal inheritance, but they were chased down by him. Kong Ri Tian knew what the 4 great obscenities of Central Continent were thinking. He used the contents of the inheritance to tempt them. As a result, he joined hands with the 4 great obscenities and managed to escape. After all, Xianxia's inheritance only had some clues. It did not attract the attention of Gu immortals. Kong Ri Tian's opponents were rank 5 experts like Wu Ji and Shang Xinci. The 4 great obscenities of Central Continent had great strength, and because Kong Ri Tian was a famous demonic path expert in southern border, they managed to escape after working together. However, good times did not last long. Because Kong Xianxia's inheritance was exposed, all the super clans paid attention to it and sent Gu immortals. Kong Ri Tian and the rest were immediately put in a perilous situation. They hid in all directions and finally managed to hide in the rotting mud mountain. But now, they were forced into a corner by Wu clan's Gu immortals. So what if I die? What's the big deal? Brother Kong, don't say any more, this is fate. Speaking of which, dying at the hands of an immortal is a form of glory. The 4 great obscenities of Central Continent chuckled. They were all demonic path members. At the moment of life and death, they showed some heroic spirit. Alright, don't yell like that. Who told you that you are going to die? Suddenly, a will appeared on Kong Ri Tian's body. Seeing this will, the 4 great obscenities of Central Continent showed complex expressions. This will was Kong Xianxia's will. Other than his will, immortal Gu and immortal essence were also left in Xianxia's inheritance. This way, Kong Ri Tian had Gu immortal methods. This was also the reason why the 4 great obscenities did not attack Kong Ri Tian and snatch the inheritance. These people were able to struggle to this place under the pursuit of Gu immortals. It was all thanks to Kong Xianxia's will. Lord Ancestor, you are finally awake. Was his injury completely healed? From what you said, we can still be saved. Kong Ri Tian's eyes shined with bright light as he asked. Kong Xianxia's will sighed, I am not injured, but using Gu immortal methods expended too much of my will. Thus, I had no choice but to sleep and use Gu worms to replenish my will. As for whether we can be saved, that is a given. Why did I tell you to come here before I went into hibernation? Using this place, we can escape from these pursuers. Saying this, Kong Xianxian took action, using his Gu immortal methods. Everyone was astonished to see that a long passageway had silently opened up in this muddy cave. Everyone entered the tunnel and went deeper underground, arriving at an underground hall. He had once caused a huge commotion in Western Desert's Gu immortal world. He was chased by several Western Desert super forces. Even though he escaped, when he reached the Fire Thunder River segment of Red Dragon River, he was heavily injured and could not recover. At the moment of his death, he secretly made arrangements. Because of his arrangements, this river segment of Red Dragon River gradually became the Fire Thunder River segment. Fire Thunder Divine Lord's methods were ingenious and natural. Even though this was the border between Ba clan and Xia clan, these two super forces did not sense anything wrong. They thought it was natural. Even though the Fire Thunder River segment produced Fire Path and Lightning Path Gu worms, it had never produced Immortal Gu. Thus, Ba clan and Xia clan did not care about it. For Mortal Gu masters, even though Fire Path and Lightning Path Mortal Gu were attractive, the environment was dangerous. Few rank 5 Gu masters would take the risk. Thus, Fire Thunder Divine Lord's true inheritance was hidden for a long time. It was only exposed when the Qi tides swept the world. Fire Thunder Divine Lord was a rank 8 Gu immortal. The rank 8 true inheritance he left behind was of high quality. almost all of Southern Border's righteous path super forces fought over it. After some probing and competition, there were only 3 parties left. One was Wu clan, while the other 2 were Ba clan and Xia clan. Ba clan's current first supreme elder Ba Da was 9 feet tall. He had a simple appearance. He had a muscular body with broad shoulders and back, his exposed skin was like the bark of a 1,000-year-old tree, there was even moss growing on it. He had a lion's mouth and a wide nose, his eyes were covered by a black cloth. A large dark green beard hung down to his chest, and his emerald green hair hung down to the back of his waist. Ba Da floated in the air, shouting at Wu Yong, "Wu clan, you have crossed the line, this is my Ba clan's territory. No matter what true inheritance appears, it should belong to my Ba clan. Wu Yong, you are the leader of the Southern Alliance, the leader of Southern Border's Gu Immortals, are you not going to set an example and ignore the rules of the righteous path?" Wu Yong smiled and said elegantly, "Since when was this Fire Thunder River segment your Ba clan's territory? The border between your Ba clan and Xia clan is very sensitive. Ba Da, you need to speak carefully, at least pay attention to the thoughts of our Xia clan comrades." Before he finished speaking, Xia clan's Gu Immortal Xia Zhao spoke, "Lord Wu Yong, whether this is Xia clan or Ba clan's territory, it is a matter between our 2 clans. Wu clan's headquarters are far to the south, even Xiao clan is not close to Fire Thunder River segment. Fong clan's Gu Immortals were silent as they looked at Fong Gong. Chapter 21-21. Several days later. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Dream Realm. After an intense battle of life and death, Meng Qiuzhen's opponent finally fell to the ground. "I want to see who you are." Meng Qiuzhen suddenly lost control, he was acting as a youngster, he walked up angrily and lifted his opponent's mask. But the opponent's appearance shocked the youngster. "Father, why are you here?" The youngster shouted in shock, his body trembling. The one who fell was the youngster's father, he smiled happily, "My son, you did well. You know all the killer moves of the clan, but you lack enough hatred and sorrow in your heart. I have a terminal illness anyway, I won't be able to live for long, I might as well help you." The youngster cried bitterly, "Father, why can't we give up on hatred and live in seclusion? Why must we take revenge at all costs?" His father stared at the youngster, "Our entire clan was killed by the enemy, your mother, grandfather, grandmother, as well as your siblings were all killed. This hatred is irreconcilable, why don't we take revenge? Remember, your father died for this. If you don't take revenge, your father would have died in vain, and he would have died in your hands." The youngster's body and mind trembled, his voice was hoarse, "Father," he cried in pain, at the same time, a pale blue flame started to burn on his body. His father saw this flame and was overjoyed, "Good, good, such a grand and abundant sad blue heart flame, it is enough for revenge, enough for revenge." After saying this, the youngster's father took his last breath. Not good. Meng Qiuzhen felt something was amiss. The youngster saw his father's death, the sad blue heart flame burning on his body expanded rapidly, it burned fiercely, its intensity increased by at least 10 times. Meng Qiuzhen's soul was still in the dream, he immediately felt a surge of sorrow, anger, and hatred, it was like a waterfall pouring down on his heart. "I cannot lose myself. This is the greatest difficulty of this dream realm. Meng Qiuzhen held on bitterly, but in just a few breaths of time, he could not hold on anymore. Dream creation. Without a choice, he immediately used a dream path immortal move to protect his mind. In the newly formed dream within a dream, he was in a huge house. The house was on fire, it was being burned by the blazing blue flames. Meng Qiuzhen immediately started to extinguish the fire and save the houses. After a flurry of activity, the fire was gradually extinguished. The originally magnificent and sturdy house was also reduced to ruins, leaving only one intact guest room. I passed it. Meng Qiuzhen let out a breath of turbid air, dispelling the dream within the dream and returning to the dream realm. The final hurdle of the dreamland was simply life-threatening. Meng Qiuzhen was almost swallowed by his emotions, he completely forgot reality and illusion, sinking into the dream realm. Of course, every time he explored, his main body would stand guard outside. If there was any danger, the main body would also come to the rescue. He had finally passed through this dream. Combined with the gains from the previous few dreams, Fang Yuan's Flame Path realm soared to Great Grandmaster. My Fire Path realm has risen to Great Grandmaster level, I can swallow those few Fire Path grotto heavens in the two heavens. Looking at the days, Wu Shuai should have already made his move. Fang Yuan's main body estimated. The Supreme Ancient Two Heavens. Fire Plains Grotto Heaven. On a vast grassland, fiery red firebeard grass grew everywhere. It was the harvest season, the Gu masters in the Grotto Heaven started to use Gu worms to harvest the firebeard grass. Creak, creak, a bone-chilling sound suddenly came from underground. The moment the Gu masters sensed it, they suffered fatal injuries. Countless ants flew out of the ground, some were as small as a finger, some were as large as a carriage. Needless to say, these Wisdom Path Gu immortals had some ability, they could see this. Thus, Eastern Seas Wood Path experts were gathered to participate in the research. The research did not succeed. The Wisdom Path and Wood Path Gu immortals felt increasing pressure, they shouted, "Enslavement Path, Enslavement Path." The ant plague contains the profundity of Enslavement Path. These ants are very organized, they move in unison and create a huge chaos. This is the power of Enslavement Path. Thus, the righteous Qi Alliance's Enslavement Path experts were mobilized to participate in the research. The research still did not succeed. The Wisdom Path, Wood Path, and Enslavement Path Gu immortals could not bear the pressure, they shouted, "We need Poison Path experts." There were not many Poison Path experts, but there were some. Under the expectations of the various clans, the Poison Path experts participated in the research together. We also need Food Path experts. These ants need to eat to grow. The Gu immortals who participated in the research called out. But Food Path Gu immortals were very rare. The immortals discussed for a while, they only needed to invite a famous Eastern Sea lone immortal, Wuxia Xianxia. Wuxia Xianxia had a wide network, he had connections with all the righteous path clans. But he was not in Eastern Sea now. We need Refinement Path help. We found that the core of the ant plague is Refinement Path. Undeniably, after annexing Langya sect, Fang Yuan's Refinement Path attainment is too deep. These ants can devour Dao marks and refine themselves into immortal Gu, it is truly shocking. Eastern Seas clans quickly sent their Refinement Path Gu immortals here. With everyone's efforts, there was some progress in the research. The elites of these clans had strength indeed. But they could not obtain the most basic results. Just one lingering poisonous ant plague could stop the entire Eastern Sea righteous path. That was the truth. The righteous Qi Alliance's Gu immortals could not believe it, but they had to admit it. Shen Zongsheng said some insightful words. Now that things have come to this, I can also see some clues. That Fang Yuan has the sovereign immortal body, he cultivates all paths, he is an all-rounder. This compound killer move contains the profundities of poison path, wood path, refinement path, food path, and enslavement path. He ingeniously combined the specialties of these paths together. And us? If he only cultivated one school of thought, he would at most cultivate two. We cultivate poison path, we don't know about wood path. We cultivate wood path, we don't know about food path. With so many paths, even if we work together, we cannot resolve the ant plague quickly. Even now, the righteous Qi Alliance had not discovered that lingering poisonous ant plague contained heaven path profundities. However, there had never been a heaven path cultivator in history, so it was normal that the righteous Qi Alliance did not discover it. How can there be such a person who cultivates all paths? Speaking of which, spectral soul is too useless. Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance spent hundreds of thousands of years to refine a single rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus goo. They actually lost it. Fang Yuan got a huge bargain. Creating compound killer moves is as easy as drinking water to him. After a period of time, I'm afraid that there will be new methods appearing. That fiend only used a single move, and we're already in a terrible predicament. There's nothing we can do about it. Why does our Eastern Sea have to be the first to deal with the number one demon in the world? The righteous Qi Alliance could not find a way out. They vented their pressure with words. They felt more disdain towards spectral soul, more hatred towards Fang Yuan, and even more wariness towards him. They felt like crying about their own fate. What made the righteous Qi Alliance feel slightly gratified was that the clans had paid such a huge price. They finally had some results. Even though they could not get rid of the lingering poisonous ant plague, they had a method to stop the ant plague's development. It was still effective to work together. Fang Yuan's killer move was unique, but with the combined efforts of the entire Eastern Sea righteous path, it was only a matter of time before it was broken. It was impossible to destroy the righteous path of a region with just one killer move. Any killer move was an inanimate object, it would have flaws. Thus, Gu Immortals continued to modify them. Fang Yuan did not place any hopes on this. His true goal was to obtain refinement path inheritances. The other inheritances were just supplementary. He wanted to become venerable through refinement path. He had to become a venerable to have a qualitative change, to be able to fight against Star Constellation, Spectral Soul, and Giant Sunday. Of course, it was not that Fang Yuan could not snatch things like Tian Nan's inheritance. His current battle strength was above the entire Eastern Sea righteous path. But firstly, the efficiency was too low. How could it be faster and more convenient than asking them to hand it over voluntarily? Secondly, the true inheritance's contents would also be destroyed. There was a risk. Thirdly, it would waste Fang Yuan's energy and time. It would delay Fang Yuan's progress and cause Fang Yuan's luck to be depleted. The clans all had deep foundations and enormous luck. If he fought with them, Fang Yuan's luck would be wasted. And in this trip to Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan would have to face venerable level enemies. The safest way was to conserve his battle strength and not waste it. This was also one of the main reasons why Fang Yuan made transactions with Southern Borders Wu clan and Western Deserts Fang clan. The contents of Tian Nan's inheritance were soon learned by Fang Yuan's main body. Among all the inheritances contributed by the righteous Qi Alliance members, Tian Nan's inheritance was still the most valuable. Thus, on the current contribution board, Song clan was ranked first. Old eccentric Tian Nan had described his grand and insane scheme in this inheritance. He wanted to refine the immemorial 2 heavens and even the 5 regions, turning them into his external immortal aperture. Undeniably, he failed. Even venerables could only refine Dao marks of specific paths in the outside world. But old eccentric Tian Nan wanted to refine all the Dao marks. In Fang Yuan's eyes, in theory, this was completely possible. Wasn't Gu cultivation about refining all kinds of Dao marks or great Dao fragments? The biggest obstacle in front of old eccentric Tian Nan was Heaven Dao. He found that no matter what he did, he could not refine Heaven Path Dao marks. Eventually, he thought of an extremely risky method, but he failed. In history, old eccentric Tian Nan had an eccentric personality. He failed in his attempt to refine the sky. Someone once said that those who were half a step ahead of an era were geniuses, those who were one step ahead of an era were lunatics. Old eccentric Tian Nan was such a lunatic. Over 2 million years passed. As time progressed, a person appeared and solved old eccentric Tian Nan's greatest problem. That was limitless demon venerable. He succeeded in refining the Heaven Dao. After another million years, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable entered Crazed Demon Cave to explore. He obtained Limitless Demon Venerable's method in this aspect. Indeed, this was Unrestrained Heavenly Mark. The Unrestrained Heavenly Mark killer move that Lu Wei-yin taught Fang Yuan had a long history. It was not created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Paradise Earth had only modified it. His source was limitless. What surprised Fang Yuan was that this Tian Nan true inheritance also contained Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's notes. The alien alliance had already been subdued by him. They could only watch as their grotto heavens were devoured, unable to do anything to Fang Yuan. Many of them were resentful that their homeland was annexed by Fang Yuan, but they did not dare to voice their anger. The annexation of grotto heavens could not be concealed, the commotion was too great. Thus, the Fire Plane Grotto Master and the rest knew about this. The enemy is too strong, the Righteous Qi Alliance is clearly at a disadvantage. They cannot win, their only advantage is in management. Fire Plane Grotto Master analyzed. The grotto heavens of the two heavens had limited space. After countless years of development and accumulation, they had already reached their current state, their potential for development had been exhausted. But Eastern Sea was vast. Even if these grotto heavens were added together, they could not compare to Eastern Sea's vastness and wealth. This advantage was the Righteous Qi Alliance's confidence in resisting the alien alliance. After all, even though the latter occupied Xia clan's territory, it was only a corner of Eastern Sea. In this aspect, the Righteous Qi Alliance had a clear advantage. We have this advantage. Fang Yuan also saw this, so he used a compound killer move to weaken us. He will not stop using his methods. By then, all of us Gu immortals in the two heavens will be his main targets. Sigh. When will this day come to an end? Suddenly, the scene in front of Fire Plane Grotto Master changed drastically. Blue fog appeared around him, shrouding him. Fire Plane Grotto Master quickly stopped moving, activating his defensive and investigative methods. But at the next moment, his expression changed. Battlefield killer move. Who dares to attack a member of my Righteous Qi Alliance? Come out, don't play tricks. Fire Plane Grotto Master shouted. However, the only response he got was a burst of childish laughter. The laughter surrounded Fire Plane Grotto Master. Even this rank 8 Gu immortal could not tell where the voice came from. Suddenly, a child silently sneaked out from the blue mist that filled the sky. He stretched out a chubby hand, quickly reaching towards Fire Plane Grotto Master's back. Fire Plane Grotto Master had already activated his investigative killer move. Even though this killer move's investigative range was suppressed by the battlefield killer move to less than half of its original range. But it was enough for Fire Plane Grotto Master to discover the child's attack. However, Fire Plane Grotto Master was too slow. The mysterious child succeeded. Fire Plane Grotto Master grunted. He was hit. Bam! At the next moment, Fire Plane Grotto Master attacked fiercely. Sparks flew as the mysterious child exploded on the spot. The child died without any flesh or blood. He turned back into a lump of blue fog. This mysterious child is created from the battlefield. Thankfully, his attacks are not strong. My defensive killer move has also been suppressed. It is not even half as strong as before. He knew Fang Yuan's ruthlessness and ruthlessness. He was trying to use this method to survive. But Fang Yuan snorted coldly, "You think I care about your immortal goo? Or the resources in your immortal aperture? Hee, go ahead and burn them. If you can burn your entire immortal aperture, I will show you how capable you are." Fang Yuan, however, did not make a move personally. His figure dissipated in the vast blue fog. Soon after, a large number of blue-eyed children came out one after another, continuously attacking the Fire Plane Cave Master. Chapter 21-25. The empty immortal aperture floated in the air. Before it could open and absorb the surrounding heaven and earth chi, Fang Yuan grabbed it. This was an immortal killer move. It could capture and relocate the immortal aperture. It originated from Blazing Heaven Demoness Flaming Hand killer move. As for now, this method had already been modified by Fang Yuan into a compound killer move. Its power rose sharply and its effect became even more shocking. Next, Fang Yuan stopped the compound battlefield killer move and used heaven and earth travel to leave. Soon, the immortal aura leaked and attracted many ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts. Fang Yuan could not conceal his aura yet. He was not good at it. After arriving at a safe corner, Fang Yuan tossed Fire Plane Grotto Lord's immortal aperture into the sky. This was a rank 8 grotto heaven. It was attached to the 2 heavens and would not fall into the 5 regions. The grotto heaven's entrance opened and started to absorb the surrounding heaven and earth chi. It quickly settled down and stabilized at this spot. Fang Yuan did not move forward. He only sent his subordinates in his immortal aperture to search the grotto heaven. Fang Yuan had annexed some grotto heavens during this period of time. His Dao marks had increased greatly. If he entered this unstable grotto heaven, it would definitely explode. Not long after, his subordinates returned. They did not bring back immortal goo and few immortal materials. Flames are burning everywhere. Everything has been destroyed. Only these are left. Please forgive us, Master. The newly born heavenly spirit is also actively destroying everything in the grotto heaven. This seems to be the obsession of that rank 8 goo immortal. The subordinate goo immortal reported. Fang Yuan did not care. He let them return to the sovereign immortal aperture. After the grotto heaven stabilized, Fang Yuan started to forcefully annex this grotto heaven. Even if the heavenly spirit was unwilling, Fang Yuan had methods to suppress it. He had already modified them into compound killer moves. The domain that Fang Yuan modified into compound killer moves could only be used in normal killer moves and battlefield killer moves. When activating normal killer moves and battlefield killer moves, the goo worms used were all in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. With the support of unrestrained heavenly mark, the power of compound killer moves could be unleashed. Ancient battle formations, current goo formations, and immortal goo houses all used goo worms in the outside world. Without the unrestrained heavenly mark environment, even if these methods were modified into compound killer moves, they had no practical value. Fang Yuan annexed grotto heavens as he recalled the previous battlefield compound killer moves. This killer move's offense was not enough. Its strength lay in the cooperation between wisdom path and theft path. But in practice, this battlefield killer move's effect was not very good. Fire Plane Grotto Lord was only an ordinary rank 8 goo immortal, but Fang Yuan had only stolen one immortal goo from him. Immortal goo were too easy to destroy. A goo immortal could self-destruct with just a thought. Even if Fang Yuan used his wisdom path methods to their limits, he could only disrupt the speed of a rank 8's thoughts. He could not obstruct all of his thoughts. It was extremely difficult to achieve this step. Unless there was a huge gap in strength. Fire Plain Grotto Lord was a rank 8 Gu Immortal after all, he had dense Dao marks, he had a natural defense. Furthermore, he had a proper defensive killer move. In all of history, there were almost no Wisdom Path Gu Immortals who could do this to other rank 8 Gu Immortals. If one were to count, Peeping Gentleman, Sect Leader Mei, and the Steward had such achievements, many of them had special situations that could not be replicated, but there were only 5 of them. Even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was not one of them. Of course, it was unknown whether she could do it or not. After all, there were no clear records in history. This showed that to completely suppress the thoughts of a rank 8 Gu Immortal and make them unable to resist, even if it was for a short period of time, it was extremely difficult. The strongest method that Wisdom Path Gu Immortals used against their enemies was emotion. Thoughts, wills, emotions, these were the 3 elements of Wisdom Path cultivation. This way, Fang Yuan's compound battlefield killer move was not very practical, Fang Yuan needed to modify it further. Even the best theory needed to be tested in practice. Like a combat system. It was rather difficult to build a combat system behind closed doors for no reason. There needed to be strong and qualified opponents, or an intense battle of life and death to tst whether a combat system was good or not. Thus, while Fang Yuan was thinking about his combat system, he felt gratitude towards Duke Long, Spectral Soul, and the others. Precisely because of them, Fang Yuan had the standard to evaluate and create his combat system. After devouring this rank 8 Grotto Heaven, Fang Yuan's fire path Dao marks rose by a large amount. Fang Yuan was still not satisfied, he continued to act. This time, he extended his demonic claws towards Fire Plain Grotto Heaven. Immortal Killer Move, Heaven Form. Fang Yuan opened a huge passageway to Fire Plain Grotto Heaven in a simple and direct manner. The heavenly spirit of Fire Plain Grotto Heaven was a rabbit. Because it had devoured a 9 heavens fragment, the rabbit heavenly spirit had become muddle-headed. But at this moment, it suddenly jumped around and screamed in fear. The Gu Immortals in Fire Plain Grotto Heaven saw this, they were all shocked and bewildered. The heavenly spirit is muddle-headed, but the previous Grotto Heaven lords used the killer move Mortal Fire and Smoke to burn it. Compared to the other Grotto Heaven's heavenly spirits, it still has a trace of clarity. As long as the Grotto Heaven faces danger, the heavenly spirit will become restless and use this abnormality to warn us. When the ant plague occurs, the heavenly spirit will feel uneasy. In the Grotto Heaven's history, there have been several disasters. They were either immemorial desolate beast attacks or huge fires that caused the heavenly spirit to feel uneasy. But we have never seen the heavenly spirit so restless, it is jumping around and shouting until its voice is hoarse. The more Fire Plain Grotto Heaven's immortals looked at the heavenly spirit, the more uneasy they felt. The heavenly spirit became even more berserk, its face was filled with fear, it even started to bang its head on a pillar. Unfortunately, the heavenly spirit was not a real rabbit, no matter how much it slammed the pillar, it would not faint. Quickly investigate. We need to find out what the danger is. Chapter 21-26. There were also Mushroom Man Gu Immortals. Even though Fang Yuan had not annexed the Mushroom Man blessed land yet, most of these Mushroom Men were moved into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The strongest Mushroom Man Gu Immortal was Ku Xian Hong, his poison path methods were extraordinary. A moment later, Fire Plain Grotto Heaven's sides started to crumble. Not only did they not have as many people as Fang Yuan subordinates, their rank 7 experts were also inferior to Fang Yuan subordinates. Fang Yuan subordinates chased and killed many of the Fire Plain Gu Immortals. Eventually, the remaining few Gu Immortals lost their morale, they wanted to surrender but were killed by Fang Yuan's orders. Next was to clean up the battlefield. Fire Plane Grotto Heaven focused on fire path. Most of the immortal materials were fire path as well. Even though many were lost due to the ant plague, because the Grotto Heaven's goo immortals tried their best to preserve them, there were still many valuable resources left. For example, there were 28 charcoal lakes. They were scattered all over Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. Every charcoal lake's location was clearly planned meticulously. There were many advantages to it. Fang Yuan had once created a charcoal lake, but his charcoal lake could not even compare to one of Fire Plane Grotto Heaven's. These charcoal lakes were self-circulating, especially the depths of the lakes. They could produce large amounts of immortal material fire charcoal rocks. Other than the charcoal lakes, Fire Plane Grotto Heaven also had a huge forest. Fire Date Forest. Fang Yuan also found several ancient desolate plant giant calamity blazing trees. This number of burning trees made it hard for living beings to get close to them. More importantly, these giant calamity blazing trees would bring countless misfortune to living beings that got close to them. This was a combination of fire path and luck path immortal material. The two heavens Grotto Heavens under Fang Yuan had more or less luck path immortal materials. Fire Plane Grotto Heaven was no exception, it also had luck path immortal materials. Other than these, Fang Yuan also obtained a large number of flames. Most of them were date flames. These flames were red in color, they were grouped together and were very restrained. Even though they were immortal materials, even mortals could hold them with their bare hands, they would not be burned to ashes by the flames. Other than the date flame, there was also the phoenix cry flame, the black lantern flame, the ivory flame, the firefly flame, the flying flame, the dancing dragon snake flame, and so on. What made Fang Yuan slightly disappointed was that although there were many fire goo materials, there were no rank 9 heaven, earth, and human fires. The so-called heaven, earth, and human fires were the best of the best. They were the heaven fire bright radiance will fire, the earth fire azure spirit stone furnace fire, and the human fire raging waves rising dragon fire. After calculating the immortal materials, they started to calculate the immortal goo. There were few immortal goo gains, only 3. A fire path immortal goo, it was heavily injured, it was a goo worm that was released outside. Bing Yuan managed to obtain it by luck. The other 2 were ant immortal goo, one had a metallic luster, it was as large as a hill and looked like red copper. The other was as small as a finger, and its body was greatly elongated. It was as soft as a long strip of white flour. The red copper immortal ant could shoot out fireballs, while the white-faced immortal ant could produce a large number of ants. These were the products of lingering poisonous ant plague. The ants devoured the goo materials in Fire Plane Grotto Heaven, they would continue to refine themselves. Originally a mortal goo, it could eventually be refined into an immortal goo. In the future, after becoming venerable, Fang Yuan would need to break through the heavenly Dao blockade. These human path methods would need to be improved as well. After cleaning up the battlefield, Fang Yuan annexed these goo immortals' immortal apertures one by one. Finally, Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. He moved most of the resources in the Grotto Heaven to Mini Red Heaven. Because he had been annexing apertures recently, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had undergone a huge change, its development rate had risen to 80%. The sovereign immortal aperture's goo material treasury was already filled to the brim, more than 10 more were added. Be it the Mini 5 regions or the Mini 9 heavens, they had a large number of resource points, hundreds or even thousands of them. After meticulous deductions, Fang Yuan managed to arrange these resources properly. Mini Red Heaven is almost full. The entire sovereign immortal aperture is almost full. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. During this period of time, he felt like a big fatty with an empty stomach, overeating and eating too much at once, causing him to have indigestion. Normally, goo immortals cultivated one path, their immortal aperture had a single environment, it was easy to manage. Most Gu Immortals did not have large apertures, Space Path Gu Immortals usually had the largest apertures. Fang Yuan was different. He cultivated all paths, his immortal aperture's environment was very complex, resources of all paths could be stored inside. At the same time, his sovereign immortal aperture was the largest, it was unprecedented, even a venerable's grotto heaven might not be as big as it. Meng Qiuzhen explored dream realms, they were filled with danger and fortuitous encounters. Zhan Budu had already been arranged by Fang Yuan to hide in a foreign land. Li Xiaobai was only a mortal Gu master, he had no choice. The Time Path clone was using 4-element square regret blood refinement pool to refine rank 8 immortal Gu, but he only had rank 6 cultivation level, if there was a mishap, he would die from the backlash. Even though Wu Shuai was actively looking for a way to grow stronger, he was mainly in charge of the Variant Human Alliance's governance. How could there be danger? And this danger was a huge danger that could cost him his life. Central Continent. Deep in a cave, an elderly Gu immortal with a brandy nose laughed loudly. I am finally here, my days of sleepless nights were not in vain. In front of him was a Gu immortal rank 8 true inheritance. The sleeping Will woke up, he looked at the elderly Gu immortal, future person, if you want to accept our true inheritance, you have to agree to a condition. What condition? The elderly Gu immortal squinted as he asked. Chapter 21-28. The elderly Gu immortal's eyelids twitched, he had already guessed it, he said. So Senior is green antiseptic, Senior's wife must be Senior Wine Fairy? The Gu immortal will nodded, indeed. The elderly Gu immortal let out a breath of air. To speak the truth, this junior is an Eastern Sea Gu immortal, Wuxia Xianxia. It has been more than 1,000,000 years since the two of you passed away. The Gu immortal Will was slightly dazed, sighing, so many years have passed, back then, to prevent that traitorous disciple from plundering us, we hid our inheritance in an extremely secretive manner, to think that it backfired on us, that traitorous disciple is already dead, right? After pausing for a moment, the Gu immortal Will thought of something and said, wait, Wuxia Xianxia, put down your defensive method and let me detect your lie. How do I know that you're not a subordinate of my evil disciple and that you're here to deceive me? Wuxia Xianxia hesitated for a moment, but he still restrained his thoughts of directly taking action, because he did not have any confidence in the arrangements here. He told the truth, I'm not sure if Marshal Wu is dead or not. It's like this. Wuxia Xianxia quickly explained the current situation. Green Antiseptic's consciousness was stunned again and again. How did the world become like this? Was this still the Celestial Court? Fate Gu was actually destroyed. Guyue Fang Yuan. It was hard to imagine that such a great devil had actually appeared in the world. It was truly a misfortune for the common people. Green Antiseptics will took a long time to accept this reality. I didn't expect a world with more than 1,000,000 people to become like this. Fate Immortal Gu was destroyed, Duke Long also lost. Whether that Wu Shuai is the reincarnation of my traitorous disciple or a clone of Fang Yuan is no longer important. Since Fang Yuan inherited the Dragon Palace, he has to bear the consequences. Green Antiseptic was determined. Then, Wuxia Xianxia, are you willing to deal with Fang Yuan for this legacy? Green Ants will asked one last time. Wuxia Xianxia remained silent for a long time. In the end, he took a deep breath and gritted his teeth as he said, Junior is willing. Alright, then let's set the contract first. Wuxia Xianxia swore an oath according to Green Ant's will. Accept this inheritance. This inheritance contains the killer move Golden Goblet Drunken Wine that the two of us created with all our effort. The Golden Goblet sinks Green Ants, Drunken Dragon Chi disperses. The army ants were created by me, and they have a weakness that I have deeply hidden. That traitorous disciple of mine did not know about it at all. As long as I use this golden goblet drunkenness killer move, the army ants will fall into chaos and devour their master. Most importantly, this killer move is a food path killer move, ordinary people cannot guard against it. So Senior was already prepared. Bright light flashed in Zui Xianwang's eyes. I cannot stay here for long, Senior, please move your will into my immortal aperture, you can slowly tell me what you need to do. Alright. The green ants will flew into Zui Xianwang's immortal aperture, the latter received the inheritance and immediately left. Zui Xianwang only took a quick glance at the contents of the inheritance and could not help but feel delighted. This inheritance included green ant ascetics enslavement path true inheritance as well as wine fairies food path true inheritance. The enslavement path true inheritance was not very valuable to Zui Xianwang, but the Egyo true inheritance was priceless. My hard work was not in vain, I have finally repaid myself. Zui Xianwang's lips curled into a smile. But when he left this place and stepped into the outside world, his expression changed. A battlefield killer move had already been set up, it activated and enveloped Zui Xianwang. Celestial Court. Qin Ding Ling. Zui Xianwang was shocked to find that the people surrounding him were Celestial Court Gu immortals. The leading female immortal had a tall nose bridge, thin lips and long eyes, she wore golden armor and had long legs. She wore a white cloak and had a noble aura that could not be offended. She was the current leader of Celestial Court, Luck Path Rank 8 Great Expert, Qin Ding Ling. Zui Xianwang's heart fell to rock bottom, cold sweat poured out of his body, I am going to die this time. A thought flashed in his mind, Zui Xianwang gritted his teeth and cupped his fists, I am willing to offer up my entire inheritance to make a contribution to the righteous path. Qin Ding Ling laughed heartily, saying with a heroic spirit, green ant ascetic and wine fairies inheritances are good, but is my celestial court greedy? We have been the leader of the righteous path for over 3 million years, the number one super force in the world. Since you are fated with this inheritance, it is yours. If you are willing, sit down and have a cup of tea. Saying so, Qin Ding Ling sat cross-legged in the air, taking out a cushion, a tea table, and a cup. Zui Xianwang braced himself and sat down, Qin Ding Ling personally poured tea for him. The fragrance of tea permeated the air, but Zui Xianwang's heart was as cold as ice, his body was shivering as cold sweat accumulated. What kind of person was Qin Ding Ling? She actually treated an Eastern Sea lone cultivator like Zui Xianwang with such respect. She was so courteous, her motive was definitely not small. Please have a drink. Qin Ding Ling stretched out her hand and smiled. Zui Xianwang braced himself and took a sip before putting down the teacup, forcing himself to remain calm as he asked, I wonder what Lady Qin Ding Ling wants. The smile at the corner of Qin Ding Ling's mouth widened. She slowly said, haven't you already guessed why I'm here? Zui Xianwang, you are a smart person. No need to be so pessimistic, even though the demonic path is rising and righteous path is declining, it is only temporary. Looking at the millions of years of history, the righteous path has the upper hand most of the time, the demonic path can only survive in a corner. This is a special era, there will always be some monsters causing trouble. Don't be fooled by their arrogance, they are only the pioneers of the king, they are only paving the way for venerables. Zui Xianwang lowered his head, not daring to look at Qin Ding Ling. He placed his hands on the tea table, he clenched his fists unconsciously, his fists were covered in sweat. The situation is beyond my control, even if Qin Ding Ling makes any excessive requests, I will have to agree to them. Zui Xianwang sighed in his heart. Qin Ding Ling took out evidence, not long after, star constellation Immortal Venerable will revive and return to the Celestial Court, she will restore the might of the Celestial Court. Fangzheng was not persuaded, he insisted. Even so, I think it is better to monopolize this inheritance and use it as a trump card against Fang Yuan in the future. Wuxia Xianxia is only a lone cultivator in Eastern Sea. Qin Ding Ling chuckled. You are underestimating Wuxia Xianxia, and also overestimating the value of this inheritance. Wuxia Xianxia is a person who knows when to submit and when to stand tall. He is a wise man. He controls one of the 3 pools in the world, Wine Pool, and is a food path expert. This inheritance of his has been passed down steadily. His luck is very deep. Food path is about to rise, and Wuxia Xianxia cultivates food path. He is almost the representative of this path. This is no small matter. And this inheritance? Qin Ding Ling shook her head. In my opinion, the most valuable thing is not golden bottle drunken wine killer move, but that human path immortal goo recipe of the drunkard. Green Ant Ascetic and Wine Fairy created this inheritance together. There was a human path immortal goo recipe. Drunkard goo. The more these inheritances spread, the stronger the cultivators, the more effort the heavenly Tao would have to put in to balance them. This way, when Fang Yuan breaks through to Venerable in the future, the heavenly Tao's blockade would weaken him. Throughout history, there was no lack of proof of this point. The eras of the 10 Venerables were filled with countless geniuses, heroes emerged one after another, there were countless heroes in the sky. Breaking through the heavenly Tao blockade, other than luck path, there is also human path. Divine Emperor City is the sacred land of human path. If I can obtain the human path essence inside, it will be of great help to me. Fang Yuan thought. Divine Emperor City, Painting World. At the entrance of the city's market, a crowd was gathered, watching the performance at the center of the empty space. A middle-aged man with a tall and sturdy body wore beast skin. He held a leather whip in his hand and continuously swung it. The whip lashed in the air, making cracking sounds. And below the whip was a leopard, it kept crouching and jumping along with the sound of the whip. The middle-aged man suddenly put away the whip, he stretched his head into the leopard's wide-open mouth. The leopard opened its mouth, its sharp teeth were only millimeters away from the middle-aged man's head. The crowd gasped in shock. But the leopard did not bite. The middle-aged man waited patiently for a while before slowly retracting his head. Immediately, thunderous applause resounded. The middle-aged man took out a bronze gong from his back. He walked around the crowd with the back facing up. He walked quickly, holding the bronze gong in his hand as he shouted, "Fellow villagers, if you have money, please support me. If you don't have money, please support me. If you think it is interesting, please reward me a bit more." The middle-aged man's spectacular performance had won everyone's favor. At once, a large number of yuan stones were thrown out, landing on the bronze gong and producing crisp sounds. Not far away, at the upper floor of the tea house, the human path great expert, Eastern Sea Rank 8 Gu Immortal Xianxia, watched in shock. "This is the reason why I invited you here." Fang Dichang sat in front of Xianxia, drinking tea as he spoke. Xianxia finally retracted his gaze. "Amazing, amazing." He praised endlessly, "So this divine emperor city painting world is so amazing." The middle-aged man was a beast tamer. This profession had never appeared in the painting world before. But when the 10 children of human path led a large group to explore growling beast painting world and returned in defeat, during the process of recuperating, this profession appeared. And in the market, other than the original hero Gu, scholar Gu, soldier Gu, and craftsman Gu, another type of Gu was added, beast tamer Gu. Once beast tamer Gu was activated, it could turn into a beast tamer. Beast tamers were the best at restraining wild beasts. They were most skilled at taming wild beasts and using them for their own use. The Celestial Court had Divine Emperor City. They had this huge advantage. As for food path, This path had been created since the olden antiquity era, but it had not been widely spread. Now, without the restriction of fate, it was finally showing signs of prosperity. The world was already in chaos because of Feng Yuan. Those who should die had to revive, those who should not prosper were rising up. Future? Feng Dichang shook his head inwardly. The future was too complicated and chaotic, he could not see it clearly. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. He Lulan was summoned by Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. Chapter 2130. He Lulan opened her eyes in a daze. Where is this? Her blurry vision became clear. She soon found that she was lying on a stone bed. Around the stone bed was a large leather tent. At the center of the tent, there was a metal frame supporting a large cauldron. The cauldron was gurgling, as if it was boiling soup. At the bottom of the cauldron, a red rat was breathing fire. You're awake? The tent flap was suddenly pulled open, a person walked in. This was a middle-aged woman. She was dressed very simply. She wore a leather skirt that exposed her arms, stomach, and most of her chest. There was a blue phoenix tattoo on her chest and back. It was not only lifelike, but also emitted a faint blue light. He Lulan struggled to sit up. During this process, she found that her clothing had completely changed. It was the same style as the middle-aged woman in front of her, rough and wild. I am Desolate Extremity Lu Tong Lan, you are now in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. The middle-aged woman walked towards He Lulan and smiled. He Lulan was completely awake. Longevity Heaven had 8 extremities. They were ranked by Heaven, Earth, Black, Yellow, Universe, and Desolate. Black extremity was Sun Ming Lu. He cultivated Formation Path. The woman in front of her was Desolate Extremity. She had been hiding in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. What should I do, Lord Lu? He Lulan asked. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun only told her to listen to Desolate Extremity's arrangements after coming here. Lu Tonglan smiled. Here, you can call me Blue Phoenix Tribe Leader. Your current identity is that of my illegitimate daughter. You are a descendant of my bloodline that I left behind in the outside world. Recently, when the tribe was migrating, I found you by chance and brought you back. There are countless tribes in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. They live together with beasts. It is very different from the 5 regions. Every 10,000 years, all the tribes will gather and hold the Myriad Race Ceremony. This is your fortuitous encounter. Alright, you are going to drink the soup now. Lu Tonglan scooped a big bowl of hot soup from the pot and handed it to He Lulan. He Lulan sat on the edge of the bed and picked up a hot iron bowl. A rich aroma of food wafted into her nostrils. She was also hungry, so she immediately opened her mouth and took a sip. When the hot soup entered his mouth, it tasted strange and spicy. It was not tasty at all. Cough, cough, cough. He Lulan was caught off guard and almost vomited. Lu Tonglan's expression was solemn. Drink it, this soup is very important to you, you have to drink every drop in the pot. Drink up. He Lulan knew that this was Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's arrangement. She frowned as she drank one bowl, then another. When she drank the third bowl, she could not help it. Her abdomen was swollen and painful. Lu Tonglan, who had been watching over her, nodded and said, "Stop for a while, your body is at its limit." He Lulan started to have diarrhea, a very serious diarrhea that almost caused her to collapse. But Lu Tonglan did not let her go. Even as He Lulan lay weakly on the stone bed, Lu Tonglan carried the big bowl and poured all the hot soup in the iron pot into her mouth. He Lulan drank while having diarrhea. It was extremely painful. What is the use of drinking this soup? He Lulan asked. Lu Tonglan said, Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven is different from the 5 regions. Those who can survive here can eat a lot. This pot of soup is specially prepared by me to stimulate my appetite. The process of your diarrhea is the process of your body adapting to this place. Don't be fooled by the severity of your diarrhea at the start, it will become lighter and lighter. In at most 3 days, you will be back to normal and will feel extremely hungry. Thus, this totem is a killer move in essence. There is actually such a mystical method in this world. Does everyone cultivate totems here? Ha ha ha. Lu Tonglan laughed even louder. Hey Lulan, you are indeed a genius favored by Master. You saw through the essence of the totem at once. That's right, we goo cultivators' killer moves are formed by using goo worms or goo materials. Goo worms are fragments of the great Tao, while goo materials are the accumulation of Tao marks. The totems here are the same. But the cultivation method relies on the help of goo worms, we still rely on our own consumption and digestion. Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven is the immortal aperture of reckless savage demon Venerable. This demon Venerable planted his immortal aperture in the gluttonous demon Frog's body, allowing this grotto heaven to have a food path environment. The gluttonous demon Frog was a legendary immemorial beast, it had an unimaginable number of food path Tao marks. With the influence of food path Tao marks, in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven, humans could devour goo materials to increase their Tao marks. Next, they could use the goo worms here to construct their own totems. Hey Lulan guessed correctly, the totem was a special killer move. Normally, it would be attached to the surface of the goo cultivator's body. Once primeval essence or immortal essence was injected, it would turn solid and fly to fight. Totem killer moves have a lot of advantages. Normal killer moves needed to use goo worms and expend thoughts to activate on the spot. But as long as the totem is constructed properly, it saves time, effort, and effort. In the outside world of the 5 regions, even though there are fixed killer moves like goo houses, but totems can be continuously perfected and increased. Powerful immortal goo houses have little room for improvement. Lu Tonglan continued to explain. Hey Lulan, however, frowned. I have the great strength true martial physique, I cultivate strength path, but this totem seems to be a transformation path killer move? Lu Tonglan smiled as she shook her head, that is not the case. The other advantage of totem killer moves is that they are suitable for all goo cultivation paths. For example, I cultivate fire path, by devouring all kinds of food, I used goo worms to create the blue phoenix totem killer move. This totem is a fire path killer move, it is very compatible with me. But you cultivate strength path, you can have a totem that belongs to strength path. Hey Lulan cupped her fists as she said solemnly, Senior, please enlighten me. Sure. Lu Tonglan pointed at the empty pot. The snake and rat nest soup that I gave you earlier was to identify your physique and know what ingredients you are suited to eat. Which ingredients are the best for you to absorb and have the best nutrition. As for your totem, that is something that belongs to you, what it looks like depends on your situation. There were countless types of totems, even if they were similar in shape, they would be different depending on the person. Lu Tonglan reminded, Hey Lulan, you need to make use of every minute and second to nurture your totem. This killer move is the only method you can use in the Myriad Tribe ceremony. After Hey Lulan understood all the reasons, he wholeheartedly cultivated this method. Every time Lu Tonglan cooked something, she would eat it with all her strength, using this food path environment to absorb the external Tao marks. Lu Tonglan only cooked soup at first, but gradually, she added meat and vegetables, before adding grains. All of these foods had one similarity, they tasted terrible. Chapter 2131. Hey Lulan sat on the stone bed, cultivating. After a long time, she slowly opened her eyes. She lowered her head and saw that there was a totem on her chest. The totem was very simple, there were only a few strokes, but the lines were powerful, with just a few strokes, it depicted a black cat. The black cat was young and naive, its tail was raised as it squatted down, its front paws were on the ground, as if it was going to pounce at the next moment. Desolate Extremity lent me a complete set of goo worms. Using these goo worms, my totem killer move's first form has already formed. Hei Lulan calculated the time in her mind. From the time she came here to the time she cultivated the totem's first form, 30 days had passed. In these 30 days, Hei Lulan did not leave the house, other than eating, drinking, and going to the toilet. She was cultivating. She did not relax for even a moment, she was extremely hard-working. Suddenly, there were sounds of argument outside the tent. Blue Phoenix tribe leader, you are too much. That's right. These last days, how many ingredients have you used in the tribe's storage just for your illegitimate daughter? At the start, you used the ancient desolate beast single-horned deer's meat to make soup for your daughter. Then, you cooked a snake and rat soup, using ancient desolate beast snakes and rats, just to find the most accurate recipe. Over the next few days, you almost emptied our tribe's storage. The ingredients you used were at least desolate beast level. We elected you as the tribe leader, but you are using favoritism, you have let down the tribe's expectations. Hei Lulan heard this and had a strange expression. It seemed like the elders of the tribe were raising an uproar to question the chief, Lu Tonglan. Speaking of which, I have used a lot of immortal materials these last few days. Is Desolate Extremity unable to control the situation? Hei Lulan guessed. At the next moment, Lu Tonglan's voice could be heard, Elders, don't be angry. The reason why I'm doing this is also for the sake of our tribe. Ah Lan, come out. Hei Lulan heard this and walked out of the tent that she had been in for a month, making her first appearance. This was a valley with lush greenery. Not far away was a river. It was surrounded by tents of all sizes, forming a tribal gathering place. Hei Lulan's tent was located in the center of the colony, the safest place. At the same time, this tent was also the largest one. In the open space in front of the tent, a group of people confronted Lu Tonglan. These people were dressed in beast skin, exposing most of their bodies. Most of them were elderly, they were goo immortals. What attracted Hei Lulan the most were the various totems on their bodies. Lan, come here, Lu Tonglan called out. Hei Lulan remained silent and walked to Lu Tonglan's side. The eyes of the tribal elders were all focused on Hei Lulan. No, to be more precise, it was focused on her chest. The expressions of the elders began to change. Some people found it hard to believe, while others began to get excited. This is? Are my old eyes failing me? Who can tell me if this is the Yudu Power Tiger? Lu Tonglan smiled, that's right. This is the Yudu Power Tiger totem. All the elders were silent. They were so excited that their bodies began to tremble. Lu Tonglan continued, I know what you want to ask. Since my daughter has the Yudu Power Tiger totem, you should know that she has the sacred physique. Only the sacred physique can cultivate the Yudu Power Tiger totem. The elders were in an uproar. Lu Tonglan waited quietly until the voices of the elders quieted down. Then, she continued, now, do you still think that I'm playing favorites for my own benefit? Of course not. An elder shook his head, he had a firm attitude. This is the sacred physique, she can directly advance in the myriad tribe ceremony and challenge predicaments. An elder stared at Hei Lulan with a heated gaze. As long as the sacred physique survives the myriad tribe ceremony, our entire tribe will receive preferential treatment and become one of the candidates of the sacred race. An elder was already looking forward to the bright future. Sacred physique? Are you talking about my great strength true martial physique? Hei Lulan's heart calmed down, she knew that the entire situation was still under Lu Tonglan's control. Lu Tonglan's lips curled up, why can we only be candidates and not directly become the sacred race? The elders' expressions froze before they shook their heads. Tribe leader, you can't be so impatient. Your daughter has rank 7 cultivation level, but to become the final victor of the Myriad Tribes ceremony, her cultivation level is still not enough. We need to be patient. As long as she grows to rank 8 in the future, there will be no challenge. According to tradition, she will be the sacred king. As long as we protect her and nurture her, we will become the sacred race. Why take the risk? Lu Tonglan was silent for a while before nodding. Elders are right, I was too impatient. But undeniably, the stronger Alan is, the higher her ranking in the Myriad Tribes ceremony, the greater the benefits our tribe will obtain, right? The elders nodded, of course. Lu Tonglan suddenly bowed, so from now on, please help Alan to raise her totem. The more benefits she obtains, the more benefits our tribe will obtain. The elders reacted, some nodded in agreement, while others pointed at Lu Tonglan and laughed, so everything was within Blue Phoenix tribe leader's plan. Under Lu Tonglan's meticulous arrangements, the first time He Lulan appeared, she was accepted by the entire tribe. He Lulan also understood one of the reasons why Immortal Zombie Giant's son sent her here and valued her so much. It turned out that the great strength true martial physique was so popular in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. Afterwards, He Lulan asked Lu Tonglan why the great strength true martial physique was considered a sacred physique here and was treated so well. Lu Tonglan told her, according to the rumors here, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable has the great strength true martial physique. I cannot confirm whether this rumor is true or not. This rumor was not important. He Lulan quickly threw it to the back of her mind. She continued to cultivate her totem killer move. This time, not only did Blue Phoenix tribe leader Lu Tonglan help her, the entire tribe's elders also contributed generously. He Lulan's totem quickly grew from a small cat to the size of a black panther. At this point, the support of the elders also began to weaken. During this process, a huge amount of immortal materials were consumed. But what made He Lulan extremely gratified was that when the Dark Capital Strength Tiger Totem was activated, it was extremely powerful, far surpassing all of her previous methods. The Dark Capital Strength Tiger Totem directly became her strongest killer move. But this is not enough. After a round of cultivation, Desolate Extremity Lu Tonglan said honestly, since Master sent you here, I will definitely nurture you with all my strength, I will not let Master down. Those elders did not use up all their resources, I do not have many resources left. But it is not a problem, in a few days, the situation will change. The elders had descendants too, even though He Lulan had the sacred physique, she was still a descendant of the tribe leader, the elders would not use up all their resources for He Lulan, this was normal. A few days later, Blue Phoenix tribe was suddenly attacked by their mortal enemy, Fire Blend tribe. They suffered heavy casualties and were forced to retreat from the valley. While retreating, Blue Phoenix tribe leader regrouped and led her troops to retaliate. Fire Blend tribe was caught off guard, they were forced out of the valley, Blue Phoenix tribe regained control of their settlement. Fire Blend tribe was not satisfied, they set up camp outside the valley, facing off against Blue Phoenix tribe, waiting for an opportunity. Late at night, Lu Tonglan brought He Lulan and secretly left the settlement. They met with Fire Blend tribe leader in a cave at the edge of the valley. Fire Blend tribe leader saw the shocked He Lulan and explained with a smile, I am Yellow Extremity Jianghu. It turned out that this was just a show between Lu Tonglan and Jianghu. Jianghu took out a large number of immortal materials and handed them to Lu Tonglan. These are all the goo materials that I can gather for He Lulan. Other than that, there is also this. Jianghu had a strange expression as he took out many corpses. These were the corpses of Fire Blend tribe's goo immortal elders who died in battle. Lu Tonglan also took out several corpses, these were the members of Blue Phoenix tribe who died in battle. In front of He Lulan, Jianghu started to cut the meat, while Lu Tonglan started to heat up the pot. He Lulan was shocked, you want me to eat humans? Jianghu cut the human meat as he chuckled, you don't need to treat them as humans, just treat them as immortal materials. Normally speaking, when a Gu immortal dies, as long as they are not immortal zombies, their Dao marks will return to their immortal apertures. But the Gu cultivators here are different. Before their immortal apertures return to the ground, they are digested by myriad beast fusion color heaven. The totem killer moves on their bodies are the Dao mark engravings. They have already become the most valuable parts. Saying so, Jianghu picked a few pieces from the pile of minced meat and threw them into the pot. Lu Tonglan stirred the meat soup as she said, "Hey Lulan, there are not many pieces of meat that are suitable for you. But because they are all humans, they are easier for you to absorb. It will be a huge help to your totem's growth." Hey Lulan's expression was pale, even her tone changed. Is it common to eat humans in the whole of myriad beast fusion color heaven? Lu Tonglan looked at the human meat soup in the pot as she replied plainly, "Of course not. Even though eating humans can help your totem grow, it is still a demonic path practice. Tribes that openly eat humans are all demonic path tribes, they are boycotted. That's why we brought you here in secret to cover our tracks. You have a sacred body. If a sacred body is found to be eating humans, your status will be gone. But there is no helping it. Time is limited. To nurture you to the limit, eating humans is the best way. It's done, eat it." Lu Tonglan handed over the soup. Hey Lulan received it with a numb expression. Chapter 2132. Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. Myriad tribes were gathered at Moonfield Slope. The Myriad Tribes ceremony is held here? Hey Lulan looked at the barren land in front of her, saying in a disappointed tone. Every Myriad race ceremony was held at Tianyue Plateau. But to Hey Lulan, this place was barren and barren. There was yellow soil everywhere. Other than that, there was nothing here. When the wind blew, it lifted up the sand, causing smoke and dust to billow. Myriad Tribes ceremony is different from the Thousand Tribes ceremony. It is a grand ceremony that involves the whole of Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. It is held once every 10,000 years. This is my first time here. Blue Phoenix Tribe's leader, Desolate Extremity Lu Tonglan, who was also one of the 8 extremities, replied. Behind them were Blue Phoenix Tribe's members. Because half a year ago, Blue Phoenix Tribe fought with Fire Blend Tribe, Blue Phoenix Tribe lost many Gu immortals and elders. But because of this, Blue Phoenix Tribe's leader gained more control over the tribe. Blue Phoenix Tribe's leader, Sacred Child. This is the Sacred Child? Ha ha ha, I heard that Blue Phoenix Tribe has a Sacred Child. I am so envious. Deep into Moonfield Slope, Lu Tonglan met many familiar people. These people were either well-known experts, clan leaders, elders, or the like, all of them of high status and authority. Hey Lulan's reputation also spread. After all, the Sacred Child's identity was too eye-catching. Humph. A cold snort could be heard. Fire Blend Tribe's leader, Jianghu, had an angry expression as he stared at Blue Phoenix Tribe's leader and Hey Lulan. Beside him, there were also a group of clan leaders and elders. Blue Phoenix Tribe's leader, you came too late, are you afraid? Jianghu asked arrogantly. Lu Tonglan immediately retorted, smiling coldly, even if I am afraid, I will not be afraid of you. Who do you think you are? Tribe leaders, the Myriad Tribes ceremony is about to begin. Whoever attacks will be the enemy of the Myriad Tribes and will be sacrificed. An elder of a large tribe saw that the situation was bad and hurried over. Next, this elder said to Jianghu, Fire Blend Tribe leader, why are you still here? Our patriarch has already held a banquet, you can't be late. Jianghu snorted coldly and threatened Lu Tonglan, I'll let you go for now. After saying that, he turned around and led the people around him away. Chief Huarong, this guy. Only after he left did the chiefs close to Lu Tonglan speak up. Blue Phoenix clan leader, Fire Melt clan leader lost to you half a year ago and lost a lot of his strength. But you can't be careless, he has already attached himself to the Yellowbell tribe. Yellowbell tribe is a super tribe. Not only is the tribe leader but even the first elder has rank 8 cultivation level. In just a few words, these experts told him all the information about the Fire Melt Patriarch. He Lulan listened quietly, gaining a better understanding of the situation in the myriad beast fusion color heaven. The situation here is actually no different from the 5 regions. It's still the weak relying on the strong. Lu Tonglan and Jianghu were 2 of the 8 extremities. Even though they were cultivating here and using totem killer moves, they were experts among rank 7s. Thus, a group of people gathered around them. But the true peak forces are still existences like the Yellowbell tribe. It seems that Jiaohua's plan succeeded. He used the weakness of the tribe as an excuse to get close to the Yellowbell tribe. Who could have known that the 2 of them were sworn enemies on the surface but in fact, the closest allies? He Lulan felt admiration towards these 2's methods. Several days later, the myriad tribe's ceremony began. Great God Reckless Barbarian, Purple Gold Tribe offers 30 golden sand carps. Great God Reckless Savage, the Ice Lake Tribe offers 3 baby lions. Great God Reckless Savage, Yellow Bell Tribe offers a group of vast heaven sparrows, 10 dazzling vines, and an outsider. All the tribes took turns to slaughter and offer up their offerings on the large open space in the center. Some tribes were weak, they could only offer desolate beasts. Some tribes were not as strong as Blue Phoenix tribe, they could offer ancient desolate beasts. And the strongest forces like Yellow Bell tribe offered large numbers of ancient desolate beasts, desolate plants, or even several immemorial desolate beasts and desolate plants. From time to time, outsiders would be captured and killed in front of everyone. These outsiders were all Gu immortals, they had rank 7 cultivation level at least. The outsiders that Yellow Bell tribe killed even had rank 8 cultivation level. If these things were used as ingredients for me to eat, my totem would grow even more. He Lulan felt that it was a great pity. Be it the corpses of desolate beasts or Gu immortals, once they landed on the yellow soil, they would melt like wax and seep into the soil. The entire ground was like a silent giant beast, silently devouring all the offerings. This moon field slope is hiding a huge secret, it is not as simple as it looks on the surface. He Lulan thought. She watched as these offerings seeped into the yellow soil. After a while, the blood-stained ground returned to its original yellow color. The offerings of outsiders, regardless of their cultivation level, would attract the cheers of all the tribes. The cheers were like tsunamis, it was shocking. Myriad beast fusion color heaven had existed for so many years, there were naturally rumors about it. Immortal zombie giant Sun had a way to send people in, so did others. Good kill, good kill. These otherworldly demons deserve to die. History records that every time the myriad tribe ceremony is near, these otherworldly demons will appear. We should kill all of these outsiders, they actually dared to invade our world. He Lulan heard the conversations of the surrounding people as a peculiar feeling emerged in her heart. The natives of myriad beast fusion color heaven treated this grotto heaven as a large world, they treated all the outsiders as otherworldly demons, they had no idea that the outside world was even bigger. This made He Lulan involuntarily think of the marketplace in the Legends of Renzu, and the small people living in the marketplace. The offering lasted for a day, other than the super forces that could publicly offer offerings at the central empty space, the other tribes could only offer offerings in their own territory. On the night of the sacrificial ceremony, there was a large bonfire celebration. Cowhide drums were beaten loudly, thousands of bonfires burned, countless people dressed in beast skins and feathered ornaments surrounded the bonfires, laughing, singing, and dancing enthusiastically. Lu Tonglan's totem is clearly stronger, but the main reason for this is the difference in combat between the 2 tribe leaders. He Lulan watched the battle from the side and understood. As expected of Blue Phoenix tribe leader, Sai, I admit defeat." Not long after, Stardust tribe leader said. He needed to conserve his strength, the myriad races ceremony had just begun. If he was heavily injured, he would not be able to fight anymore, more people would challenge him, and he would lose more immortal materials. Lu Tonglan decisively stopped. Stardust tribe leader immediately arranged for the 5 Emperor Eel's white thread tendon to be delivered. Both sides stopped. Stardust tribe leader, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can send a message to Blue Phoenix tribe. If it's just a small matter, Blue Phoenix tribe will definitely help, Lu Tonglan said before leaving. Stardust tribe leader's expression relaxed. Chapter 2133. With desolate extremity Lu Tonglan's help, He Lulan gathered a large number of immortal materials and devoured them. After digesting them, her totem was finally completed. Very good, your dark capital strength tiger totem is completely formed. With just this move, you are definitely a peak expert among rank 7s, even in the outside world of the 5 regions. Lu Tonglan was very pleased. Next, if you are interested, you can try it out. The Myriad Tribe ceremony had already entered a very cruel competition segment. Every day, a large number of tribes were destroyed, experts were injured, and clan treasuries suffered huge losses. Some even took the initiative to seek revenge. The condition of the challenge was not immortal materials, but someone's life. What made He Lulan feel a chill was that any Gu immortal who died in the Myriad Tribe ceremony would be sacrificed on the spot, fusing into the yellow earth. Blue Phoenix Tribe's situation was very good. Because He Lulan was a sacred child, as long as she did not die, when she became a rank 8 Gu immortal, Blue Phoenix Tribe would automatically become a sacred tribe, it would have a high status and authority. Thus, almost no one dared to provoke Blue Phoenix Tribe. Even if someone was jealous and wanted to attack the immature He Lulan, they would be very wary, they would not attack the sacred child at this crucial moment in the sacred land. This would be a huge disrespect to Ruthless savage god. During the day, over 10,000 tribes challenged one another. At night, countless tribe leaders and elders conversed privately, forming alliances. Lu Tonglan and Jianghu had been communicating secretly. Whoever wanted to deal with Blue Phoenix Tribe would likely contact Fire Blend Tribe, and vice versa. Blue Phoenix Tribe, which had a sacred child, was secretly envied and hated by many, some were even people who were close to Lu Tonglan. Fire Blend Tribe was not having a good time either. Half a year ago, they had lost almost half of their elders, their strength had weakened, they had to rely on Yellow Bell Tribe. But Yellow Bell Tribe had its opponents too. The experts of the various tribes continued to compete and fight. Fortunately, because they could only use totems to fight, the casualties were greatly reduced. Under normal circumstances, they would still use other killer moves in a real battle. Totem killer moves were only a trump card, normal methods were also trump card methods. He Lulan's horizons had been broadened over the past few days. She had seen all kinds of totems, and had gotten to know many outstanding powerhouses. Her totem was already completed, and the next step was to continue eating. With the Yuta Power Tiger as the foundation, she would fuse the other Dao marks and gradually transform it into a totem that was suitable for He Lulan. But there was another route, which was to construct a second totem, and then a third totem. Warriors with many totems had more tricks up their sleeves, but because their energy was divided, the quality of their totems would be slightly lower. When the same amount of energy and resources were invested, it was obvious that a single totem would be stronger than multiple totems. As for which path to choose, He Lulan was still pondering. According to historical records, the reckless savage demon Venerable had countless totems, and each of them was extremely powerful. They had at least rank 8 battle strength, some even had pseudo-venerable battle strength. It seems like reckless savage archdevil ancestor chose the second route. Days passed, and the situation of the myriad races changed with each passing day. Firstly, those ordinary tribes that only had Gu masters started to merge with each other intensely. Next, this phenomenon started to spread to the super forces. In the end, even a super force like the Yellow Bell tribe was defeated. When the 3 rank 8 Gu immortals were buried in Moonfield Slope, this piece of yellow earth started to emit a faint yellow light. Within this faint yellow light, a path gradually appeared. The Myriad Life Road has appeared. Huff, the Myriad Races challenge is finally over. Only publicly recognized experts can enter the Myriad Life Road and find the immortal opportunity left behind by Great God Reckless Savage. He Lulan also realized, so all the sacrifices were used to open this Myriad Life Road. With her sacred physique, she did not need to compete, she could directly enter the Myriad Life Road. After the Myriad Races discussed, a total of 88 people were chosen. There were 8 people qualified for each cycle of cultivation. Among the Myriad Races, there were no rank 9 Gu cultivators, so only 88 people were chosen. This number made He Lulan feel somewhat sensitive. Under countless envious gazes, 88 people walked the Myriad Life Road together. From the outside, the Myriad Life Road looked like a mirage. But when He Lulan and the rest stepped on it, they had a completely different feeling. There really seems to be a path that allows me to walk on solid ground. He Lulan walked for a dozen steps as her expression changed. Beside her was Lu Tonglan. Not far behind her was Jianghu. These two were worthy of the 8 extremities, they had emerged victorious in the Myriad Races competition, becoming one of the 88 people. In this Myriad Life Road, every step expends our strength, will, and even immortal essence. He Lulan said. Lu Tonglan added, or more accurately speaking, all of our foundation and strength are being expended according to a certain ratio. Trekking on the path of thousand life was fair to everyone, and the difficulty was the same. Gu immortals were stronger than Gu masters, but the difficulty of becoming a Gu master was proportional to the Gu master's own strength. This caused many Gu masters to walk ahead of Gu immortals. I found Gu worms, there are Gu worms on the ground, as long as I pick them up, I can instantly refine them. Look here, there are so many ingredients, they are worth cities. Many people started to cheer and shout, they started to make great gains. The Myriad Races outside could not see this, they could only see the 88 figures shrunk into black dots, hidden by the heavenly road in the sky. He Lulan observed carefully and soon found some clues. The heavenly road is undulating, some slopes upwards, some slopes downwards. The slopes upwards usually have Gu worms and Gu materials, even though there is nothing on the slopes downwards, it expends less of our strength. He Lulan analyzed and suddenly gasped, strange, this is like a certain part of the legends of Renzu. She looked at Lu Tonglan as the latter nodded with a smile, you are right. This is the uphill road and downhill road. He Lulan's mind and body shook greatly. But Lu Tonglan was very happy. Continue like this predicament is already going all out. He Lulan suddenly thought, she had the great strength true martial physique, but the others did not. What would they do if they encountered a predicament? Dark capital strength tiger, come out. He Lulan willed as she expended a large amount of rank 7 immortal essence. Roar! Within the surging black light, the black tiger condensed into solid form and charged forward. With a loud sound, a huge hole appeared. Only 4 people were left, He Lulan, Jianghu, Yellow Bell tribe leader, and another young rank 7 Gu immortal. What Gu is this? Everyone's eyes shined. The rank 8 immortal Gu that they encountered was not ordinary, it was like an ant, fist-sized and emitted 5-colored light. This is quantitative change goo. Yellow Bell tribe leader laughed loudly. It was his turn now. With this immortal goo, he could make one target turn into 10, 10 into 100, the number would rise sharply. Of course, the immortal essence expenditure would also rise sharply. Some targets could not be quantitative change, for example, any immortal goo. Of course, this immortal goo could be used in battle. For example, when the enemy used fire chi to fill the sky, quantitative change goo could reduce the number of flames and quickly weaken the enemy's attack. However, to take this immortal goo, they had to defeat the predicament in front of them. After a fierce battle, everyone won, they split the meat together. Yellow Bell tribe leader was the happiest. Not only did he obtain a top-grade immortal goo, his strength had also recovered. Everyone continued to move forward. There was another predicament blocking their path, but there was nothing on the ground. There was no turning back on the heavenly road, everyone was helpless, they could only fight and kill the predicament to take the meat. Everyone recovered some of their strength as a result. As they moved up the slope, a rank 8 immortal goo appeared. It was a rhinoceros beetle, it looked like a steel ingot, it had thick armor and a muscular body. This is actually fortitude goo. Fortitude goo, am I seeing things? It really is fortitude goo. This is an immortal goo recorded in the Legends of Renzu. Everyone was shocked, they looked at the young rank 7 goo immortal. According to the order, it was his turn to take it. This goo immortal could be said to be the biggest dark horse in the Myriad Tribe ceremony. Right now, his body was trembling in excitement. After an intense battle, the predicament screamed as it fell to the ground. Everyone split the food, the rank 7 goo immortal took fortitude goo. This trip was worth it, it was definitely worth it. The rank 7 goo immortal muttered in excitement. Yellow Bell tribe leader tried to recruit him. Let me think about it. The rank 7 goo immortal rejected him directly. Yellow Bell tribe leader frowned slightly before relaxing. This person's future is not going to be good. He Lulan saw this but did not say anything. This young rank 7 goo immortal had already become arrogant, he did not care about Yellow Bell tribe leader at all, he was waiting for the best offer. But it was not strange, He Lulan could easily guess that during this period of time, many people had come to recruit this rank 7 goo immortal. Maybe this rank 7 goo immortal had already heard all these words and heard them. Everyone set off again. The predicament blocked their path but did not have any immortal goo or immortal materials. They could not turn back on the heavenly road, they could only kill this predicament. But Jianghu rejected the predicament's flesh. I can't eat anymore, I have reached my limit. If I eat anymore, my heart fire will burn and I will die. Jianghu sighed, taking a deep look at He Lulan before leaving. Only He Lulan, Yellow Bell tribe leader, and that rank 7 goo immortal were left. He Lulan had already chosen it, since Jianghu had left, according to the order, it should be Yellow Bell tribe leader's turn. But after several rounds of climbing, the three did not gain anything, instead, they encountered two predicaments. After a tough battle, even though they had flesh, they could not make up for it, their strength fell sharply. Don't be anxious and discouraged. Chapter 2135. The three charged towards the predicament. This was a true battle to the death. The three of them did not have enough strength, but this predicament was unexpectedly strong. Calamities and tribulations continued, the three immortals exerted all their strength, using all their trump cards and squeezing out every bit of their potential. He Lulan's dark capital strength tiger totem was crippled, Yellow Bell tribe leader's golden bell totem was 80% damaged, the cost of repairing it was extremely high. As for that rank 7 goo immortal, he had rain eagle totem and thunder fish totem, they had both lost their battle strength. But thankfully, this rank 7 Gu Immortal had methods to combine these two tattered totems and form the Thunder Rain Fish Eagle totem. They barely escaped death. After 15 minutes of stalemate, the three immortals risked their lives and killed the predicament. Yellow Bell tribe leader lay on the ground. He did not even have the strength to laugh, he could only laugh dryly. Ability Gu is mine now. You two are very good, whether or not you want to join my Yellow Bell tribe, I owe you two a favor. What are you doing? Suddenly, Yellow Bell tribe leader stared with wide eyes, shouting in anger. Because he saw that the rank 7 Gu Immortal had secretly crawled for a while, taking away the ability Gu on the ground. What else can I do? Snatch the Gu. The rank 7 Gu Immortal placed ability Gu into his immortal aperture in front of Yellow Bell tribe leader. Guh. Yellow Bell tribe leader spat out a mouthful of blood, he fainted on the spot, falling down from the heavenly road. Hey Lulan gritted her teeth, just one step, damn it, damn it. She wanted to snatch ability Gu too, but regretfully, after getting out of the predicament, her position was not good, she was the furthest away from the immortal Gu on the ground. Thus, she could only watch as the rank 7 Gu Immortal succeeded. The rank 7 Gu Immortal smiled at He Lulan, before falling down from the heavenly road. I don't have the strength to continue. He Lulan sighed deeply, even though she had huge gains in this trip, she did not obtain any top-tier immortal Gu. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly froze, her palm touched something. It looks like a formless Gu worm. He Lulan concentrated, because she was in contact with this immortal Gu, she could sense the Gu worm's strength path aura. A rank 8 formless immortal Gu? What was it? Don't tell me. He Lulan was overjoyed, she grabbed this mysterious immortal Gu and left the heavenly road. The Legends of Renzhua Chapter 5, Section 34, it was said that the human ancestor had encountered the greatest predicament of his life, thus giving birth to his seventh son, the great strength true martial. Renzhou was also saved. Renzhou and great strength true martial traveled together. Great strength true martial asked, Father, where are we going next? Renzhou replied, My child, you still don't know the whole story, let me tell you. I originally wanted to save your brothers and sisters, but Fate Gu arranged everything and did not allow us to reunite. Right now, we can only reunite with our loved ones by breaking free from the shackles of fate. Great Strength heard the entire story and shouted indignantly, This Fate Gu is too hateful. At the same time, Strong Gu shouted in his heart, Experts hate restraints the most, especially fate. Renzhou patted Great Strength True Marshal's head, consoling, Don't worry, I have already thought of a way. I will use Self Gu to absorb strength and wisdom, then I will obtain Freedom Gu to break free from Fate Gu's restraints. Now, let's go to a place called Xiankun Crystal Wall and find Wisdom Gu there. Great Strength True Martial nodded, then let's go together. Renzhou and Great Strength True Martial continued to walk, the road became uneven, there were many uphill and downhill slopes. Chapter 2136. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Meng Qiuzhen explored another dream realm. Deep in the clouds, Meng Qiuzhen sat cross-legged at the edge of a cliff, below him was a rumbling waterfall. Immortal, immortal. A young man covered in injuries crawled towards Fang Yuan, begging to become his disciple. You want to become my disciple? Meng Qiuzhen smiled. He was surprised as he tried to guess the rules of this new dream realm. If it were before, Fang Yuan could only test it with his own body. But now, Meng Qiuzhen had a dream path Immortal Gu, Dream Butterfly. He immediately activated Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu to investigate while trying to stall for time. You are just a mortal, since you went through so much trouble to come to me, it must be fate. I have 3 paths, I can teach you one of them. The young man was overjoyed, he kowtowed as his forehead hit the hard rock, creating a dull sound. Meng Qiuzhen continued, the first path is formation path. Formation path pays particular attention to. Meng Qiuzhen spoke slowly, he was telling the truth, there were no lies. The young man nodded hesitantly, Lord Immortal, even though formation path cultivation is complicated, I will work hard to learn it. Meng Qiuzhen shook his head, saying, no rush. I have a second path, it is strength path. Strength path is fierce and direct, its advantage is. After Meng Qiuzhen said this, the young man became even more excited, I want to learn strength path. Meng Qiuzhen smiled again, I have a third path, wisdom path. Strength path is very common, but wisdom path is very rare, it has a long history. Among them. After a long speech, the young man was extremely excited, Lord Immortal, Lord Immortal. I want to learn wisdom path the most, please help me. At this time, Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu finally finished investigating the Dream Realm. The Dream Realm was not small, it had 8 scenes. It turned out that the Immortal had once unintentionally destroyed a mortal village, the young man's parents were among them. The young man was alone, he had tasted the bitterness of the mortal world, he did not know who his enemy was. The young man went through countless hardships and finally became the disciple of an immortal. He was talented and had one of the 10 extreme physiques, he was extremely compatible with wisdom path cultivation. The young man finally found out that his enemy was his master, he took revenge. The final scene was the battle between the master and the disciple, which was extremely difficult. No matter what I teach, this disciple will learn it 100%. Moreover, he will bring forth new ideas from the old, surpassing the master. Moreover, he also cultivates wisdom path and possesses powerful wisdom path methods. So, this first scene is the best chance to weaken this disciple. Meng Qiuzhen understood. Without Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu, he could only test it with his own body. According to normal calculations, he would not be able to pass the first time, his soul would be injured. Meng Qiuzhen needed to recuperate, this was a waste of time and resources. Then, he would regroup and explore the dream world again. But now that he had Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu, he had the initiative and was no longer so passive. Even though Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu could only investigate, the value of crucial information was hard to estimate. Looking at the young man in front of him, Meng Qiuzhen thought about it and smiled, then I will teach you wisdom path cultivation methods. This method isn't my original creation, but I've improved it. I call it the 9x9 multiplication formula. 9x9 multiplication formula? The young man's eyes shined, just hearing this name made him feel that it was grand and immortal. Most of these Immortal Gu were rank 6, while a few were rank 7. Refining rank 8 Immortal Gu in 4-element square regret blood refinement pool was a common thing, refining rank 6 and 7 Immortal Gu was even easier. The only thing that could restrain Feng Yuan was the limitation of Immortal Gu. In this world, when Gu Immortals wanted to refine Immortal Gu, they had to prepare to their limits, they might not succeed no matter how much effort they put in. The success rate of their Gu refinement was too low. If they knew that Feng Yuan was refining Gu like this, they would be shocked to the point of disbelief. In fact, 4-element square regret blood refinement pool was an existence that surpassed the imagination of Gu Immortals. As for the theft path Immortal Gu that were refined, they were used by Feng Yuan to construct a new thieves' Denver. The previous Thieves' Den Immortal Goo House had appeared many times. It was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's original creation. It no longer met Feng Yuan's requirements. Thus, Feng Yuan modified it on this basis. The main thing was to make up for the goo worms that he lacked. The degree of modification was very small, because this immortal goo house originated from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, be it its structure or killer moves, it was at the peak. Feng Yuan could modify it because of the advancement of time. Some new goo were produced that were more suitable for Thieves' Den Cooking Luck Pot, Thieves' Den, and Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress were Feng Yuan's 3 immortal goo houses. With Feng Yuan's current goo refinement ability, he could rebuild Dragon Palace and Myriad-Year Flying Warship, these 2 immortal goo houses. However, after Feng Yuan thought about it, he wisely gave up on the idea of rebuilding them. These 2 immortal goo houses had appeared too many times, almost everyone in the world knew about them. Moreover, they were both peak creations, there was little room for modification. If Feng Yuan rebuilt them, he would definitely be targeted in future battles. It was fine if he was targeted by ordinary enemies, but Crazed Demon Cave had Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, and even Limitless Demon Venerable. If Di Zongsheng was still enslaved by Feng Yuan, there would still be some value in rebuilding Dragon Palace. Unfortunately, Di Zongsheng was sealed by the Celestial Court. If Feng Yuan attacked the Celestial Court because of this, he would expend a lot of effort. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would have more opportunities. Rather than rebuilding an immortal goo house, I should design a new immortal goo house. Rather than designing a new immortal goo house, I should focus on my combat system. Qi Si Ancestor had been preparing his combat system long ago, while Feng Yuan's main body was also facing the same problem. To deal with venerables, I need an excellent combat system. It is a pity that Duke Long is already dead. Demon Immortal Qi Ju is also sealed. Without these people as my touchstones, my combat system will lack a test. Feng Yuan had been thinking about his combat system. In fact, he hoped that some people with similar battle strength would appear and help him create a mature combat system. Currently, Feng Yuan's most mature combat system was still the Sword Path and Time Path he displayed during the Fate War. Now that he had Rank 8 Fortitude Goo and Ability Goo, he might be able to create a combat system in Strength Path as well. Buzz buzz buzz, Cooking Luck Pot suddenly shook. Feng Yuan immediately raised his head, observing the luck of his clone and himself. Soon, his expression became rather strange. His main body's silver-white light pillar of luck actually formed many small gray clouds on the surface. Feng Yuan observed carefully and soon found that these clouds originated from Li Xiaobai. His other clones' luck were calm, only Li Xiaobai's luck was changing rapidly. Chapter 2139. On Du Zhizhao's corpse, an immortal goo appeared on his chest. This immortal goo seemed to be made of crystal. It was shaped like a flea and was as big as a fist. It was curled up into a ball and did not make any sound. It was very silent. Because of this immortal goo, a mortal like Du Zhizhao was able to affect the calamities and tribulations. Li Xiaobai cleaned the battlefield. He naturally found this immortal goo. To activate immortal goo, immortal essence was needed. However, there were some special cases that were not bound by this rule. It seems that even mortals can use this mystical immortal goo. Su Qihan said. This immortal goo is very rare, let me check it. Imperial Minister Su looked at this immortal goo as he showed a peculiar expression, using an information path method. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven was an information path grotto heaven that had always focused on searching and accumulating information. Although Profound Literature Paradise lived in seclusion, it had never been bold enough to shut itself off from the outside world. It had always maintained close contact with the outside world. Moreover, Minister Su was an important minister of the imperial court and had a high level of authority. He could investigate many secrets and important news of the imperial court. Soon, he got the result: this immortal goo is actually Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo. Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo? This was the first time Su Qihan had heard of it. Imperial Minister Su explained in detail: Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo is a Heaven Path Goo worm. Similar to it are Heaven's Fury Immortal Goo and Heaven's Sorrow Immortal Goo. This type of Heaven Path Immortal Goo cannot be activated even by rank 9 Goo Venerables. Father, your information is wrong, right? We clearly saw Du Zhishao using this Immortal Goo earlier. We are making things difficult for Brotherly, Su Qihan immediately retorted. Minister Su shook his head. I'm not done yet. Immortal Goo, like Heaven's jealousy, was quite special. It could resonate with jealousy and be activated by itself. But the price was huge. The lifespan of the Goo Cultivator needed to be shortened. Because of this, Du Zhishao turned from a young man to a middle-aged man, and from a middle-aged man to an old man. Su Qihan was stunned. She couldn't help but think of the Legends of Renzu. She said, I remember that the Legends of Renzu has a similar record. Don't tell me Strength Goo and Wisdom Goo are also Heaven Path Goo worms? Imperial Minister Su smiled bitterly. I can't be sure either. Even though this is what is written in the Legends of Renzu. But Heaven Path Goo worms could not be used by Goo cultivators. The most famous example was Fate Goo. You've all witnessed the scene of the fated war. Su Qihan pouted unhappily, thinking, I thought this Immortal Goo would be useful to Li Lang, but to think it is a Heaven Path Immortal Goo. This Immortal Goo needed jealousy to activate on its own. But my dear Li is a magnanimous man, a remarkable man in the world. How could he have such emotions? Moreover, the price of activating Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo is too high. I will lose too much lifespan. Imperial Minister Su saw his daughter's disappointment. He smiled and said to Li Xiaobai, this Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo is yours. How you deal with it is your business. But if you can hand over this goo to the Imperial Court, according to our Imperial Court's calendar, we will give you some compensation. Su Qihan's eyes lit up. Li Xiaobai pondered, then can we exchange for Information Path Immortal Goo? Minister Su hesitated. Su Qihan quickly grabbed Imperial Minister Su's sleeves and said coquettishly, Father. Our Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo is rank 7, we will suffer some losses in exchange for a rank 6 Information Path Immortal Goo. Even though Du Zhishao and Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo were out of Fang Yuan's expectations, and Fang Yuan did not think of interfering with Li Xiaobai's development, an Immortal Goo was too important to Li Xiaobai. He had to help him in this aspect. In any case, Jewel Yellow Skies was very safe. Nobody could find out the true identities of the two parties involved in the transaction. With 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, Fang Yuan had a high success rate in refining rank 8 Immortal Goo, not to mention rank 6 and 7 Immortal Goo. The Time Path clone directly refined a Poem Wall Immortal Goo and raised it all the way to rank 7. He had wanted to create an opportunity to give this Immortal Goo to Li Xiaobai, but he did not expect Li Xiaobai to sell Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo. Such a good opportunity was presented to him. Fang Yuan naturally grabbed it. The transaction soon ended. Li Xiaobai obtained rank 7 Poem Wall Immortal Goo. Even though Li Xiaobai was only rank 6 and his cultivation level could not keep up, rank 7 Poem Wall Immortal Goo was enough to become his core Immortal Goo. Imperial Minister Su sighed inwardly on the way back. Li Xiaobai's luck is truly unparalleled. So this Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo is the manifestation of my luck. Fang Yuan obtained Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo and immediately noticed that cooking luck pot was shaking. After inspecting it, he immediately discovered the truth. He raised his head to look at his silver light pillar, only to see that the clouds on the surface had already condensed into one, giving off a feeling of firmness and toughness. The clouds slowly revolved around the silver light pillar. Not only were they clearly guarding it, they were even rising up, directly entangling with the clouds at the top of the silver light pillar. Fang Yuan's heart shook. It seems that this Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo is the key to dealing with the venerables. Fang Yuan started to use wisdom path methods to make deductions. His eyes flickered with bright light for a while before he tried to inject immortal essence into Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo. Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo shook intensely, resisting with all its might. But it could not resist Fang Yuan's forcefulness. It started to fall. A moment later, Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo absorbed a small portion of the immortal essence and produced a lump of gray smoke. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. I actually refined a small portion of Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo. And I can actually activate Heaven Path Immortal Goo. Is it because of those unrestrained heavenly marks? Fang Yuan's unrestrained heavenly marks had already surpassed 10,000. Every time he annexed a grotto heaven, a large number of Heaven Path Dao marks would be added to the sovereign immortal aperture, before being refined into unrestrained heavenly marks by Fang Yuan. Earlier, he used Rank 8 Immortal Goo to forcefully refine Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo. He actually succeeded by a small portion. Next, he tried to activate Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo. It actually worked. It did not consume Fang Yuan's lifespan. Fang Yuan calmed down and inspected carefully. He made a further discovery. Even though I can activate Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo, it is not complete. I have only refined a small portion of Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo. It can only barely recognize me. Therefore, I am unable to unleash its full power. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved rapidly. This should be due to the unrestrained heavenly marks. I am different from everyone else. Chapter 2140. In the small courtyard, Shang Yanfei sat on the main seat. He was dressed in a black robe, and his hair was like blood. He still had the appearance of a handsome young man. His children all took their seats and gathered together in the hall. Under the watchful eyes of his children, Shang Yanfei took out a stack of beast skins from his chest. There was a layer of patterns on every piece of beast skin, which vividly depicted some kind of dragon beast. There were also ink annotations at the corners, giving off a strong primitive aura. This is the 9 children dragon diagram. I obtained it from a Gu immortal's corpse when I was adventuring in my early years. It is a pity that I have no fate with this immortal fate. Even when I asked the other supreme elders of Shang clan, I could not see through it. Now, I will hand the 9 children dragon diagram to you one by one. I hope that you will be able to decipher its mysteries and inherit the immortal destiny. At this point, Shang Yanfei shifted his gaze from the beast hide to Shang Qianxia. Qianxia, come here, he called softly. Father. Shang Qianxia left his seat and walked in front of Shang Yanfei. Shang Yanfei gave him the topmost beast skin. This is the Qianxia painting. The reason why I named you Qianxia is because of this. You're the boss. You're experienced and prudent. I'm not worried. Coming back to life this time is an immeasurable treasure in your life. Don't let me down. Shang Qianxia stretched out his hands and received the beast skin. Father, your son will do his best and not disappoint you. Yazi, come here as well. Shang Yanfei waved his hand and called for his second brother. From now on, you need to broaden your horizons and broaden your mind. It will be good for you. Yes, I will remember father's teachings. Shang Yazi received the beast skin with both hands and returned to his seat. Shang Yanfei summoned his children one by one and distributed the 9 sons dragon diagram to them. He also gave them a few words of encouragement. Shang Xianxia remained seated and was not summoned. She observed carefully and discovered that the beast markings on the 9 Suns dragon illustration were all different. For example, the Chao Feng painting was a divine beast that sat upright and gazed into the distance. Its aura was completely noble and inviolable. Another example was Pu Lao Tu, who looked like a coiled flood dragon. There was also the Tao Wu diagram, which looked like a giant turtle that could carry mountains and rivers. There was also the Swan Ni2, who was like a ferocious tiger with a ferocious aura. There were only 9 animal skin maps, and they were quickly distributed. However, there were more than 9 children. Shang Yanfei then called Shang Tuahai over. You have been in charge of the caravan and have been managing it well. Then I will hand over this entire caravan to you. Other than that, there was also a water path inheritance here. It was a water path inheritance. Although it's badly damaged, the contents inside are invaluable to you. I hope you'll continue to strive for self-improvement in the future. A moment later, Shang Yanfei summoned Shang Yifan. This is only a rank 5 Gu Master inheritance, but there are clues to a Gu Immortal inheritance. Your future depends on your own performance. Finally, Shang Yanfei called Shang Xianxi's name. Father. Shang Xianxi came in front of Shang Yanfei. Shang Yanfei sighed, my family property has been divided, only this small courtyard is left. Xianxi, out of all my children, you are the one who surprises me the most. If you don't mind, you can keep this small courtyard. As soon as these words came out, there was a commotion in the courtyard. The children all looked at Shang Yanfei and Shang Xianxi. Many of them wanted to speak but suddenly found that they could not. This was clearly Shang Yanfei's doing. We can completely divide her subordinates. Shang Yazi laughed sinisterly, we need to attack from both sides, to tire Shang Xianxi out. Not long ago, I was fortunate enough to meet an expert. If I can obtain his help, Shang Xianxi will definitely be badly battered, her reputation will fall. Several days later. The atmosphere in the study room was heavy. Shang Xianxi frowned. After hearing Shang Buli's report, she sighed deeply. To think that the situation is so serious, in just a few days, it has already spread to the entire market of Shangliang Mountain. A few days ago, fake goo worms appeared in Shangliang Mountain's goo worm market. These fake goo looked exactly like the real goo. Even if they were used for a period of time, they would still be fine. But after a period of time, the fake goo would reveal themselves and self-destruct, causing huge losses to the buyer. The fake goo appeared in Shang Clan's market. It greatly affected Shang Clan's reputation. The situation was very serious. Xiao Dai had been standing beside Shang Xianxi. She was very unhappy with Shang Buli. She said directly, Lord Shang Buli, you are in charge of the market. There must be a process for the situation to escalate to this extent. Why did you hide it? Shang Buli snorted in anger. This subordinate is too incompetent. I have disappointed you, Lord Clan Leader. The situation is so serious, this subordinate cannot absolve himself from the blame. I will resign now, Clan Leader, please do not stop me. You. Xiao Dai was stunned, she shouted, who are you trying to scare? Shang Buli looked at Xiao Dai coldly, you are just a servant, I am magnanimous and will not bicker with you. Lord Clan Leader, I will resign, please allow me to do so. Shang Xianxi looked at Shang Buli deeply, she had a calm expression, in that case, I will allow it. Farewell. Shang Buli chuckled, turning around to leave. Did he really just leave? Xiao Dai was dumbfounded. Lord Shang Tuahai is requesting an audience. At this moment, Xiaolan reported from outside the study room. Shang Xianxi's gaze flickered, she replied plainly, invite him in. Shang Tuahai came to the study room, seeing Shang Xianxi's expression, he nodded, it seems that you have noticed something. Shang Xianxia asked, is it because of the clan leader position? Shang Tuahai, indeed. Shang Buli was in charge of the slave trade in his early years, he was doing very well, but after you became the clan leader, you could not bear to do such a cruel thing, you banned the slave trade and made Shang Buli manage the goo worm market on Shangliang Mountain. Shang Buli has already been persuaded by others, he is also involved in this fake goo plot. This old scoundrel. Xiao Dai gritted her teeth in anger. Shang Tuahai continued, their plan is not just this. Shang Buli is only the first person to be split, there will be more in the future. Shang Xianxia nodded, what do you want? Shang Tuahai smiled plainly, we have the same status, we are both illegitimate children. Even if you fall, I will not be able to become the clan leader. I will rarely return in the future, I will spend most of my time exploring the outside world with the caravan. I also want to become an immortal. But I cannot walk the path of the clan. If you can become an immortal in the future, I hope you will reciprocate my kindness by telling you the truth. I will remember it. Farewell. Seeing Shang Tuahai leave, Shang Xianxia had complex emotions. After leading Shang clan for so many years, Shang Xianxia had not only trained her abilities, she had also broadened her horizons. In her opinion, among Shang Yanfei's children, Shang Tuahai was definitely in the top 3 in terms of ability, his character and talent were the best of the best. Unfortunately, his fortuitous encounters were not enough, he could not gain the favor of an expert. Fate has been destroyed, the great era is upon us. Countless people are fighting and fighting for that sliver of a chance to become an immortal. Shang Xianxia sighed in her heart. Next, it was like what Shang Tuahai had said. Zhu Ba and Wan Qianshan also took the initiative to resign. Xiao Yan received news that the fire goo materials he needed after so much effort had appeared far away, he was going to search for them. Xiong Tu, Xionghua, and Xiong Feng received some information regarding how to save their ancestor Xiong Yanhua. Zhou Quan and Wei De Xian fell ill unexpectedly, both of them were bedridden. At once, Shang Xianxi's capable subordinates all left her, she was left alone. The goo masters who bought the fake goo gathered and started to cause trouble. Shang Xianxi had no choice but to bring Xiao Dai and Xiao Lan to the scene to take control of the situation. These goo worms are all fake. Does your Shang clan sell fake goods? Shang clan leader, since you are here, tell me, what should we do? I spent most of my wealth to buy one of your rank 4 goo worms, but it turned out to be fake. Shang clan's auspicious market festival is held once a year, but you are selling fake goods and scamming us buyers, we cannot accept this. What is even more hateful is, even though it was said to be sold at a discount, the truth is that the price was secretly adjusted, the price is no different from normal. Under the anger of the crowd, Shang Xianxi was still calm. Shang clan will compensate you for your losses in double the original price. Just one sentence made the crowd go silent. Shang Yazi and the rest who were hiding in the dark were anxious, they quickly gave orders. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, if you want compensation, compensate on the spot. That's right, one thing in front of others and another behind their backs, these are all tricks of your Shang clan. Your Shang clan sells fake goods, can your words be trusted? I don't care, this shop of yours cheated us of our hard-earned money, I will destroy it. The people hiding in the crowd attacked Shang Xianxi at once. Shang Xianxi stretched out her hand, using a defensive killer move to protect the shop behind her, blocking all the attacks. Xiao Lan and Xiao Dai shouted and were about to attack, but were stopped by Shang Xianxi. Shang Xianxi's gaze flickered, her aura burst out as she used a battlefield killer move. The killer move engulfed all the troublemakers, the noisy and crowded street instantly became empty and quiet. So powerful. To think that Shang Xianxi is so strong. Xianxia and the rest saw this and felt extremely shocked. But fighting for the immortal ascension opportunity will be dangerous and difficult. If Brother Wei needs any help, we will definitely help if we can. Clan leader, you are so kind, it is a pity that I cannot help you. Wei Da Xian sighed. Sister Wei, I need to thank you. But you are injured, don't overwork yourself. To speak the truth, just rest and recuperate, I already have a countermeasure. Xianxia's smile spread. Wei Da Xian looked at Xianxia deeply, sighing inwardly again. She understood Xianxia well, seeing her expression, she knew that she had not thought of a countermeasure. This situation was very difficult, after all, Shang Qiu's group was working together. Such a huge problem, if it was not dealt with properly, Xianxia's position as clan leader would be affected. Shang Yanfei had passed the clan leader position to Xianxia, but the righteous path had its own rules. If Xianxia was chased out, Shang Yanfei, who had already passed the clan leader position once, would not be able to protect her. Xianxia cannot even protect herself, she did not want me to be overly worried, so she comforted me. Wei Da Xian understood this, she smiled at Xianxia, since clan leader has a countermeasure, I can rest assured, I need to recuperate now. That's right. Xianxia smiled. You can leave, don't disturb my recuperation. Wei Da Xian waved her hand, she knew that Xianxia was pressed for time, she did not want to waste her time. The three of them were chased out. They left Wei Da Xian's place and went to visit Zhou Quan. Zhou Quan said, I know what happened in the market. Lord Clan Leader, you handled it well. If it was me in the past, I might not have been able to see through the situation. It was all thanks to Steward Zhou and Sister Wei's teachings. Xianxia said humbly. Zhou Quan looked at Xianxia, initially, he was forced by Fang Yuan to become Xianxia's subordinate and help her. But soon, he realized Xianxia's nature, he was shocked that there was such a person in the world. If Xianxia was only kind and benevolent, Zhou Quan would look down on her and leave her. But even though Xianxia's Gu cultivation talent was not good, she was intelligent and good at deducing many things from one instance, under Zhou Quan and Wei Da Xian's guidance, she grew rapidly. Now, not only in terms of personal ability, she was also able to manage the huge Shang clan with ease. Zhou Quan was gratified, he also felt admiration. It was because Xianxia's character was the same, she had her own bottom line. Her kindness and benevolence had never wavered because she had seen too much darkness, filth, and viciousness. Not only that, Xianxia dug out the pity and compassion from all kinds of cruelty and sorrow, thus strengthening her benevolent heart. This was too rare and precious. Lord Clan Leader, your methods are really amazing, you know I have set up at least 3 layers of Gu formations here. But you are so stealthy, coming and going as you please, where in the world can't you go? Feng Tianyu inwardly mocked Xianxia's thief-like actions, but Xianxia was not angry, she retorted, how can my methods compare to Brother Feng's? Brother Feng caused a ruckus in the entire Shang clan market, yesterday, because of the fake Gu rampaging on the streets. I, the Shang clan leader, almost lost all my face. Feng Tianyu's heart shook. He did not expect Shang Xianxia to discover him so quickly. How can this be? I am confident the fake Gu did not leave behind any clues. Did Shang Yazi make a mistake? Feng Tianyu thought to himself as he sat up, refusing to admit it. Lord Clan Leader, don't scare me. The crime of fake Gu is not something a small character like me can bear. Shang Xianxia chuckled, walking a few steps to the door, looking at it with her back facing Feng Tianyu. Brother Feng still doesn't understand? What I have confirmed, even if there is no evidence, it is the truth. Feng Tianyu was shocked. This Shang Xianxi's benevolent reputation is widely known, but today, I see that she is such a domineering person. He felt immense pressure. Shang Xianxi suddenly spoke and revealed her true body, causing Feng Tianyu to fall into an extremely passive state. Because Feng Tianyu was lying on the couch, his posture was very bad. He could only be on guard. Using words to argue with Shang Xianxi, he then used the chance to adjust his posture, going from a half-lying position to a half-sitting position. But Shang Xianxi did not seem to notice it. She walked past Feng Tianyu and arrived at the door, facing the courtyard with her back facing Feng Tianyu. She did not care about Feng Tianyu's secret actions. She even gave Feng Tianyu a chance to attack from behind. But Feng Tianyu did not dare to move. Shang Xianxi's confidence made Feng Tianyu very nervous and wary. Although his cultivation level was similar to Shang Xianxi, he had already subconsciously placed himself in a weaker position. Shang Xianxi slowly turned around, smiling. Brother Feng, come and work for me. What? Feng Tianyu stared with wide eyes. He was stunned for a moment before he laughed. Shang Clan Leader, do you know how much Shang Yazi paid to hire me? Shang Xianxi chuckled. No matter how much he paid, you will not be able to reject my offer. Feng Tianyu let out a breath of turbid air. His eyes shined with bright light as he slowly stood up. The moment Shang Xianxi recruited him, he instantly understood that Shang Xianxi did not have the confidence to resolve the fake Gu crisis. If not for that, she could have led a large group of people here to kill Feng Tianyu. So she still has something to ask of me. Feng Tianyu gained the upper hand mentally. He carefully sized up Shang Xianxi as he said with an indescribable smile, then I am all ears. I believe that the Grand Shang clan leader's offer will match your status. Shang Xianxi raised her right index finger. First, your life. Feng Tianyu's expression changed. His voice was as cold as ice. Clan leader is certain that you have me? Shang Xianxi smiled calmly. Relax, brother Feng, you have rank 5 cultivation level. Don't be nervous. Feng Tianyu's heart shook. She actually knew his true cultivation level. Since she came prepared, the situation might be really dangerous this time. Shang Xianxi continued. Besides this, if you perform well, you might even be summoned by Lord Feng Yuan. What? Feng Tianyu's expression changed again. Shang Xianxi continued. No need to make such a big fuss, brother Feng, I know much more than you think. I will tell you the truth, you should know a thing or two about my relationship with Lord Feng Yuan. The more Feng Tianyu spoke, the more excited he became. His body trembled and he almost danced. His eyes shone with brilliance, as well as his reddened eyes filled with tears, made Shang Xianxi feel a faint chill in her heart. That mysterious old man's information was not wrong at all. Feng Tianyu was Feng Yuan's most fanatical admirer. In fact, Feng Yuan's rise, his achievements, and the scene of him destroying Fate Gu were all widely spread. Most demonic cultivators viewed Feng Yuan as their idol, or a goal to surpass. Even in the righteous path, many people secretly admired and worshipped Feng Yuan's bravery, his style of challenging the celestial court's experts, his ability to advance and retreat, and his shrewdness in plotting and scheming. Feng Tianyu was not special, he was only a member of the masses. It was only because he had once interacted with Feng Yuan, and was extremely invested in refinement path, he was extremely talented. He was once a young clan leader who lived a luxurious life, but his clansmen were slaughtered. He experienced a tragic change in his life, his personality became even more extreme and narrow-minded. Thus, under such circumstances, he viewed the current strongest refinement path expert, the legendary Feng Yuan, whom he was destined to never surpass, as his fanatical idol.